Prologue. You've responded well. Beyond well. I only wish I'd had more time to make you more aesthetically subtle. Special Agent Alonzo Murphy curled and flexed his fists in front of his face, marveled at his new strength. Nearly a year prior, Murph had been on mission with the rest of his scout team when they were attacked on Pinnacle Station. 3 of them were injured, and Murph was paralyzed from a plasma bolt that had taken him in the spine. He'd spent months in hospitals and humiliating mobility contraptions, his emotions swinging from despondent to enraged as he came to terms with his new reality. He'd been fitted with a prosthetic exoskeleton that had been unwieldy, slow, and had only made him more resentful of what had happened. Even after a brief stint back in the field, where he'd successfully completed his mission, he knew that, in reality, he'd been a hindrance to his team. His last act, or so he thought, had been to sacrifice himself for his team when they'd walked into an ambush. Instead, he found himself held captive by the last person anybody wanted to be helpless around, Dr. Lowen Pix. The brilliant, sadistic Caprian cyberneticist had taken him back to her secret lair. He'd been terrified of what horrors she had in mind for him while he was restrained to the slab. She'd hummed happily as she took readings and tissue samples, gracing him with the occasional smile, which somehow only heightened his sense of terror. Over the course of weeks, she did the thing he least expected. She fixed him. Lowen worked tirelessly to design, test, and build a complete cybernetic replacement for Murph's spinal column, and successfully integrated it into his body. It was the first of its kind, and was generally thought to be impossible by Earth's leading researchers. The moment she fired it up, sensation had flooded Murph's awareness, as the signals from his legs were now reaching his brain. Tears had flowed freely down his cheeks as he was given his life back, and an icy fear had gripped his heart as he wondered what the price would be. Lowen Pix did nothing out of the goodness of her heart. "The new calibration tables feel much more natural," Murph said. "I can control the new reflex speed and strength now. Your neural implant will continually refine and adjust the longer the system is operational," Lowen said. "I wish you would reconsider my offer for a more comprehensive upgrade package." "Thanks, but no thanks," Murph said. "I'd rather not have any more of me replaced than absolutely necessary." After she had successfully replaced his spinal column, she offered him a selection of other cybernetic enhancements someone in his line of work might find useful. She wanted to replace entire limbs and systems in much the same way she had done to Carolyn Whitney, a human assassin formerly known as the Viper. Murph had balked at the idea of losing so much of himself, and had instead agreed to having his muscles and reflexes enhanced with upgrades that could also be removed if he so desired. 2-3 more days at most, and you'll be fully operational, Lowen said. There are a few more tests to run, but for now, just rest. I don't suppose you'd let me reach out and at least let my people know I'm alive, would you? Murph asked. Soon you'll be able to contact them, if that's what you wish, Lowen said evasively. Lowen, Murph warned. I did not lie when I said the opportunity to treat you was out of a desire for profit, she said. The work we have done will be a new windfall for me at a time I could most use it. But there are also ways we could still help each other. I can provide synod targets and weaknesses that you could exploit without being encumbered by your chain of command. You're putting me in a tough spot, Murph said. We will speak of it further, Lowen promised. She offered a faint smile, or as close as she was able to, and left the room. Murph walked back over to the bed and lay down. The lights dimmed automatically, and he struggled to corral his racing mind so he could rest. Lowen had all but confirmed that she had fixed him up so she could turn him loose on her enemies, or at least that was how he'd taken the conversation. His duty was clear. He needed to contact his command the instant he was able, and let them know his status so they could bring him in. So why was he hesitant to do just that? Despite his better instincts telling him to get clear of Lowen and get back to Mosler Station, he found he wanted to see what she had dug up on the Synod. If the intel was good, it could be an immense help to his own side. The Synod was a shadowy group that just appeared in the quadrant one day, making big waves. They were everywhere and nowhere. Nobody knew if a particular species anchored them, or what it was they were trying to accomplish. They seemed to have enormous resources, enough to build a battle station that harnessed the power of a star. Yet their base of operations and source of funding remained a mystery. They had executed one of the most brazen operations Merv had ever heard about when they replaced key figures in government and industry all over the Orion sector with biotic copies, including Admiral Marcus Webb. The scheme had been done with a technological sophistication that nobody he'd ever heard of could match, not by the Firiso Dominion, the Ashquarian Empire, and certainly not Earth. Every nation was now scrambling, trying to find out just who the Synod were and what their goals were. Even though every fiber of his being was screaming not to trust Lowen Pix, the temptation of being the guy who brought back the intel nobody else could get was too sweet to ignore. "I'll just hear her out," he grumbled to himself. "Can't hurt to just talk." 1. Elias Vargas seemed like a man without a care in the world. Nobody passing him as he walked the beachfront along San Diego's Mission Beach would see any outward signs of the fear and stress that had been his constant companions for the last few months. The field teams he had been overseeing had all been swept up by homeworld security, all the clones rounded up and destroyed as the entire operation imploded. Elias had been responsible for the North American teams, and had reported directly to an off-world handler he'd never met, but knew wasn't human. Once the field teams had been rounded up, all contact had been cut off, and his hyperlink terminal had been remotely deactivated. The computer he'd been provided had also been remotely wiped, but he'd always kept several discrete hard copies of everything stashed around the area, just in case. He had sat around for weeks, waiting to be collected by homeworld security. The system had been designed so that the field teams shouldn't have any knowledge about who he was, but if any of the team leaders were as paranoid and skillful as him, he was sure they'd tracked him down. While he was waiting for the field teams to roll on him, he was also working on trying to get new credentials and a pass off the planet. If he could get away from Earth, his chances of getting away completely went up exponentially. Enforcement of off-world humans was incredibly lax thanks to a lack of resources and confusing jurisdictions. With his mind still far away and his feet on autopilot, he walked into the sandbar and shuffled through the near-empty establishment. It was early for the beach bum and tourist crowd, so he could sit in peace. "Modelo," he said to the bartender's questioning look, slouching onto a bar stool. The draft beer appeared in front of him, and he stared at it for a moment, lost in thought. "Creature of habit," the bartender said. Elias looked up at him, confused. "Excuse me? That stuff you're worrying about? You let it turn you into a creature of habit. You've been in here every day around the same time where you sit in the same seat and order the same beer," the bartender continued. Elias couldn't remember having seen him before. He was a short Hispanic man, heavily muscled, and, even with the toothy smile, had an air of danger about him. When we get stressed, we take comfort in habit, the normalcy of it. But sometimes it can fuck you over. Just like now. I don't know what you're talking about, Elias said, pushing back from the bar. I'm talking about you isolating yourself in a place where you can be easily grabbed with nobody seeing it, the bartender said, casually pulling a pistol from behind the bar and shooting Elias twice with it. He was so shocked it barely registered that getting shot didn't hurt as much as he thought it would. By the time he looked down and saw the 2 darts sticking out of him, his vision was already swimming. What? Just go to sleep, the bartender said, pulling out a comm unit. This is MG, target secure. Come around to the back by the dumpsters and I'll have him ready to go. As Elias slid out of his seat, he felt firm hands lower him slowly to the floor. He never felt the restraints slapped on, or being dragged out the back. United Earth Marine Corps Captain Jacob Brown stared sullenly out through the canopy of his ship, Boneshaker. I thought you would be happy to be home. Jacob turned and glared at his partner, Tin Man. The battle synth loomed in the hatchway. But I'm not at home, am I? Jacob asked. I can't land on the planet, or go into my house, or sleep in my bed. I'm still burned. Even being here in orbit over Colis 2 is a risk. You agreed to come, Tin Man reminded him. Just don't, Jacob said. What's the latest? The UES Kentucky will arrive within the hour. Our presence is requested aboard, Tin Man said. Now, shall we talk about why you are really angry? I have no idea what you're talking about. You have held no particular love for this world or for Mosler Station. You are angry because you do not know where Murph is, and Admiral Webb has ordered you off the search. That hardly makes you psychic, Jacob said acidly. I've made no secret of my displeasure at not being allowed to pursue Murph. I would recommend that you get this out of your system, Tin Man said. Admiral Webb is rumored to be short on patience lately, and your sulking, hey, might draw his ire. I'm sure I'll be fine, Jacob said. What do you think was such an emergency he ordered us to flog our engines to get here before him? I would not even begin to speculate, Tin Man said. Mercifully, Tin Man went to do something in the aft of the cramped ship and left Jacob to his ruminations. The battle synth wasn't wrong. Being ordered twice off the mission to find Murph and bring him home felt like a betrayal of the promise he'd made to his men as their leader, and to his oath as an officer and a Marine. It twisted in his guts like a hot knife, and there was no relief to be had, not as long as Murph was still out there. He was stuck with his thoughts for another hour before the alarm blared on the bridge announcing the arrival of the UES Kentucky, the specialized command and control ship that Admiral Webb preferred to operate from. Jacob reached out and activated their beacon that identified the ship as a private courier. Almost immediately, the Kentucky sent back landing access instructions. We're on the move, he said over the intercom. He fed the rendezvous data to the computer and executed the course, letting the ship come about and accelerate along an intercept that would put them behind the Kentucky as she settled into a high parking orbit. He kept his hands near the controls since Boneshaker had been acting up lately and dropping the autopilot out at random times just for the hell of it. So far, they hadn't been able to figure out what the problem was. She's running with her lights off, Tin Man said. Interesting. Ground observers around the base, Jacob said. Security forces are never able to clean them all out, although it's died down a bit since the Ishquarians quit spying on us. Boneshaker lined up onto the Kentucky's main hangar bay and held while the computers finished negotiating if everyone was really who they claimed to be. Once all the crypto was happy and the tactical computer confirmed that the weapons were all powered down, Jacob was cleared to begin his final landing cycle. The entire process was efficient and safe to the point that it was routine, but he was always well aware that rendezvous maneuvers were a great opportunity to take out both ships should something go wrong. "Friendly faces," Tin Man pointed. Jacob followed his finger and smiled for the first time in months. MG and Mettler stood there waiting, both looking healthy and fit. "Engines are down. Power plant secure," Jacob said. "Let's get out of this damn thing." By the time Jacob and Tin Man walked down the rear entry ramp, the Kentucky's hangar crew were already hooking the ship up to various umbilicals and getting ready to service her. "It's good to see you guys alive," MG said in a rare, somber moment from someone who preferred to hide his emotions behind caustic humor. "Murph?" Jacob just shook his head. "May's team is still out there, but the trail is ice cold," he said. Webb had deployed Scout Team Buzzkill to pick up Murph's trail and track the missing operator down, but so far they'd found nothing. Jacob knew it wasn't from a lack of trying. Al May was a good man and an excellent officer. He would push his guys hard and leave no stone unturned if it meant bringing one of their own home. Without warning, other than a short blast from the buzzers, the outer doors for the hangar bay boomed shut, and there was a flutter in the artificial gravity. Nobody on the deck seemed alarmed or otherwise aware that anything was out of the ordinary. "We have meshed out into slip space," Tin Man said. "Guess we're taking a ride," Jacob said. "Shall we head up top and see what we're into?" "We brought a prisoner with us," Mettler said. "Might have something to do with that." "Prisoner?" "Pulled him off Earth," Mettler said. "No info on who he is other than the name or what he's done. From what we gathered, it was an unsanctioned grab." "I'm definitely not liking this already," Jacob said. The Kentucky wasn't large by capital ship standards, but after being stuck on an old Ashquarian combat shuttle for months, she felt positively enormous. The crew made it all the way amidships on the command deck before they were intercepted by Admiral Webb's aide. "Reg," Jacob greeted. "I'm hurt you weren't there when we landed." "I'm sure." Reggie Weathers, was in his last stretch as aide-de-camp to Admiral Webb. His long-overdue promotion, and Webb's not inconsiderable influence, meant that Reggie would probably get any assignment of his choice. As far as Jacob was concerned, he'd more than earned it. Reggie had sacrificed much, both personally and professionally, in service to Webb and Scout Fleet. Now he would get to rotate back to the regular Navy, where his talents and brains would probably see him with a star on his shoulder one day. "I take it the Admiral isn't ready to see us?" Mettler asked. "He's speaking to Olympus on the bridge," Reggie said. "Since Jake and Tin Man are officially listed as MIA, it would be awkward for them to walk in like they own the place." "What are these two listed as?" Jacob asked, pointing at MG and Mettler. "Detached duty, while Kill Team Blackheart is currently stood down," Reggie said. "They technically report to me. At least that's what the paperwork looks like we cooked up to get them off Mosler when Webb's copy was running things." "Did the guy we grabbed off the beach in San Diego owe you money or something?" MG asked. "Elias Vargas was the handler for all the North American copies the Synod had on Earth," Reggie said. "His underlings rolled on him, now we're going to get him to roll on his superiors. That's where you come in. As soon as Elias gets us a target, you're on the trail." "What about Murph?" Jacob asked. "If at any time Buzzkill gets a credible lead on Murph, you're authorized to pull off and pursue," Reggie said. "The Admiral gave his word you'd be kept in the loop and given the freedom to help recover your guy, if it's a credible hit." The remaining members of Blackheart were ushered into a briefing room and told to wait as an orderly brought in coffee for them. Jacob stewed while the others jabbered away. Tin Man seemed happy to have someone to talk to rather than his sulking partner. The three of them caught their captain's dark mood and cut him out of the conversation. It was clear that his team was being put back on the Synod, even though they weren't back up to full strength. They were 2 members short, with Sully now officially out of Scout Fleet and working his way through the Navy's command school, and Murph being disabled and missing. Admiral Webb wasn't a heartless man. The only reason he would be pulling them back in was because he thought there was some unique ability they brought to the table, or there were so few people left in Scoutfleet that he could trust. The latter was a sad reality to contemplate. Webb had built Scoutfleet from nothing, and it looked likely he would walk away while it collapsed. Probably not the legacy he wanted to leave. "Gentlemen," Admiral Webb said as he stormed into the room, "and MG, that's never not funny, sir. Before we start, just let me say I know that not dropping everything and pouring all resources into finding Murph doesn't sit well with any of you," Webb continued. "I can understand that, but I need you to trust me just one more time. We have a window of opportunity to find out who the Synod really is, and that window is closing fast." "We're still Marines, sir," Jacob said, a little confused by what Webb had said. "We don't have to like what we're told to do." "Right," Webb said, straightening. "Thanks to MG and Mettler being available on Earth, we were able to snag a Synod asset before he was able to escape or they killed him. Commander Weathers, if you please." Webb went and sat at the head of the table as Reggie walked over to the wall monitor and pulled up the files he needed for his briefing. One was a photo of a disheveled man that Jacob assumed was their asset. "The unfortunate gentleman you see here is the Elias Vargas I told you about earlier," Reggie said. "MG has already met him. He seemed like a nice guy," MG said. Reggie rolled his eyes and opened a new file. "Elias was smarter than your average expendable middleman. He had collected information up and downstream from his position that I'm sure the Synod would not have wanted him to have. What we were able to do was use the documentation Elias had to cross-reference all the material we pulled off Stamori 3. As we found the overlaps, we could then start putting together a better picture of the Synod's command and control methodology." Stamori 3 had been a world where the Synod had a secret holding facility. They were keeping the originals for all the copied people they had running around in the quadrant. They kept them alive in case they needed to pull another baseline brain scan or, barring that, a high-value hostage. Jacob had been given the location of the facility by Michael Welford, a traitor to humanity in every sense of the word. He'd been part of the One World faction from the beginning, and ended his life working for the Synod against his own people. Everyone in the intel community had thought him dead after he'd been found in his office with his head smashed in. But it was a strange galaxy, and people didn't always stay dead. Welford had been minutes away from dying. A built-in failsafe to make sure he never fell into enemy hands was set to activate, so in a last act of redemption, he told Jacob as much as he could before succumbing. It hadn't been much, but it had been enough to get to Stamori 3 and secure the prisoners and the server farm before they could be destroyed. The work to decrypt the data had been going around the clock since everything was brought back to Mosler Station. Jacob had lost track of the progress after that because he was still technically in the wind. "The Miresan that Welford gave up, the one who ran the Avatar program, what was his name?" Jacob asked. "He went by Petrico," Reggie said. "Why do you ask?" "I assume that's who we're going after?" Jacob asked. "Incorrect. Petrico is too high up and has disappeared," Reggie said. "Elias's information indicates he's probably on Maressa Prime, which is no longer an easily accessed planet." "That's putting it mildly," Webb spoke up. "The Maressans are completely paranoid and have locked down their borders. Even within their new dominion, they're limiting travel to essentials only. Go on, Commander." Buried within both the files Elias had pilfered and some documents that had been found during the Stamori cleanup were hints of a Dominion connection, a source of funding for two specific aspects of the Synod operation. One was the Avatar program. The other we're not sure of, but we think it has something to do with the Noxus species, or, more accurately, something they left behind. "The Miressans are financing the Synod?" Mettler asked. "No, not at all," Reggie said. "The Synod's source of funding is a network of money being siphoned out of thousands of different places and being laundered through the central bank itself, which hints at a Keprian connection. Somehow, they're able to bypass the AI and move the money wherever they need it. This specific source was only for the two things I mentioned. I'm starting to get the feeling the Synod isn't quite as powerful as they're trying to project, Jacob said. They would only do that if they had been exposed before they were ready, Tin Man said. Much of what they accomplished, such as the massive battle station Captain Burke helped destroy, would have taken many years to complete. If they had been able to mate it to the starfall power system the Epilauans were developing, they would have been able to conquer most of the major powers in short order. They were forced into the light early, so now they've become desperate, Webb nodded. And reckless. The Avatar program was pushed too far, too fast. After the Dominion and the Esquarians learned of them, they needed the Ark, and they needed it fast. So, what's our mission? Jacob asked, not wanting to get bogged down in pointless speculation. Reggie looked at Webb, who nodded. The aide then tossed a data card onto the table. Your mission is one of Pitrico's conduits. Someone they won't know we know about, he said. Make the grab. And then the real fun begins. 2. What the fuck is a conduit? It had only been 3 hours since the Kentucky had stopped so Boneshaker could launch from the hangar bay, and Jacob was already feeling cramped and irritable with 2 more people aboard. It wasn't that MG was being overly annoying, at least by his standards, or that Mettler was in the way. The problem was that he'd become accustomed to the quiet and space of only having Tin Man as a partner. I guess we should just be glad you waited until we're alone to ask that so our boss doesn't realize what a hopeless moron you are, Mettler said. Do you know what it is? MG demanded. No, Mettler admitted. When talking about a decentralized covert organization like the Synod appears to be, a conduit is just what it sounds like, Jacob said. Resources flow from one place to another. In this case, it looks like we're after a money conduit that supported a good bulk of Pitrico's operation. There's no way you just happen to know that, MG said. That's only some spy shit that Murph would know off the top of his head. Believe what you want, Jacob said, without looking up from his tablet. Tin Man was on the flight deck and reviewed the mission packet in peace, while Jacob tried to do an initial read through it before briefing the rest of the team and deciding what other resources they would need to pull in. In the meantime, he had the other 2 inventorying all the gear they had aboard Boneshaker and stashed abroad, since Webb had made it clear that they were on an unsanctioned mission. The target was another Miresan, someone named Corin Thal. He was a senior bureaucrat within the Dominion's recently formed Economic Council. He was also positioned in 2 other sub-councils that dealt with military appropriations. The name came from Elias Vargas, but the capacity in which he served the Synod came from Pitrico's files. Pitrico had been careful about not naming him specifically, while Vargas had not. The human collaborator had simply been amassing as much information he thought might shield him as he could. Once they were able to corroborate, through Vargas, who Thal was, it was easy enough to compile a dossier from the Stamari data that gave Jacob a decent picture of the slimy Miresan. He was clearly being used against his will, but the amount of money and resources he'd funneled through Aracoria directly into the Synod through Pitrico was staggering. It was sometimes easy to forget just how much wealth Marissa Prime had. It was a world that spawned the galactic civilization they all lived in now, and had been skimming off the top from thousands of worlds for thousands of years. Its holdings were immense. While Khepri had worked over the millennia developing technology that underpinned the infrastructure of the quadrant, Marissa Prime had spent that time figuring out how to make sure it got the biggest piece of the pie. Okay, kiddies, story time, Jacob said, tossing the tablet on the table. Let's get the initial brief out of the way, and then we can start breaking down how we're going to peel this onion. Can we start with where we're going? Mettler asked, and then backfill from there. Sure. We're going to Aracoria eventually, Jacob said. But first, we're going to need to scrounge up some help. "Whoa," Mettler said softly as Boneshaker approached a massive asteroid. It was just one of many in the second asteroid belt within a system that had no indigenous life. The remnants of a planetary collision that had happened eons before their distant ancestors had crawled out of the primordial muck on Earth. "What's this place called again?" MG asked. "It's called the Vault," Jacob said. "Apparently this is a recent acquisition by the Ministry of Imperial Intelligence. Takali Amon is refitting the place as an off-the-books logistics base for his black operations." "What the hell was it before that?" Mettler asked. "The Vault belonged to a consortium of criminal syndicate bosses," Tin Man said, seeing Jacob's discomfort. "It had been used for storage, recreation, and the usual things those types partook in." For Jacob, the Vault meant something else. He'd never seen it in person, but his father had described it in excruciating detail. Once their relationship had thawed, Jason Burke had explained to his son what had happened to him when he'd accidentally been abducted from Earth. This was the place where he and 5 other aliens, tossed together out of random circumstance, learned to work together to survive. Later, they would learn to become something more. Looking at the dead chunk of rock, it also hit Jacob that his father could just as easily have died on the Vault as not. If he had, Jacob would never have been born. Seeing it in person stirred those feelings more so than he would have thought. "Computer has a lock on the tunnel," Tin Man said. "You are clear to proceed." "Moving in," Jacob said, flying manually, with computer assist to make sure he didn't bounce her off the walls. The tunnel entrance was so well hidden within a crevasse that even the sensors didn't pick it up until they were damn near on top of it. They made their way slowly down the shallow arc of the tunnel until they saw the light of a hangar carved out of the rock and protected with a shimmering barrier field. The blast doors were still retracting into the sides, so he bumped their forward velocity down just a touch more. After passing through the atmospheric barrier, Jacob was directed by someone on the hangar floor toward a marked landing pad along the left wall. He deftly spun Boneshaker about and backed her up to the wall before dropping the gear and settling the ship onto the stone floor. The maglocks engaged with a clunk, and Tin Man went about securing the ship's primary flight systems, while the others shuffled back to the small cargo hold to disembark. "Captain Burke, welcome to the Vault," a young Ashgrarian woman said as Jacob stepped off the ramp. "I am Legera Vi. I will serve as your liaison with Imperial Intelligence for the duration of your mission." "Agent Vi?" Jacob said, inclining his head. "I'm not an agent," she said. "I'm with the administrative services." Jacob and Tin Man exchanged a glance at that. There had been rumors that Imperial Intelligence had propped up a new black-on-black covert service. They were the ones who took direct action that might be inconvenient were it to be traced back to the Empire. They were supposedly referred to as administrative services. Either Legera was really an administrator helping prop up the new base, or she was an assassin. "So you're, what, an accountant type?" Jacob asked. "An administrator," she said firmly, making it sound like a title, not a job description. "No offense intended," Jacob said. "There was none taken," she said. "If you and your crew will follow me, I will show you to the space we've set aside for mission planning." They were led to an open-air wheeled vehicle with 4 rows of benches. Legera climbed behind the controls and sped out of the hangar as the blast doors boomed shut behind them. All around, there were crews doing cleanup and construction. Whatever Takali Amon planned on using the place for, he was sparing no expense. "When will everyone else arrive?" Jacob asked. "One is already here," Legera said. "Minister Amon wanted to stress how difficult this particular asset was to track down." "I'm sure he did," Jacob said. "Don't worry, I know I owe him for all this." The vehicle zipped down wide corridors with arching ceilings, and Jacob got a sense of just how big the facility was. For some reason, after listening to his father's stories, he always pictured it much smaller. The part he was being driven through could comfortably house thousands of people. Amon had arranged for a suite of rooms with all the equipment they might need to plan and prep for the mission to Ericoria. They climbed out of the vehicle and followed their liaison in through an arching double door that went into a large, high-ceilinged room with multiple tables and wall displays already set up. "About damn time." "Carolyn," Jacob said, surprised to find that he was smiling when he saw her. "I can't tell you how much I appreciate this." "You're paying well," Carolyn Whitney shrugged. "Also, the Synod is a threat to everybody." Carolyn looked good. She had a healthy glow about her that hadn't been there before. She'd left her days as the Viper behind, no longer an assassin for hire, but still retaining all of her cybernetic hardware that made her so deadly in the first place. She'd been a product of Lowen Pix. The Prue scientist had turned her into a weapon and had then installed behavioral controls to compel her to do the tasks she was built for. As one final parting gift to Whitney, Lowen had removed the behavioral controls and had changed her looks enough to let her pass anonymously on human worlds where the Viper might be recognized. The personality that emerged after the controls were removed was a softer, almost shy person, rather than the brittle, sharp-edged killer. In the end, Jacob had let her go to live her life how she wanted. "You received payment?" Jacob asked, deciding it was best not to aggravate her about having a conscience. He needed her. She was doing him a favor. Better to leave it at that. "Down to the last credit," Whitney nodded. "Where's the rest of your team?" "Sully has moved on," Jacob said. "He's going to be a ship captain someday. Murph is missing." "Missing?" Whitney frowned. "We'll be fine," Jacob said, brushing past it. The rest of the evening was spent cataloging gear and getting settled into what would be their home for the next few days. The quarters were decent, certainly better than what they had on Bone Shaker, so Jacob wasn't complaining. He walked into his room and sat on the bed with a groan, trying to wrap his head around how they were going to pull off this first part of the mission. Operating on Ericoria was tricky. It was a Tier 1 independent world with deep, deep roots into the Pillar worlds. Their security was as good as it got, but it wasn't perfect. Ericoria was an engineered world, one of the first true successes in terraforming, or so they wanted you to believe. The planet was the right size, stable gravity, mild geological activity, and smack dab in the Goldilocks zone. But the atmosphere was too thin, no water, and no magnetic field. 1,200 years ago, a group of ultra-wealthy shipping magnates eyed it as not only a logistical hub in the middle of an expanding confed, but perhaps even a political haven. Atmospheric processors, water, and radiation shield generators were brought in along with all the volatiles needed to bring life to a dead world. The process took nearly 90 years before anyone would dare walk around on the surface without a helmet. Within 200 years, the biome had evolved enough that the consortium became hopeful the horrifically expensive experiment had actually worked. But for the next few centuries, it was touch and go. Massive die-offs of plant life in whole regions, unexplained changes in atmospheric composition. After that, the owners decided to leave the processors as permanent installations and just constantly recondition the air. Then, the real wealth began moving in. As freighters became more powerful and could traverse the entire quadrant with ease, the planet's use as a logistics hub evaporated. The shipping consortium sold the planet to another group. Industrialists bought it as an unaffiliated tax haven with no rules regarding the environment or indigenous populations. They set up heavy manufacturing, let the processors keep the air clean, and began attracting more and more clients to their new little polluter's paradise. In modern times, Ericoria was still a tax haven for the wealthy, but it was also an engineering powerhouse and home to 6 different shipbuilders that shared the sprawling orbital yards. They had been the primary contractor for the Confed, building all of the capital ships in that now-defunct nation's powerful battle fleet. The Confed was no more, and the Dominion was propping up their own shipbuilding operation. So, Ericoria had to adapt. Now, they sold to whomever had money. And whomever meant a lot of different species roaming around on a planet that at one time had been mostly Miresans, Pru, and Epilauans. Combine the new crush of diverse species with the collapse of the central control the Confed provided, and Ericoria had been forced to modify their immigration and customs protocols. The intent was to maintain security without pissing off the rich clients that traveled there, but the result was that they induced cracks into the system, cracks that Jacob planned to exploit. "Ericoria, huh?" a voice said from the doorway. Jacob looked up and saw Whitney. "Extraction mission," he said. "Makes it a bit of a mess trying to get the target off-world, but if we do this right, no gunfights." "Now, where is the fun in that?" Whitney said, walking into the room uninvited and sitting in the chair by the desk. "Thought you'd left all that behind," Jacob said. "Old habits," Whitney said. She suddenly looked uncomfortable. No, not uncomfortable. Uncertain? It was difficult to know since the Viper never displayed any emotional weaknesses. "Was there something else?" he asked. "Just wondering what's next for you once this is over," she said, leaning forward. "Webb can't keep you flapping in the breeze forever. You have to realize this will be your last mission as a Marine." Jacob was about to offer some sarcastic response or deflection, but stopped when he saw that she had asked an earnest question. "It's crossed my mind," he admitted. "But when you begin making plans too far in the future, in this job, that's when you lose sight of what's in front of you. That's when you get dead." "Sure," she said, clearly not believing him, but dropping it anyway. "Where did you end up landing?" Jacob asked. "I'll be honest, I didn't think you'd come when I asked." "I'm bouncing around odd jobs," Whitney said evasively. "Lots of work available out in the frontier worlds. Most of it legal and nonviolent." "Bored of that yet?" I have a favor to ask," she said, ignoring the question. "When this is over." "Low-end picks," Jacob guessed. Whitney nodded, looking down. "I can't forget what she did to me," she said. "To me and countless others. She gave me my life back only after you wrecked her plans and backed her into a corner. But so many others died screaming in terror and agony while that psychopath watched and took notes. With the behavioral controls gone, I can't sleep without seeing her anymore. We make it through this, and Murph has been located by then, dead or alive. And we'll talk," Jacob said. She seemed to want to say more, but instead just nodded and left, closing the door behind her. He wasn't sure why he'd even tacitly agreed to help Whitney. He didn't owe her anything, and he still only trusted her as far as he could afford her contract rates. Regardless of it being against her will, Whitney had lived a life of unspeakable violence. That changes a person. It shifts the balance of their emotional center. Could Whitney really just want Jacob's help to track low-end picks so she could have her reckoning? Or maybe Whitney was contracted by someone on Olympus to deliver Jacob to them. Perhaps he was being paranoid, but all the people he trusted, from his father to Takali Amon, told him he wasn't paranoid enough. He knew he could trust Whitney while she was employed by him. Afterward, all bets were off. 3. "You're sure this is a good idea? You guys aren't..." "Aren't what?" Jacob asked. "Aren't really great at working together," Mettler said carefully. "We work together fine," Jacob said defensively. "The last time I was stabbed in the ass," MG said. "Yeah, but that was technically Murph who stabbed you," Jacob said, as the armored hangar doors jerked and slid open. "Either way, we're short-handed, and this is happening." A few moments after, the atmospheric barrier crackled and a sleek, black gunship rumbled into the hangar at a speed far beyond what could be considered safe. It spun about and dropped the gear before settling onto a landing spot along the opposite wall from Boneshaker. "But he does fly a cool-ass ship," MG said in appreciation, as the Phoenix grumbled and hissed after engine shut down. "Better than that boxy thing we ride around in." "It gets the job done," Jacob said, wondering why he was suddenly defensive about a ship he never actually liked in the first place. "Let's go meet the new team members." The ramp of the Phoenix was already dropping when they got there. A moment later, Jason Burke and his engineer, Twingo, stepped down and waved to them. "Hey, kids," Jason called. "We the last ones to the party?" "Dad," Jacob said, giving his father a hug before also hugging the engineer. "Twingo, the others still on the ship?" "What others?" Twingo asked. Jacob looked at his father. "No Crusher? Lucky? No Cage?" "They're, on vacation," Jason said, shrugging and smiling. "Don't worry, we've got it." Jacob suppressed a sigh. He loved Twingo like a favorite uncle. The blue-skinned engineer was his father's oldest friend and treated him like family. But he wasn't exactly a tactical asset beyond tasks like spotting or a little light recon where stealth wasn't required. His father was a skilled operator, but Jason Burke was sometimes a bit like a sledgehammer when a scalpel was required. In Jacob's mind, he could be a liability, though he would never tell the old man that to his face. The person on the Omega Force crew he had actually wanted to get on the team was Cage. The Code Slicer had abilities they couldn't replicate, and would likely find very useful in the coming days. The Ashquarian Slicer they already had would have to do. "Sounds good," Jacob said, forcing a smile. "Let's introduce you to the rest of the—" "What the hell is she doing here?" Jason demanded, pointing over Jacob's shoulder. "Hello to you too," Whitney said, as she walked out from around a stack of transit crates. Jacob let out the sigh he'd been holding in. He'd wanted to break the news to his father about Whitney's involvement a little more gently. "You couldn't have given me a bit of warning you were partnered up with this psychopath?" Jason hissed at his son. "Psychopath?" Whitney smirked. "Coming from you, of all people. Now that is funny." "Don't compare me to you," Jason snapped. "You might have a new clean slate, but there's no scrubbing the blood off your name. Why are you here? What's your angle? Everybody, stop!" Jacob said forcefully. Jason turned to him and raised an eyebrow. "Whitney is here as a subcontractor with a specialized skill set we need. I need. If I'm going to pull this off, I need all parts of the machine in sync. If you guys can't work together, I need to know now." "What'll it be, Captain?" Whitney asked. "Can we put aside our past so you can help your son, and I can make my contract rates plus performance bonus?" "What performance bonus?" Jacob asked. "We'll talk." "Fine," Jason said. "But I don't like it." "I'm not thrilled with it either," Whitney said. "I thought your old man and Whitney were cool," MG said, as Jason and Twingo shuffled their gear out of the Phoenix. "It's complicated," Jacob said. "They've tried to kill each other from time to time over the years, but they'll be okay." "This mission is really, really going to suck, I can already tell," Mettler said. The next 10 days were a flurry of mission prep. The loose idea that Jacob had come up with to pull their target off Aracoria solidified into a real plan once he had his team in place and working together. Jacob had tried to keep Legera in the dark as much as he could. The more he poked around within the vault, the more he realized that Amon was doing much more than simply building himself a logistics outpost. From what he could tell, the minister could stage a planetary assault if he felt like it. One aspect he thought was going to be a challenge was finding something for Twingo to do. From what he thought he knew about his father's crew dynamic, the engineer was masterful at keeping the Phoenix running through her many misadventures his father put her through, and a savant when it came to coaxing out every last little bit an engine had to give. What he wasn't known for, however, was being tactically minded or even all that devious. The big-hearted guy just wasn't a killer or a thief, like some of the others. The problem ended up being a blessing, however. The traits that made Twingo such an exceptional engineer would have also made him a quality intelligence asset. His attention to detail was extraordinary. He missed nothing, small or large. He dove into the planning phase with an enthusiasm and motivation that Jacob wouldn't have expected and couldn't explain, at least at first. After watching him, it became clear that Twingo's motivation was to make sure everybody made it out alive, or more specifically, that Jason made it out alive. The loyalty that his father inspired in others never failed to amaze. "So, this is where it all started, huh?"
"It is," Twingo said. "It's still strange being back here under different circumstances."
Jacob and Twingo were walking along the cavernous hangar. They were just passing behind the Phoenix, and Jacob paused, looking up at the gunship.
"Me, your father, and Doc were aboard her at Pinnacle, and then we unpacked Cage and Crusher once we were here," Twingo went on. "We came up with some crazy-ass plan to get free and ended up stealing another cargo ship full of treasure and completely shifting the balance of power in the Orion underworld during the escape."
"You should have named your crew Collateral Damage," Jacob said.
"That's not terrible," Twingo said.
"The last mission a rough one?" Jacob asked, as they started walking again.
"Worse than usual," Twingo said. "Lot of innocent people died on our account, and nobody is taking that well. Your father hardest of all, as is his way."
Jacob frowned. "Is that why he's been such a dick to Whitney?" he asked.
"Probably. The killer we were after, some monstrosity built in a lab called the Stalker, just killed because it was convenient. It meant nothing to him. I think the Viper's body count and methods are wearing on an exposed nerve right now."
"How much longer you think you guys will do this sort of work?" Jacob asked. They were now along the other side of the hangar and coming up behind Bone Shaker.
"Honestly, I'm not sure," Twingo said. "It's not easy on the soul, that's for sure. I think your father was close to making the decision, but having Satora pulled out from under us seems to have reset the clock. How about you? From what I understand, you're already burned and basically doing this as a favor."
"More or less," Jacob said. "I'm still a loose end as far as Olympus is concerned, so I'll need to disappear before they start asking where their wayward augment went. I'm trying to figure out what happens next. Maybe something where I don't have to kill, or bleed so much."
"Perhaps," Twingo said, his tone skeptical.
"Hey!" a shout came from the front of the hangar. "Bosses are calling in. 30 minutes!" "Showtime," Jacob said. This would be the last brief for the team before going off the grid. It would be the last chance for Admiral Webb or Minister Amon to pull the plug before the team deployed and would be unreachable. Neither Scout Fleet nor Imperial Intelligence could be involved in grabbing a Maressan citizen off Ericoria. Jacob and Twingo walked into the large briefing room just as the hyperlink connection with Webb resolved. Similin was already connected as a representative for Amon. Jacob frowned at that, wondering if the minister was simply busy or if there was some other reason he didn't want to attend the final brief. "Jacob," Webb greeted. The fact he didn't use Jacob's rank seemed deliberate. "Let's not risk this being any longer than necessary. The floor is yours." "Everybody knows their individual tasks," Jacob started. "Now let's put it all together so that everybody knows the big picture. Normally, we would want to keep this compartmentalized for security, but in this case, we have some VIPs who would like to get a top-down view of how we plan to do this without starting a war or being killed." Over the next 2 hours, Jacob laid out the entirety of the plan without holding anything back. He wanted to give Webb the chance to make an informed decision to spike the mission if the risks were outside of what he would accept. He perhaps even oversold the risks, because deep down, he hoped one of the two bosses would decide to kill the whole thing. Many of the people he cared most about were in that room,
and he was risking all of their lives on what might kindly be called a long shot. "Similin?" Webb asked, after Jacob had finished his briefing.
"Lot of moving parts," Similin said. "But I trust the team. If Jacob says he can pull it off, I'm in favor of giving him the chance."
"Captain Burke?" Webb asked. "Your professional assessment."
"Plan is solid. Team is prepped," Jason said. "No issues on my end."
"Then it appears we're a go," Webb said. "Just be aware that if this goes sideways, you're on your own. I won't be able to sanction a rescue, and Earth has no diplomatic channels with Maressa Prime, back channel or otherwise. Jacob, you have the final go, no-go call. Good luck, everyone."
The hyperlink connections were severed, and Jacob turned to his team.
"Continue prep," he said. "Everybody has up until tomorrow morning to decide if they want to risk this. For the private contractors, the upfront fees will still pay out. For the military personnel, you're being given a rare chance of turning down a mission. No shame, no consequences. Everyone take the evening to think it over." Dismissed. Everybody filed out except his father. Jacob waited until the others were gone and the door closed before raising an eyebrow expectantly. "Why am I here?"
Jason asked. "Besides your charming personality?" Jacob asked.
"You are a highly specialized operator who doesn't show up on any personnel rosters that could be traced back to Earth. I'd almost believe that if you didn't have MG and Mettler here as well," Jason said. "That wasn't my choice. If Webb hadn't sent them, I would have left them out, like I have been already," Jacob said, pulling out a chair and sitting down. "They won't be coming down to the planet in any case. So, again, I ask, why am I here?" "I don't know who I can trust," Jacob said bluntly. "Other than Tin Man and my guys, of course." "You mean you don't trust Amon or Webb?" Jason asked. "I said what I said," Jacob said. "I'm burned, and this will be my last op whether I come back alive or not. I'm not convinced everyone wants me coming back alive and becoming a potentially embarrassing loose end." "Is this mission that important?" Jason asked. "If your instincts are screaming at you, why are you ignoring them? Walk."
"I can't," Jacob said in frustration.
"Not yet. This is a chance to open up the Synod in a way we haven't been able to before. My instincts are also telling me that's worth the risk." "Then let's do this right and make sure we both come home from this," Jason said, standing. "I'll be sleeping on the Phoenix tonight if you need me." 4. "You're up early." "Likewise," Jacob said. That morning he couldn't sleep, so he went down to the hangar, only to find Twingo and Jason already going through their new ship. She was a Sakini Yards light freighter that had been purchased and transferred through multiple intermediaries before ending up in the possession of Vortex Security, a company that specialized in secure transport of sensitive cargo and had been invited to the annual NTech Private Security Summit and Trade Show hosted on Arakoria. Vortex also only had a handful of actual employees, all of which were currently on a covert military base known as the Vault. The company had secured a VIP spot at the summit thanks to its exemplary work for the still rebuilding Sabror Protectorate. Corporate documents showed the company had been in business for nearly 16 years, and not that it was really only 3 weeks old.
"Ship is clean," Twingo announced. "Pulled a couple trackers Amon's people put on and a few software bugs the broker installed."
"Why would they do that?" Jacob asked. "Probably standard practice," Jason said. "The group we bought this ship from deal with people who don't always like to pay what they owe. Don't worry, we paid cash through a straw buyer." "I don't need the details," Jacob said. "You said you'd get the ship? Here's the ship. The other one good to go?"
Tin Man checked it over last night," Twingo said, pointing to where a newer Esquarian interceptor sat.
"They're nice ships," Jason said. "I blew one up on Nacera too." "You shot down an Esquarian interceptor?" Jacob asked. "No, I was borrowing one. Someone else blew it up, Jason said. It's not important. The initial plan had called for just a single ship to keep things simple. As it progressed, however, Jacob realized he would need someone in orbit as Overwatch in case things went bad. At least, that was the excuse he gave. In reality, he wanted MG and Mettler in a place where they could bug out without consequence, even if it meant the rest of them were dead or sitting in an Arachorian prison. He and Jason were already rogue elements, and Capri would use its considerable power to secure the return of Tin Man. Once Jason had caught on to what Jacob was doing, he also arranged to have Twingo aboard the chase ship. He was sneaky enough he managed to make the engineer think it was his idea. As for the Viper, she would be on her own, the way she preferred anyway. Hopefully, she wouldn't kill too many people in her attempt to escape capture. It was easy to think that because her personality was shifting back to what she may have been before her abduction, that the skills she'd spent an unnaturally long life accumulating had dulled or disappeared. Jacob would never make that mistake. "We launch in 4 hours," Jacob said. "Final gear check in 2. I'll start getting my guys up. One of them would sleep all day if you let him." By the time Jacob got back to the suite they'd been using, he saw that his people were up, and most of the gear was already broken down and packed away. It would be put back aboard Bone Shaker while they were gone. MG was bleary-eyed and surly, as he predicted, and Mettler seemed pensive. Legera was watching everything with that unnerving, detached expression she had. "We'll be out of your way soon enough, Administrator," Jacob said. "I appreciate the help."
"I wish I was going with you," she said. "The mission sounds interesting, but our instructions were quite clear. Logistical support only."
"I'll tell you all about it when I come back from my ship," Jacob said. "You losers ready to move?"
"Sure," Mettler said. "I can't wait to get out of here, and then spend another 6 days in a small ship getting to Aracoria, where we'll then get to sit on the ship for days."
"That's the job," Jacob said. "Be in the hangar in an hour and ready to launch." He was used to the moodiness and belly aching. It was just his guys working through the stresses the job put on them. Scout Fleet drew its lineage from some of the legendary military units like U.S. Marine Corps Force Recon. Like those Marines, his were asked to sneak into places they weren't wanted and remain hidden, watching, sometimes for weeks on end. It took a certain kind of person who could handle that ever-present low-grade stress that was only disrupted by moments of life-threatening terror. For all their bitching and moaning, his guys were the best at what they did, but they were coming to the end of the road. After this, he would use back channels to try and push Webb to promote them out of the field. They had earned it. And then he would be free and clear to use his considerable resources to find Murph. All he had to do was keep everyone alive for the next couple of weeks. Easy. "This thing flies like shit." "There is an imbalance between the engines," Tin Man said. The little freighter had developed an annoying vibration about halfway to Aracoria, and there was no way they could realign the engines without dropping out of slip space and falling behind schedule. "I'll call for engineering services when we land," Jason said. "Can't have this thing leaving us stranded." Jacob ignored them as they chattered on and walked up to the front of the bridge. Aracoria was spread out beneath them as the ship remained in a holding orbit, waiting for their landing clearance. For small vessels asking to land for non-industrial or governmental purposes, it worked on a lottery system, which was new since the last time he'd been there. You could get lucky and get immediate clearance, or you could be held for what they claimed was a maximum of 3 days. The only other way around the lottery was to buy a VIP express clearance. For the low price of just 250,000 credits, you could be moved into a different queue and be down in hours. They could easily afford the VIP treatment, but Vortex was a small company that wouldn't waste the money on frivolities like that. It would draw unwanted attention from the wrong people, so they were just stuck waiting for their number to come up. The Interceptor with the rest of the team was now sitting in a high orbit. It wasn't unusual enough to gain any undue attention from orbital control. "Our number just hit," Whitney said. "Ground control is sending our deorbit vector." "Course data entered," Jason said. "Computer is flying her down." "When did you start letting the computer actually do its job?" Whitney asked. "Since the Phoenix got a computer that didn't drop out halfway through deorbit," Jason said. The freighter buffeted lightly as it bowled its way down through the upper atmosphere. Jacob watched the plasma streamers break off the shields, and he felt the pre-op jitters in his gut. No matter how many times he did this, he always got a case of nerves as a new mission kicked off. He glanced back at his father and saw that Jason looked bored, almost dozing off at the helm while Whitney went back to reading her book. They entered the traffic pattern north of the equator and then came about on a southerly course for the coastal city of Coat. It was a beautiful place, full of resorts, casinos, and lots of money. It was where the very upper crust of the quadrant came to show off. The NTEC summit was unfortunately not there. Instead, they were being directed to land at the sprawling starport east of Coat, where they would need to secure private transportation to the much less glamorous city of Elith, where the summit would take place. "Dropping to subsonic flight just before the coastline," Jason said. "We'll be on the ground in an hour or so." "I'll get us ready," Jacob said, waving to Tin Man to follow him off the bridge. "Have you decided on transportation method yet?" Tin Man asked. "Still don't want to take the train?" Jacob countered. "That would not be ideal," Tin Man said. "It's the most low profile, but yeah, there are some clear drawbacks," Jacob said. "I think we're going to go with private air charter. Ground transport is too slow, even the grav drive cars they use here. We need something that will let us keep our options open. How will we deal with the attention a small company showing up in an air charter will draw?" Tin Man asked. "I think I have that sorted." "Where are you getting this intel at?" "That's hardly important right now." Murph gritted his teeth, not liking being kept in the dark. He watched through cybernetic eyes as the target walked ahead of him. She was trying very hard to be casual and blend in, and since she wasn't a trained intelligence operative, that only made her more obvious to anyone who was. According to Lowen, the target was the first step on their way to someone deep within the Synod hierarchy. He didn't see her as an intel broker, but perhaps that was the wrong way to look at it. She was a facilitator within the underworld at a very high level for a long time. She probably had contacts and blackmail on people within the quadrant that the NIS would kill to have. "She's approaching the Epilauan," Murph said. "Not yet," Lowen said in his ear. "Wait for the exchange." "These two are sloppy," Murph said. "They're low-level pawns," Lowen said. "They don't even know what they're passing back and forth. Just expendable chaff their handler sent to tidy up the final details of Epilau's copy operation." "How many copies were on this planet?" "We'll find out once you secure the data." Murph watched as the two bumblers chatted and laughed before his target accepted a stylish carrying bag he knew contained an encrypted courier drive. As the pair split up, he stayed put. The target was now at her most vigilant after receiving the package, almost paranoid as her eyes darted about furtively. He continued to stare off as she turned and scuttled away. As soon as she turned to go down a side alley, he got up calmly and moved along a parallel route. He moved at a brisk pace, but kept his demeanor loose and carefree. There were more than a few humans on Epilau working for their tech industry, so most of the locals barely gave Murph a second glance. His cybernetics were now fully calibrated and working with his brain in perfect synchronicity. He was now so used to his enhanced strength and speed that his time in that humiliating mobility contraption almost seemed like a bad dream. The fact he could use the restroom now in a dignified manner and without assistance was an added bonus. He navigated the narrow alleys of the ancient city until he came out where he knew the target would be moving through. She was right there, along with 3 Epilauans who were clearly there as security. Shit, she's got bodyguards.
I did not waste the time and resources on your cybernetics for you to balk at 3 unenhanced guards, Agent Murphy.
Understood. As Murph approached, he realized the 3 weren't her bodyguards. They were robbing her. They didn't see him coming until it was too late. The attacker with the best angle turned his head just as Murph launched, his cybernetically improved legs sending him in a shallow arc with enough speed that when he connected with the shocked Epilauan's head with a closed fist, he dropped like a rock. The second one gawked stupidly for a second before Murph smashed his throat with the outside edge of his left hand and shoved him in the chest with the right. The gasping attacker bowled over his remaining partner, and they both went down in a heap. He walked up and kicked the last one in the head before he could push the other off and free himself. The whole fight had taken less than 3 seconds. "So this is how Jake must feel all the time," Murph said, rolling his shoulders. "I like it." "Focus," Lowen said. "Who are—" "Not important," Murph said, snatching the bag from the woman's hand before she could even blink. "But this is." Her demeanor changed instantly, and she went for what Murph had already identified as a concealed weapon under her jacket. He grabbed it just as it cleared the holster and twisted it out of her hand with no effort. At that, her eyes widened in fear and she took a step back. "Is she worth anything?" he asked. "What?" the woman stammered. "No," Lowen said in his ear. "She's not part of anything, just a messenger for an expensive courier service that was definitely not worth the fee." "Where were you taking this?" Murph asked the woman. "I can't—" "I'll kill you in this alley and be gone before the body cools," Murph said. "You've already lost the package. Don't make the mistake of thinking you can't lose anything else." "I'm to put the package in a public drop box at the Starport cargo terminal," she said, deciding in favor of pragmatism over valor. "Number and lock code," Murph said. "Now!" She handed over a handwritten card without a word. "These people are dangerous," he told her. "Just disappear. Don't call it in. Don't try and apologize. They'll kill you. Understand?" She nodded and fled. "Local law enforcement response in less than 4 minutes, Agent Murphy," Lowen said. "Time to move." Murph sped off along a predetermined egress route that he knew would give him the least amount of exposure from the ambush point. He had a vehicle that would take him back to the starport where Lowen was waiting aboard the ship. With any luck, she would be able to scan the courier drives, and he could get them into the drop box before the Synod realized that their Epilauan operation was blown. After Scout Fleet and the regular Navy had executed a raid on the holding facility on Stomori 3, it was relatively easy to get the copies and dispose of them. It was the individual cell technicians and their handlers that were proving more difficult, but it was in that difficulty where opportunity lay. The handlers still had channels of communication into the Synod hierarchy. The trick had been finding one still in the wild and intercepting its communications going uphill. Lowen had been invaluable in that regard, and Murph wasn't sure he wanted to know where she was getting such up-to-date intel. It wasn't perfect, but it was really damn good, if just a step or two out of date. That told him she had access to a high-level source that wasn't directly connected to the intelligence. Perhaps someone who was retired, or maybe a political operative. He just hoped agreeing to help her wouldn't come back to bite him in the ass later. 5. "Another one! We're celebrating here!" "Maybe you've had enough, boss," Jacob said. "Nonsense!" Jason boomed, causing the orderly to flinch. "We're only on Arakoria for a few days, so let's do it right!" Jacob closed his eyes and rubbed his temples, not even sure if his father was acting at this point. The idea was to look like a group from a small company whose gregarious boss sprung for a high-credit luxury transport from the coast to some conference. He was to put on the type of spectacle a yokel looking to blow money on Arakoria would normally do, and thus give a plausible, forgettable explanation of why a group so small had spent such an exorbitant amount. To some, it might seem excessive, but these were the little details that separated the simply proficient operators from the real pros. Jason Burke was built like a tank and most of the time wore a menacing scowl as his normal expression. He wasn't a man who was approachable or even all that likable, if Jacob were being honest. People remembered him because normal people are uneasy around those who exude an aura of violence. But a drunk CEO who was trying to project himself as more successful than he really was? There are lots of those. It's memorable, but not in a way that attracts attention from the wrong people. It also makes the fact they had a battle synth with them the least notable thing about them. "Now I see why we were left behind," MG said over the hyperlink. "You guys are partying on a luxury private jet, and we're stuck up here with 3 people and 1 head. You're lucky you're not pissing into a bucket," Jacob said. "I beg your pardon, sir?" the orderly Jacob didn't hear behind him asked. "Nothing, just talking to myself." The orderly gave him a look that was both amused and concerned, and backed away. "Can you at least try to act natural?" Jason whispered. "You're embarrassing me." "Me?" The rest of the flight passed without event. The aircraft landed lightly at a private landing field that was less than 2 kilometers from where the summit was taking place. It had been chartered for the entire week, so it would remain there. They were supposed to give the crew up to 10 hours of notice if they were wanting to leave before the predetermined time. Of course, they didn't actually need the crew, just the aircraft. "Enjoy the summit," the orderly said with a wide smile as Jacob deboarded. "Some of us started enjoying it early," Jacob said. "You're on Ericoria. Enjoy it." The ground vehicle was already waiting for them, and Tin Man, playing the part of the underling, loaded their bags into it. Given that this was a security summit, they weren't taking the chance of bringing any weapons in with them. There were other ways to procure them if needed, and it wasn't like 2 augments and a battle synth weren't a handful on their own. "All right, boys," Jason said with a smile. "Let's go have some fun." The resort hosting the summit was spectacular. It also had highly competent security. Getting Tin Man through had been a nightmare, and in the end, it had taken a call from the Keprian embassy to remind the resort management of the laws regarding free movement of battle synths. They weren't happy about it, but they relented. Jacob was even less happy about it because it meant they had just created another highly memorable moment. Their luck turned quickly, as a group checking in behind them had 2 battle synths in it. The pair saw Tin Man, and there seemed to be a moment of flurried communication between the trio before the newcomers turned and ignored them. Jason had watched with interest, but said nothing. "That could have gone worse," Jason said once they were escorted to the lifts. "How do you figure?" Jacob asked. "Tell him about the bands," Jason said. Tin Man visibly bristled at that. "On some worlds, Maressa Prime being one and Ericoria another, they used to install hardened alloy bands around our forearms to prevent deployment of our cannons. They were colored bright red and quite humiliating." "Is this before you were legally granted your own sovereignty?" Jacob asked. "Very astute, Mr. Brown," Tin Man said, avoiding rank in a place that was almost certainly being monitored. "Yes, this was back when my kind was considered property, and not allowed freedom of movement. We were also not particularly welcome anywhere, not even Capri." The suite they were shown to was as luxurious as the promotional material had promised. Tin Man was able to scan and disable 6 audio bugs and 1 camera that had been masterfully placed to cover the entryway. They made note and left them in place. They would have to constantly re-scan the suite, since the bugs would almost certainly be replaced. "Targeted?" Jacob asked. "Doubt it," Jason said. "I've been to a couple of these security conferences. It might be as harmless as another crew playing games or the conference organizers themselves keeping track of their attendees." "Charming," Jacob said. "We'll need to put eyes on our target as quickly as we can. I'd rather not get stuck here any longer than necessary." "It will take as long as it takes," Jason said, making himself a drink and making a face after the first sip. He poured it out and turned back to them. "The worst thing we can do is get sloppy from rushing ourselves. This is a high-value target who needs to disappear in a way that doesn't alert the people we're really after." "I guess you have more experience than I do at this." "A bit," Jason agreed pleasantly. "You've always had to work within the constraints of your rules of engagement. I've never had that problem." Jacob bit back his sarcastic comment about his father's lack of rules and lugged his bag into the room he'd be staying in. Now that he was on the ground and surrounded by so many highly trained security operatives, his confidence in their plan was beginning to wane. Corin Thal wasn't yet alerted that he was being hunted. His security would be present, but still in a normal state of readiness. He needed to be careful not to do anything that changed that. "You okay?" Jacob turned and saw his father in the doorway holding 2 drinks. He accepted one of them and sank into one of the room's overstuffed chairs. "Yeah," he said. "Just hoping I'm not out over my skis here. This is a bit different than doing recon missions in Orion's sector or even direct action missions with the backing of the Navy. This goes bad, we're sitting in an Arachorian prison, or they just hand us over to the Synod." It'll work out okay," Jason said with a dismissive wave. "Seriously?" "Sure, it always does." "How you stayed alive this long is truly a mystery." Carolyn Whitney ground her teeth as she sat through the initial training brief by some pompous corporate toad. It had taken a lot of credits and the work of the best slicers and forgers she knew, but her current identity was not only an immigrant in good standing on Aracoria, but she also had a new temp job working hospitality at the NTech Security Summit. Jacob had decided to embed her using only underworld contacts in an effort to minimize any potential leaks by using Terran or Esquarian assets on Aracoria. She had taken more than a few contracts on Aracoria, and it had become easier and easier in recent years as humans spread their way out through the quadrant. Aracoria's primary industry was its expansive shipyards. As such, they had become quite interested in a newcomer world in the lower Orion region that seemed to come out of nowhere and was producing warships that could take on theirs head-to-head and win. Rather than be adversarial with their human competition, the 2 bigger Arachorian producers had approached them about limited partnerships. They poured money into Earth's shipbuilding industry as a way to gain cooperation and access, rather than fight them for every contract. That strategy meant there were plenty of humans running around on Aracoria, so one more being hired to work at a high-profile event wouldn't draw undue suspicion. Since very few actually knew what the Viper looked like, she was able to sell herself off as a contracted associate. All she had to do was guarantee to the boss that she wasn't here to take out anybody that would make their lives more difficult, pay the ridiculous sum of money they wanted, and they provided her with a false identity and work history that let her get the job. "This concludes your initial training meeting," the Moressan at the lectern droned on. "From here, your individual team leaders will distribute tasks and provide any specialized instruction you will need. I'm so excited to have all of you here. We're not just a team, we're a family." Whitney snorted. The disinterested, monotone delivery made the standard-issue corporate speak all the more comical. She got up and went over to where the VIP hospitality team was gathered, hoping this was the quickest and final training session she would need to sit through. Before she could make it to where the resort's hospitality chief was already animatedly talking to the crew, she saw a familiar face, one that could spell trouble for them. "Blackheart, Viper," she said quietly, activating her hyperlink unit earlier than the plan called for. "Go, Viper," Jacob said a short moment later. He didn't waste time asking if there was a problem or why she was breaking protocol. Whitney appreciated that about him. He never bothered asking stupid questions.
"I just saw an old friend trying very hard to pretend he's building maintenance," she said.
"Operator?" Jacob asked.
"Assassin," Whitney corrected. "If he's here, he's on contract."
"This is a wild card that could mess with our timetable," Jacob said. "I'll let Omega know." Whitney killed the connection and moved to make sure that the assassin she spotted wouldn't see her. She tracked him as he moved gracefully through the crowd. He didn't seem hurried or overly alert, but looks could be deceiving. Whitney knew him to be both efficient and ruthless. He went by the name Atera, which was a Yatori word for a wolf-like creature native to that world. Whitney knew that his name was really Sonki Farlock, one of the few who did. She also knew he was the son of a former Yatori diplomat who was killed in a botched assassination attempt that was meant to hit a council member from the lower chamber. Young Sonki had been in the middle of his required military service that everyone from a Yatori noble family had to serve when he found out. It sent him down a different path. He transferred from his cushy logistics position and used his family connections to get into one of the most elite special operations units in their military. After washing out of that almost immediately, he found a different way to prepare himself for his vengeance quest. Yatori intelligence was always recruiting young nobles that showed the necessary moral flexibility for wet work. Unlike the military, they believed that finding the right psychological mix was more important than physical prowess. They honed Sonki Farlock into Atera and unleashed him on political targets. Eventually, after learning all he could and making all the contacts he would ever need in the underworld, he disappeared from his homeworld and struck out on his own, his obsession with finding his father's killer never diminishing over time. Whitney had watched him from afar through the years with fascination. She never did tell anyone that his father's death hadn't been an accident. It was only meant to look that way. The Viper never missed. 6.
"Please verify your imprint here." Jacob accepted the packages and provided his thumbprint to the proffered tablet.
Before he could close the door, a cart with their breakfast rolled into view. The orderly smiled at Jacob as she rolled it into the suite. Once he closed the door, the smile dropped.
"This is humiliating," Whitney said.
"There's no way this is the most humiliating thing you've ever done," Jason said from the doorway of his own room.
"Shut up, Burke," Whitney snapped.
"You ID our new hitter?" Jacob asked.
"I did," Whitney said. "I'll pull his dossier off my personal server and send it to the team channel. He's called Atera."
"That guy?" Jason asked. "He's expensive, but he's also well known. I can't imagine someone here won't recognize him. He was never as careful as you were at keeping his identity hidden."
"Can we use him?"
Jacob asked.
"It depends on who he's after," Whitney said. "This all the gear Twingo sent down?"
"It is," Jacob said. "It's amazing how much more lax the security is for incoming packages than it is for incoming people. It doesn't look like they even opened them."
"Where is Tin Man?" Whitney asked.
"Mapping walk-around," Jacob said, as his father poked around on the tray to see if there was anything good. "He can take detailed scans of the main convention floor and any side rooms he can get into before the festivities kick off."
"How good are his sensors?"
"Classified." "You seriously couldn't find anything better than this to eat?" Jason asked. "Eat this," Whitney said, flipping him off. Jason just laughed and went back to filling his plate. "What are you doing the rest of the day besides delivering room service to the VIP suites?" Jacob asked.
"I'll try and keep tabs on Atera," she said. "If I can figure out the target, we can better figure out how to move around him and not interfere with each other."
"Have fun," Jason waved as she left the suite.
"Why antagonize her so much?" Jacob asked.
"She doesn't deserve it. She deserves to be gut-shot and left for dead," Jason said. "For now, I'll settle for making a few jokes at her expense." Jacob tried to keep his expression neutral, but failed. His father caught it immediately. "What's this?" he asked, walking over. "You sweet on that psychotic robot?" "We're not having this conversation," Jacob said. "I think we better," Jason shot back, calming himself. "Listen, she's not even human anymore. She's been alive longer than most trees and has killed untold thousands." "It's not like that," Jacob said in disgust. "To you, she's just a cyborg killing machine, and you're right in most ways. But I met the person who created her. I saw the cruelty and the barbarism that was used to make her what she is. For fuck's sake, I walked into a room where that whack job had a severed head hooked to machines on a shelf to keep it alive just to see what it would do. It was just screaming and screaming, its eyes begging for us to kill it. I watched Whitney as her free will was stripped away and she was sent to kill me. Despite the horrible things she's done, she's still a victim in a very real way." "This wasn't the life I wanted for you, son," Jason sighed, sinking into a chair and staring down at his hands. "I'm sorry I couldn't do better. I should have come up with something smarter than just telling Webb to watch over you. You should be on Earth right now, working a regular job, having a family, living a safe life. I really let Terran down." Jacob was stunned by even such a small display of emotion from his father. It was normally bottled up and hidden behind sarcasm or aggression. "You did the best you could in an impossible situation," he said, sitting in an opposite seat. "In the end, where I'm at is because of the choices I made. To be honest, I'm not sure Mom would be all that pleased about where either of us ended up, but she'd be happy we're here together." Mercifully, Tin Man entered the suite before either of them had to delve too much deeper into a subject they'd both spent most of their lives avoiding. "I have successfully mapped the entirety of—" "What is going on in here?" "What do you mean?" Jacob asked. "Were the two of you fighting?" Tin Man asked. "Worse," Jason said, standing. "We were sharing our feelings. What's the summit floor look like?" "There are significant challenges due to tight security," Tin Man said, "but not insurmountable. I did not detect any countermeasures for our holo-emitters or for the chemical-powered weaponry Twingo sent down. The threshold they have their sensors sent to would pick up even a well-shielded holdout blaster, but given how many attendees are using required breathing apparatus, there is a window our equipment will fit into." "Great," Jason said. "Nothing left to do today but relax and be ready for tomorrow. This goes counter to what I would usually say, but I think we need to stay up on the VIP floor and out of the main bars in the resort. Bumping into Thal too early could screw up our timetable." "Agreed," Tin Man said. "Whitney's recon throughout the day will be sufficient." Carolyn Whitney was proud of herself for not having killed anyone yet. That's not to say there weren't a few close calls. She'd done this work many times before in order to get close to a target, and it never ceased to amaze her how mistreating those who served you seemed to be a universal trait among every species. She made note of the worst offenders. Maybe she could kneecap a couple on the way out. She finished her shift without incident, spotting Thal 4 times and making note of his security. Single guard at all times, rotating on half-day shifts, which told her he had 2, maybe 3 people here with him. The guards looked bored, as did Thal himself. He certainly didn't seem concerned that someone might be there to grab him. Thal's guards would be no problem, but she saw someone who certainly would be. A Terra had appeared each time she spotted Thal. After the 2nd time, she doubted it was a coincidence. By the 4th, she knew without a doubt that they were tracking the same target. Damn. A Terra did not take jobs where he questioned or tracked movements. He killed. If Thal was his target, they now were on an unknown clock to get him out before a Terra made his move. As far as she knew, a Terra wouldn't know anyone else on the crew, and Whitney didn't look quite the same as he would remember, but he had excellent instincts, and he would know if they began moving near him to observe. She debated other strategies to take him off the board, including trying to frame him with resort security. It would be easy enough to plant a weapon in his room. That line of thought triggered a flashback to her previous life. In her mind, she saw herself killing a poor Dahuran prostitute that had barely been an adult. The Viper took the body up to the apartment of a prominent politician, and then waited. As soon as the target pulled up with his security, she had notified the authorities. The problem had been that his security was able to get him in and out of his building without ever exposing him. Local law enforcement had no such concerns, and as soon as they marched him outside, she took the shot, and the contract paid out. Killing the girl as a strategic decision had been soulless, evil, but she'd done it without hesitation. Now, cursed with a cybernetic memory that had perfect recall, she could never forget the girl's face as Whitney strangled her. Since Lowen Pix had removed the behavioral controls, one of the unintended and unwelcome side effects was that emotionally crippling memories would surface unbidden. The horrors of her past actions had now become a prison she couldn't escape from. The episodes were far from a mere annoyance. They left her vulnerable. Imagine my surprise when the person I kept noticing in my orbit was none other than the Viper, a voice hissed in her ear. She felt the twin prongs of what was almost certainly a high-powered disruptor in her back, a weapon good for both biotics and cyborgs. "Terra," she said, "you really want to risk a confrontation with me? I was able to approach from behind you and put a weapon in your back, and you never noticed until I said something," Terra said. "Whatever you once were, I think it's safe to say it is you who does not want to risk a confrontation with me. At least not here." He wasn't wrong. Despite her strength advantage, Terra was not to be underestimated. He'd clearly had a little work done himself, and she knew he was quick enough to nail her with that disruptor before she could turn on him. "What do you want?" "To talk. I'm not interested in trying to hide your body. 10-minute truce?" 10 minutes, Whitney agreed. "Let's go. My room is on this floor," Terra said. He stayed behind Whitney and guided her down the south wing of the second floor. To any casual passerby, it would just look like two people who happened to be walking in the same direction. Not even resort security would notice anything out of place. Whitney knew that Terra was keeping her at optimum distance, however. If she tried anything cute, she'd eat that disruptor before she could even clear any weapon she might be carrying. Terra's suite was at the corner of a turn in the hallway that went 30 degrees or so to the left. It was the optimal spot to be able to see down both sides of the hallway while maintaining cover. She walked through, cataloging the location of everything in the main room before sitting down and waiting for her host. "Tick-tock," she said. "Why are you tracking Corinthal?" he asked. "Who hired you to take him out?" "You're making some assumptions that may not be true," Whitney said. "No games," Terra warned. "Who sent you?" Whitney's mind raced as she tried to figure out a way to turn this new information to her advantage. Not only was Terra contracted to hit Thal, but he assumed Whitney was as well. It was common for contractors to send multiple hitters against high-value targets. Often, they wouldn't tell the individual assassins that there were other players in the game. "Was your contract a live capture?" she asked. "I don't do captures," Terra sniffed. "You can hire any bounty hunter for that. I execute targets and do it in a way that does not point back to my employer, just like you. I provide a wide range of services for the discerning client," Whitney said, sliding back into the Viper persona easily enough that it actually concerned her. "Let's assume that I'm not here to kill Thal." "Let's assume I don't care," Terra said. "I know better than to underestimate you, but I'm not about to walk away from a 6 million credit payout on this one. It would be in your best interest to just move along." "There's more than one target here at the conference," Whitney said with a shrug. "From what I'm hearing, the Thal contract isn't worth the additional hassle." "I believe we understand each other," Terra said, seeming to relax a bit. I know there's no rule about snaking a contract from another hitter, but I've been tracking this bastard for months. This has been the only time he's left himself exposed. If I miss out on it, I will be disappointed." It was no idle threat. While the Viper was legendary in her own right, Atera was no slouch and had a reputation for being especially brutal with those who crossed him. She was confident she could take him, even being unarmed, but it wasn't an optimal time or place for a confrontation that would be certain to spill outside of the room. "I'll continue my recon patterns, but you won't have to worry about me taking a shot at Kornthal while you're still in play," she said. "Acceptable," Atera said. "I must say, I did not expect you to be so reasonable." "There's no profit in risking injury fighting you, Atera," Whitney said, standing. "And there's plenty of profit to be had without Thal." She left the suite and quickly returned to the conference floor. Letting Atera get the drop on her had been an inexcusable lapse in her situational awareness that, thankfully, didn't get her killed. But it did add a whole new wrinkle to their plan. "You catch all that?" she said, into the team channel. "Yes," Tin Man said. "Thank you for broadcasting the interaction. I have already pulled up files on Atera and have begun devising countermeasures. He could be a problem, but he is now a problem we are aware of, thanks to you. This is preferable." "Aren't you a sweet talker?" Whitney said. "I'm taking one more lap through the area and then signing off." "Understood," Tin Man said. Whitney began another circuit of the conference area, now looking for spots where Atera might try to strike from. A loose plan formed in her mind, but it would all hinge on how accurate she could be when trying to guess what her opponent's plan was. Atera was a true pro and did not let himself fall into patterns that made him predictable. He had no favorite methods, no signature weapons, and made no obvious telegraphs as to what he intended. He struck from the shadows and disappeared before anyone realized what had happened. This wasn't going to be easy. 7. "You ready?" "Ready as I'll ever be," Jacob said. "Everything still good to go?" Jason was dressed in a stylish suit that was popular with the Arachorian business elite. It was a loose, flowing affair that reached the ground and gave him plenty of room beneath to discreetly wear his tactical gear. Jacob, posing as his assistant, would wear a more subdued outfit that would denote him as an underling. Tin Man, despite his protests, would be wearing a brightly colored vest with the Vortex logo emblazoned on the front and back. "This is ridiculous," he said for the 20th time. "Vortex is a small company," Jason explained again. "If they had the great fortune of being able to convince a battle synth to work for them, they would advertise that loud and proud." "I will be outside," Tin Man said, storming from the suite. "He seems overly sensitive this morning," Jason said. "He's always like this before an op kicks off," Jacob said. "He'll be fine." "Since we're on this subject, I hope you appreciate the responsibility our family has been given in regard to these battle synths." "I'm listening." "Lot 700 has sworn what the Galvetics would call a life debt. That's serious when the beings we're talking about live for hundreds of years. What I've come to learn is that we, you and I, are responsible for protecting them as much as they are for protecting us. There are powerful groups in the quadrant that would want access to them, and none of them have their best interests or freedom in mind." "Why tell me this?" Jacob asked. "Because Tin Man is likely to follow wherever you go," Jason said. "That, and I'm not all that bright at times. It's impossible to say what moronic thing I'll do that ends up killing me. You need to be ready for that. And for Vok." "You mean, yeah," Jason said. "If I'm gone, the archive is hard-coded to let you assume authority over it. While it mostly manages itself, its mere existence is a terrible burden." "Hardly something we need to talk about right now," Jacob said. "Yes, we do," Jason insisted. "We're getting ready to pull the first thread that will send us deeper in after the Synod. And the Synod is after one of the only 2 Noxu AIs that still exists, Jacob finished with a nod. Either the Archive or the Ark. They don't seem to care which. I believe they do, Jason said. The Ark is better than nothing, but it isn't pure. It's a very human machine that grew from a seed of Noxu origin. It also won't willingly help them. As far as I know, neither would Vok, but they still seem determined. They're either convinced they can coerce it, or they don't know that it's imprinted to our bloodline. Before we start down this road, I need to know that you understand how deadly serious this is. Vok cannot get out into the wider galaxy. Right now, I have it contained and kept company by battle synths, but that's not a permanent solution. It claims to be loyal to us, but it's an ancient alien intelligence I can't even begin to fathom. For all I know, it's been using me all this time to get what it wants. Jason Burke tried to present himself as either homicidally insane or irredeemably stupid, or both, but in truth he was neither. Sure, he had poor impulse control and a hair-trigger temper, but he also had a keen analytical mind. It's what had kept him alive for so long, even though he liked to claim he was simply lucky. His insight into the Archive was an example of this. A stupid man, or even just a greedy one, would have used the power of the Noxu AI to become one of the most wealthy and powerful people in the quadrant. But Jason understood all too well what would happen if Vok got loose, and he was smart enough to realize he shouldn't trust an AI he didn't completely understand. "We'll be careful," Jacob promised. "But this will have to be dealt with sooner or later. Vok is not something that can be easily contained forever." "It's time," Jason said, standing. "Let's get our game faces on." They walked out to where Tin Man was standing sentry. The suite had already been sanitized. Nothing remained that could point anybody back to Earth, Esquaria, or even back to the Merc Guilds on Nicene 3. Jason had even cooked up a few bits of misdirection that should have the major players pointing fingers at each other, buying them time they would desperately need. "Whitney is in position," Tin Man said. "Lead the way," Jason said. "Look alive up there," Jacob said over the channel with his team. "We're kicking off." "Standing by," Mettler said. They made their way down to the main conference area with Tin Man taking point. They were heading to an invite-only presentation titled Specialized Security Solutions. It had cost Jacob an arm and a leg to get Vortex included, and the only way he'd been able to pull it off was to make sure the organizers knew he had a battle synth on his crew. He'd also intimated that he had access to more, which flung the doors wide open. Suddenly, there was a list of people wanting to talk to the tiny company. "Viper has eyes on target," Whitney said over the channel. "We're 90 seconds out," Jacob said. There were some gasps and double takes as Tin Man strode in with Jason and Jacob in tow behind him. The hall entrance to where the private sessions would be held was at the far end of the main room, and it only took Jacob a moment to spot Thal. Today he had both security guards with him and was standing apart, not interacting with the other conference-goers like he had been the previous day. "You're clear, Viper," Jason said as they approached the hall. "Cutting it close," Whitney said, right before there was a flash of fire and noise from the upper structure among the decorative metal struts. It wasn't quite an explosion, just a whoosh of fire that belched out from behind one of the panels. People might have thought it was a maintenance issue, if not for the piercing scream and the body falling from the ceiling. A Terra slammed into the floor, his weapon clattering away. Incredibly, he wasn't dead, not even knocked out. "Damn you, Viper!" he gurgled as event security descended on him. "Here we go," Jason said, as the panic set in and the crowd started to surge. Tin Man pushed ahead, moving the crowd around him. When the guards at the checkpoint to the private event saw him coming, they reached for their weapons. "We have access," Tin Man assured them, holding his event badge out. "Vortex security, 3 members." "Let them through," the supervisor said. "They're not the only group here with one of those with them." Normally, Tin Man would have given the guard a thump on the head for the insult, but he had two augmented humans shoving him along. "Seal this hall!" the supervisor shouted, as the crowd's agitation continued to grow and the word assassin was floating around the room. Just as the security doors were about to close completely, an explosion ripped through the main room. Jason chuckled. Guess he had a failsafe and actually had the balls to use it, or whatever he has. Had. "Blackheart has the ball," Jacob said over the channel. "Get clear, Viper. Already on my way out."
"I guess that's my cue," Twingo said. "Stand by."
The group on the interceptor had been monitoring the open channel and taking advantage of Hyperlink's high bandwidth to run active sensors on a snapshot mode. Twingo had a decent picture of where the ground team was along with the immediate area. He was also tied into many of the building's systems, thanks to one of the little devices that came down in his gift package. The resort's signal security was excellent, but it was focused on external threats. The innocuous little device that Whitney had plugged in line on a data port in the employees-only area had quickly burrowed its way in and gave the engineer hooks into most systems. "Kill the lights," Jacob said. The lights in the hall went out, kicking off another round of screams. "For being a security conference, there sure are a lot of wusses in here," Jason said, pulling out the holdout pistol from his waistband. "Screaming in the dark like a bunch of— Tin Man, go!" Jacob ordered. His ocular implants automatically switched over to mid-wave thermal. He could see that everyone else was wide-eyed and feeling around, meaning they had no such upgrades. Thal was either cheap or overconfident when it came to hiring his personal security. Jason, similarly equipped with ocular upgrades, winked at Jacob as Tin Man strode among the panicked attendees, knocking them out with judicious applications of his armored fists as he passed. Jason also kicked a few that seemed to be twitching, although Jacob was pretty sure he just liked kicking people from all the giggling he heard. "Corinthal," Jacob said urgently. "We're here to get you out." "Who are you?" Thal asked. "I'm not going anywhere with— We are an insurance policy," Jacob told him. "Sent by people who would prefer you remain both breathing and not in someone else's custody. We had intel that an assassin named Atera was sent after you." "I've heard of him," Thal said. "But there's no time. We get you out of the building and out of immediate danger, and then you're on your own if you want, but we were told Atera wasn't working alone. We heard the Viper was also sent." "But she hasn't been heard from in— Do you want to live or not?" Jacob asked. Corinthal blinked in the dark, indecision clear on his face, and that's when Jacob knew he had him. Instead of bothering to try and convince him further, he simply grabbed him by the arm and led him farther down the hall. There was a service exit along their path, but it wasn't a straight shot, and it wasn't without hazards. "Halt!" a voice shouted from ahead. From ahead, Jacob could see two guards that were heavily armed and armored. These weren't low-rent resort lackeys. They were Arachorian security forces, and they were as bad as the old Confed shock troopers. "Stand aside, fools!" Thal barked. "These are my private security contractors. Get up there and stop whatever is happening." The trooper scanned Thal's badge from 10 meters away with a beam that originated in his helmet, clear as day in Jacob's enhanced vision. Nice bit of kit. "Let them pass," the trooper said. "He's green level cleared." Tin Man confidently strode past the checkpoint, and the troopers made no move to stop them. They were, instead, wholly focused on the way the group had just come. It wasn't as if they were just there for general security either. They were waiting for someone. "Not ASF," Jason said quietly once they were far enough away. "We're not the only ones running an op here." "The exit is ahead," Tin Man said. "Twingo, locks," Jacob said.
"Alarms bypassed, locks disabled."
"Let's hope this goes well," Jason grunted, as Tin Man threw open the heavy security door and led them out into a paddock for vehicles reserved for VIPs. As soon as Jason led Thal out, someone opened fire. Shots peppered the building and doorway, with a few pinging off Tin Man's armor. He switched to combat mode and returned fire just as the attacker stepped out from concealment. The glossy black armor and sleek helmet was immediately recognized for those in the know, even though the wearer had been rumored to be inactive for some years. "It's the Viper!" Thal shouted. He tried to run, but Jacob was there to redirect him the way they needed him to go. Whitney kept firing while Tin Man made a big show of countering her, but none of his shots connected. Jason turned to run, but Whitney hit him in the shoulder with a low-power shot that left a burn and sent him tumbling. When he rolled to his feet, she blew him a kiss and disappeared. "I hate that woman," he said, as Tin Man ran past him. "I am not a fan either," he said. "That is why I shot her. 3 times. I knew I liked you for a reason." By the time they caught up with Jacob, he'd already stuffed Thal into the pre-positioned VIP transport. The Synod operative was slumped over in the seat where he'd been drugged. They climbed in, and the vehicle shot away on its programmed route. "Grand finale, Twingo," Jacob said. "If you please."
Executing.
Precisely placed microcharges popped off all over the resort, wreaking havoc in an already volatile environment. Water distribution manifolds shattered, power junctions were disabled, and the trunk lines that connected the building with the outside world were severed. It was just enough to cause complete chaos and confusion. It would be the distraction needed without elevating it to the point where Arakoria called in the big guns to run them down. The last thing the team needed was a Dominion kill team tracking them during the next phase of the operation. Their transport moved into the growing throng of nearly identical vehicles as the well-connected were fleeing the conference. Many were heading to an exclusive airfield near the resort itself, while Jacob and his team moved on toward the commercial field where their aircraft was sitting. Given the nature of the clientele that Entech was catering to with their summit, the resort hadn't yet reached out to local authorities. They were keeping it in-house, which gave Jacob the additional time they needed. "Airfield is condition normal," Mettler said over hyperlink. "No local alerts either." "The air crew?" Jacob asked. "Still at their hotel. The aircraft is clear," Mettler said. "Twingo says the interrupter is working, so they won't get an alert when you fire up the engines." "You have imagery of the airfield?" Jason asked. "Negative," Mettler said. "We're on the other side of the planet right now. We'll swing back by into optics range in 42 minutes. We'll be there in—" "Shit!" A vehicle came out of a gap between 2 low buildings on a direct collision course. Their vehicle's automated system did an admirable job trying to avoid a collision, but the range was too close. The hit was hard enough to spin them around and activate the safety fields, suspending them all where they sat. "Can you move, Tin Man?" Jason asked. "Not well," Tin Man said. "The fields are surprisingly strong. They should deactivate when—" There was a sharp pop, and the door was yanked open. Jacob couldn't see who was trying to come in, but whoever it was shot twice to kill 2 of the field emitters and yanked the package off the seat. "Well, that's just great," Jacob grunted as he strained against the fields. The computer in the vehicle finally decided to be helpful. "Are there any injuries?" it asked. "No, damn it," Jason barked. "Release the restraint fields." "The authorities have been notified. Remain with the vehicle." The fields blinked out, and Jacob dove through the still-open door. The assailant and their package were nowhere in sight. "Fucking awesome," he said as Jason joined him. "Who the hell just grabbed our guy?" "You have a local emergency response alert issued for your location," Mettler reported. "We also just lost Thal," Jacob said. "Whitney, where are you?" "Sitting at the airfield," Whitney said over the team channel. "Sounds like I'm missing all the fun." "We'll try to make it to you," Jacob said. "Looks like we're aborting." "I wouldn't be so certain," Whitney said. "I think someone with your package just arrived at the airfield." "You're fucking kidding." "Looks like we'll see how fast you can renegotiate our deal." "What are you jabbering about?" Jacob asked. "I'm not being paid to take on an assault team and get your target back," Whitney said. "This is going to cost you another 250. "Shit," Jason said admiringly. "Looks like I'm not the only mercenary here." 8. "A pleasure doing business with you. I'll handle it." Whitney closed the hyperlink channel and moved toward where the vehicle had just pulled up to a shuttle. She'd procured one of the small runabouts the ground crews used, so she wouldn't look out of place standing around. Now she drove right to where an armored figure wrestled an unconscious Maressan out of an automated ground car. There was something about the way they moved that alerted her this person was augmented. She stopped the runabout on the other side of another shuttle and walked quietly over to where the person still struggled with the now waking Corin Thal. "It's not nice to take things that don't belong to you," she said. The person dropped Thal and spun around, raising a weapon but stopping before actually pointing it at her. "Whitney? Who are you?" Whitney asked. "Lose the helmet." With only a bit of hesitation, the person lowered their weapon and removed the helmet. "Murph? The one and only. Why are you stealing Thal? You been flipped?" Whitney asked. "No, not really. But I do think I've been tricked," Murph said. "I didn't know it was you I was snagging him from. I've been tracking him for weeks. I received an intel update that he'd been taken by a second team." "Is the person you're working for the same person who made it possible for you to walk around like this?" Whitney asked. "Good guess," Murph said, nodding. Whitney flicked her hyperlink back on. "I have the package," she said, "but we're going to need to move. Lowen Pix is after him, apparently." "Get to the aircraft, and I don't think that's a good idea," Whitney cut off Jacob. "We have other transport. Get to the airfield and come to pad 34. We need to be gone soon." "You're coming with me?" Murph asked. "Is that a problem?" "It could be. Who is with you?" "Your former team leader, his battlesynth friend, and his father," Whitney said. "Is Lowen sitting up there in orbit waiting for you?" "No," Murph said. "But there is a ship and crew there to pick me up." "Guess they're going to be waiting for a while," Whitney said. "We're having a little change of plan." "Do I get any say in this?" Murph asked. "What do you think?" "What the fuck? Listen, Captain, I was going to reach out to you, but there was a limited window on this op to grab Thal." "Easy, kid," Jason said, seeing the warning signs. Jacob's emotions swung between relief and a white-hot rage. When they arrived at the airfield and found the shuttle, they saw Murph standing there with Whitney. At first, his mind raced to make up some plausible story, like his teammate was being held prisoner on Ericoria and the Viper had managed to free him. But that was squashed when she told him Murph had been the one who attacked them on the road and stole Thal. "You'd better have a damn good story," Jacob warned. "Buzzkill is still deployed searching for you, and our team has been ripped apart. Where the hell were you? And why did you not report in?" The shuttle was cramped as they flew back to the starport where the freighter was still parked. The computer kept them in normal traffic lanes and flying with clean codes, so they weren't drawing any unnecessary attention. Mettler and MG were aware that Murph had showed up and that he was walking under his own power. Neither seemed sure what to make of it. Murph seemed to be swallowing down an angry retort of his own, and Jacob had to remind himself that the agent had clearly been through a lot. He deserved the chance to explain himself, while everyone else pretended not to be watching the conflict within the cramped little ship. Jacob forced himself to calm down. Murph also watched, seeming to relax as his boss's temper ebbed. "I'll give a full report of what happened to me," Murph said, "but most of the time I was lying on a medical table while Lowen Pix experimented on me." "You let that psycho put her hands on you?" Whitney asked. "Wasn't exactly given a choice," Murph said. "She fixed my spine, along with some other stuff. She sent me here to take Corin Thal captive. Apparently, he's the key to start unraveling the Synod's organizational structure. I had no idea you guys were going to be here." "We are 2 minutes out," Tin Man said. "Descending now." "We'll talk later," Jacob said, making it sound like a threat. He needed to talk to his team first, as he wasn't there when Murph was taken. He also wasn't there when he was wounded, or there to see the aftermath of that. The things he knew for certain was that he didn't trust Lowen Pix, and at the moment did not trust Murph. He'd been in her clutches for months, and she had ways of influencing behavior and controlling people against their will. The fact he appeared just in time to disrupt their operation wasn't something Jacob was willing to believe was a coincidence. "Where is she at this moment?" Jacob asked. You really think she'd tell me? Murph laughed. She could be close by, or she could be halfway across the quadrant. You've dealt with her before. She doesn't put herself in harm's way. We are landing, Tin Man announced from where he'd been monitoring the automated flight deck. We will be 250 meters from the ship. I will carry the prisoner. It's dark, Jason said. That should help. But let's not waste too much time. The shuttle landed with a bump, and the ramp dropped with a soft whine. The group filtered out quickly and walked across the ramp as fast as they could without drawing attention. There were still no local alerts, so whatever response there was at the resort was being contained there. I will secure the prisoner, Tin Man said once they were aboard the ship. I'll get us out of here, Jason said to Jacob. Keep an eye on things. Yeah, Jacob said, looking at where Murph was talking to Whitney. Things definitely need keeping an eye on right now. They were granted lift clearance without issue and were soon pushing up to orbit. Jacob passively scanned the media reports coming out of the region, and there was some scant mention of an automated vehicle mishap, but otherwise nothing. The lack of reports told Jacob that someone was actively suppressing things on the ground, but who and why? Interceptor, status, Jacob asked. You're clear, Mettler said. Nobody tracking. Go ahead and get moving, Jacob told him. By the time we are at departure altitude, you should be close to your mesh-out point. Copy that, Mettler said. We have a problem back here, Whitney called. What's that? Jacob asked, jogging back down the main corridor. Our buddy here has something in him, Murph said, pointing to the monitor where the medical scanner had identified a foreign device in Thal's body. Probably a tracker, maybe a failsafe. Shit, Jacob said. Once they realize he's been taken, they're going to fry his ass. We can't take it out here, Whitney said. Not with this equipment. We can't take it back to the vault either, Jacob said. Any ideas? Yeah, Murph said slowly. But you're not going to like it. I know what you're about to say, and I can guarantee he won't like it, Whitney said. What? Jacob asked, dreading the answer he knew was coming. Lowen, Whitney sighed. She can isolate and neutralize the implant. Probably the only one who can that won't tip off the Synod either through incompetence or double-crossing us. Fantastic, Jacob muttered. Tin Man, I will coordinate with the Interceptor and our Ashquarian liaison, the battlesynth said. After a short flight to where Lowen was already waiting for Murph to return, the freighter rendezvoused with a small courier ship at a navigational waypoint that wasn't near any populated systems. Lowen was alone aboard the ship and had already prepped the equipment they would need, including a chamber with a slip-space field inhibitor. It would only create a minimal interference with the engines, but it would blank out the tracker's ability to update its location. It would also keep Thal's handlers from sending a signal that would stop his heart. We meet again, young captain, Lowen said, as the cylindrical chamber was rolled in through the cargo airlock. Yes, Jacob said. What an unlikely chain of events that has brought us back together, wouldn't you say? Highly unlikely, Lowen said pleasantly. I suppose before this inevitably goes horribly wrong, I should at least thank you for giving Murph back his legs, Jacob said. I hope, for your sake, that's all you did. But Lowen was no longer listening to him. She was looking past his shoulder as someone else entered the cargo hold. Is it? She whispered. My Carolyn? Don't call me that, Whitney said coldly. You look incredible, Lowen said softly, not at all put off by Whitney's brusqueness. Then she turned back to Jacob. You really did it. You freed her, like you said. You thought I lied? Jacob asked. You do work in intelligence, Captain, Lowen said. Lying is part of the job. Dr. Pix, a voice boomed from the hatchway. I heard you've been dying to meet me. This is your lucky day. Lowen's eyes widened, and Jacob thought he saw a glimmer of genuine fear as Jason Burke strode toward her. Captain Burke, she said, recovering. I did indeed.
I've been quite a fan of Jorvren Mafredich for many years now. I'm sure he regards you among his greatest successes."
Jason frowned at that, but said nothing. "Lowen, we need to get Thal loaded up and ready for transport," Jacob said. "You sure this will work?"
"It will work," Lowen said. "I recognize the device. It's Caprian. We'll need to get to a facility on Pura Pooch."
"Tier 3 world. 2 days' flight from here," Jason said. "You have a lab there?"
"People I know do," Lowen said. "If you want the information you'll get from Thal to remain valid, we will need to remove the tracker and put it back someplace that won't be suspicious if it is queried."
"It doesn't broadcast on a set schedule?" Jason asked.
"It will only provide location data when sent a request," Lowen said. "There will only be one station capable of talking to it."
"What a mess," Jacob groaned. His father touched his elbow and nodded for him to step away from the gaggle. "Let's slim this down a bit," Jason said. "Send Murph back with your team along with Twingo and Whitney. Tell her to keep an eye on him. We'll take Tin Man and make sure Lowen isn't about to screw us over." "That'd probably be best," Jacob agreed. "Maybe we should send Tin Man with him just in case." "Not a bad idea, but ultimately impossible," Jason said. "You may have noticed since you've been outside the chain of command, he isn't exactly taking orders from you anymore." "True. He barely tolerates suggestions. He's not going to leave you. His relationship with you is much like Lucky and I in the early days." Jacob thought about the implications of that. In his mind, he thought that once this mission was over, assuming he survived it, he would just ride off into the sunset and Tin Man would either return to Scout Fleet or go back to his own people. Now he was realizing that Tin Man likely intended to follow him anywhere he went, and becoming an overbearing mother hen in the process. "I'm not sure how I feel about that," he said to his father. 9. "Glad we're operating outside of UEAS regs." Jacob looked at Corinthal and shook his head in disgust. Lowen Pix had been true to her word and managed to pull the tracker out without activating the failsafe. It was now on its way back to Aracoria, where an operative would walk around with it in its specialized case that fooled it into thinking it was still in a body. The fact so much of the task-specific equipment was already just sitting around waiting to be used was beyond suspicious, but so far the Prue doctor hadn't given them any reason to think she was screwing them over. Thal was now in an induced coma and harnessed into a fixture that would hold him still as Lowen began the second phase of her task. She was going to use a modified version of her behavioral control module, something she was sickeningly proud of, and install it in her patient. The result would be a tunable system that would make Thal compliant when the interrogations began.
"Why can we not do the interrogation here?" Lowen demanded.
"Because you're not in charge of this operation, that's why," Jason shot back. "He will be transported back to a secure location where the pros can have at him, and not some batshit crazy doctor who would fry his brain just to hear him scream."
"You are a distinctly unpleasant man," Lowen said.
"I haven't killed you yet," Jason shrugged. "I feel like we're doing pretty good." Jacob had been watching as Lowen tried to needle his father since they'd met. At first, he thought it was just sport, but he realized she was deliberately trying to trigger a specific response. She wanted to see the monster. Jason Burke had been so heavily modified over the years he could actually take on Galvatic warriors and Korkaran fighters in hand-to-hand combat. When his temper got the best of him and his nitro-fueled adrenal response unleashed his full potential, there wasn't much short of a battle synth that would want to be on the receiving end. Yet this crazy, tiny Prue woman goaded him just to see what would happen. Jacob knew that his father's control was near absolute and just liked having the reputation of being an unhinged berserker. But Lowen didn't know that. He wasn't sure if she was really that brave or just clinically insane. Where is this secure location? Lowen pressed. If I told you, it would no longer be secure, would it? Jason said, crossing his arms. But I'm nothing if not generous. You're being invited to come along with a guarantee of safe passage back to wherever you desire as long as you behave. Try to get cute and you'll find yourself in a black site prison where nobody has a prayer in hell of finding you.
Am I permitted a staff?
Who do you want to bring? I refuse to believe anybody can actually stand being around you long enough to be considered staff. You have a few brain-numb zombies you want tagging along to carry your stuff?
I can't talk to him, Lowen appealed to Jacob.
Who do you want to bring? Jacob asked. Keep in mind our partners will not be tolerant to any games. My father is right. They'll toss your ass in a deep, dark hole and you'll never see the light of day.
Of course I would, Lowen said, smiling. They've tried before. I'm too good at what I do to keep locked away for long. Eventually, someone will want to exploit me for their own purposes, and I'll be offered a deal. I'll do what they ask, and they'll let me go, usually with a large sum of money and support to set up a new lab. And there it was, another peek into what made Lowen what she was. Jacob wondered what was the defining moment when she lost her soul. Her talent and genius was undeniable, but at some point her ability to feel empathy had been burned away completely. The seemingly genuine concern and affection she had for Carol and Whitney was the one aberration, and in her world, everything and everyone else was a disposable resource. Or, and this was equally likely, she was so precise that she let comments like this slip deliberately so that Jacob would begin to sympathize with her and let his guard down. She'd never made any overt move to possess him, but she'd been fairly clear she wouldn't mind getting her hands on either him or his father to take a peek under the hood and see what Doc had done. "Let's shelve that for now," Jacob said. "Who are you wanting to bring, and why? The place we're going will have plenty of competent techs." "There is just a single specialist I work with that would streamline things," she said. "It's a synth."
"No," Jacob said, remembering the synths she worked with at her lab in Diwa Outpost. "A single synth could do untold damage before stopped. You can come solo or you can remain here." Lowen seemed to weigh her options, probably wondering how serious Jacob was about not letting her bring additional personnel. The truth was that Jacob didn't want her coming along at all, but she'd somehow insinuated herself into the op by sending Murph to intercept the package, and then convinced them she could extract the information from Thal without damaging him, at least not too badly.
"Very well," she said. "We'll do it your way."
"What?"
Murph had had about enough of the glares and cold shoulders from his teammates. The entire trip on the Ashquarian Interceptor had been miserable. He'd been looking forward to the ride back to the vault to reconnect and share his story with his friends. Instead, he was being treated like an outsider.
"What do you mean, what?" MG asked. "What the hell are you talking about now?"
"You guys have been treating me like shit ever since I came back," Murph snapped.
"I want to know why."
"We haven't been treating you like anything," Mettler said, without looking up from his book.
"What did I do?"
Murph asked. He was genuinely hurt by the way he was being treated, and he wasn't someone who normally gave a crap about what people thought of him. But this was different. Being shunned and treated with suspicion by his brothers in arms cut deeply.
"Nothing," Mettler said. "You did nothing at all, Murph. Not a thing."
Murph was about to fire back a retort when he saw a dual-thumbed hand motioning to him from up on the flight deck. It was the Omega Force engineer that flew with Jacob's old man. Murph had very limited contact with him, but he seemed decent enough. What the hell was his name again? Twanger? Tweaker? Deciding he'd had enough of his own shitty friends, he walked up the main corridor to see what the squat, powerfully built alien wanted.
It's not like he had anything better to do. Even Whitney was shunning him, not that he wanted to talk to her anyway. "What's up?" he asked when he got to the flight deck.
"Couldn't help but notice you're having some difficulty reintegrating," the engineer said.
Twingo! That was his name. "What makes you say that?" Murph asked.
"I've been cringing from embarrassment for you the last hour or so as you've practically begged them to talk to you," Twingo said. "Care to hear a bit of advice from a stranger who's seen a thing or two?"
"Shoot." Murph slid into the co-pilot's seat.
"They're hurting as bad as you are right now,"
Twingo said, his voice quiet.
"They've been forced onto missions where they weren't allowed to search for you, and that weighed on them. When they see you not only alive, but walking and running, they feel betrayed. In their minds, you could have found some way to let them at least know you were alive."
Murph digested that, guilt eating at him. "How do you know so much about what they're thinking?" he asked.
"I've spent time with them while we were prepping for this mission. Your crew has many of the same interpersonal dynamics as mine. We've gone through similar struggles more times than I can count."
"What should I do?"
"Give them time," Twingo said. "Get back to work, and they'll find themselves falling back into old habits without even realizing it. The worst thing you can do, force yourself on them. They'll dig in and resent you even more."
"Bunch of assholes," Murph snorted. "I was the one stuck in that mobility harness with tubes and wires running in and out of me. Now that I can walk again, they act like they couldn't care less."
"Time," Twingo repeated. "I have a feeling there will be plenty of opportunities on this trip for you guys to congeal again."
"I'm not sure that's the word you want."
"No?"
"I think you meant gel."
"That's what I said."
"Not important," Murph said, rubbing his head.
"Those headaches common for you?" Twingo asked.
"No," Murph said, "but they're not going away."
"Have you been checked over by your own people yet after that cyberneticist worked on you?" Twingo asked.
"No time. As soon as I was fully back together and operational, we were loaded up into a ship and heading to Ericoria. I was given a target package for Corinthal. Lowen had received intel from somewhere that he was managing the clone wranglers on several worlds. She'd already built the chamber and equipment to subdue and coerce him to talk by the time we'd left."
"You knew you would be snatching the target from another team?" Twingo asked.
"No," Murph insisted. "I was supposed to get him as he left the summit, but I got a mission update saying that another team had grabbed him and for me to intercept."
"From what I hear, you were an intel operative and later assigned to a forward recon unit," Twingo said carefully. "Does it seem odd to you that you were even able to plan and execute an extraction from a numerically superior force?"
"I mean, my training." Murph stopped and frowned as he thought about his actions. "I guess I didn't really think about it. I consider myself a competent fighter, but that would have been a bit outside my capability before being shot."
"The Viper was just a civilian when she was taken, and look what they turned her into," Twingo pointed out. "I think you need to stay vigilant for any thoughts or instincts that don't feel like your own."
"That's alarming," Murph said.
"In the meantime, we can do some scans here before you're back around Lowen Pix," Twingo said. "Perhaps begin to identify if she slipped in the sorts of behavioral controls she's known for. Don't worry about your friends. They'll come around."
Murph didn't know how reassured he was after the talk. Suddenly, the issues with his teammates took a back seat in his mind as he worried about what Lowen may have stuffed in him without his knowledge or consent. He wasn't stupid. He knew who and what she was. But the idea that he'd be able to walk again under his own power had clouded his judgment. Had he not reached out to his team because he was compelled not to? How had he ambushed 2 augments and a battle synth? He looked up as Twingo waved at him from the hatchway.
"Let's go," the engineer said. "We can start in the infirmary so I can get the topography of your enhancements, and then we can move to engineering."
10.
Quaint.
It's secure and isolated from the Synod, Jacob said. 2 things we need right now.
Those hangar doors are formidable, Lowen said, taking it all in. I don't believe we're on a planet. The gravity fluctuations are minute, but there.
I'm not telling you where we are, Jacob said.
But it's still fun to try and guess, Lowen said, walking away from the ship as technicians rolled Thal away inside his stasis chamber. Her eyes lingered on the Phoenix for a moment before she turned back to him. I think now would be a good time to discuss terms.
Why are you such a pain in the ass? Jacob sighed.
I'm simply misunderstood, she said. Anyway, my terms are rather modest.
What do you want?
You.
Jacob wasn't exactly sure what she meant by that. Look, he started, I'm flattered. You're a very attractive, Prue woman, but I'm not.
Not romantically, you dunce, she said. I want to hire you. You'll be in need of a job soon enough, and I would like to retain your services for executive protection. I don't move around very often once I'm set in a new lab, but if I do, I would like someone with your instincts and ferocity to head up my security. You did best my Carolyn, after all.
Executive protection, huh? Jacob asked, the gears in his head turning. I think we can talk more about the details.
Splendid! You are so much more amenable than your father.
It'd be tough to be less amenable. Over the next 6 hours, the Ashquarian technicians worked at breakneck speed to get the room ready they would use to interrogate Corin Thal. Jacob was painfully aware that he was on the clock, as their ruse with the tracker wouldn't work forever. Administrator Vi was not at all happy about Lowen Pix being brought to the vault. Jacob tried to smooth it over as best he could, but she wouldn't budge. Lowen was confined to the immediate work area and was under guard the entire time. Let this be a lesson to you, Jason said in his ear as they watched a listless Thal being propped up and strapped into a chair with cables running into him at various locations. What do you mean? Jacob asked. Do not trust her, Jason nodded toward Thal. Or that could be you one day. Or your friend Murph. She may be smiles and compliments when she's around you, but that's when your guard should be up the most. She's a predator. Don't forget it. Jacob almost opened his mouth to refute what his father was saying, and then snapped it closed. Was he really about to defend Lowen Pix? He hoped it was just a natural instinct to be on the opposite side of any issue as his father, rather than him losing perspective when it came to the doctor. I'll watch my back, he said. We're about to begin, Lowen said, as she walked into the room. Her demeanor was all business. Please understand that what you're about to witness will be disturbing. I am going to be using a hastily designed and fabricated cybernetic interface to force Corin into giving answers that he won't want to divulge. He's going to fight. That can manifest in uncontrolled facial movements and unusual vocalizations, among other less pleasant side effects. Bet he shits himself, Jason said. I'll take that, MG said. 100 credits? You're on. Jason shook his hand while Jacob just rolled his eyes. Will this hurt him? Legera Vi asked. Jacob raised an eyebrow in surprise. The administrator came across as ruthless and efficient. He didn't think the subject's comfort would be a priority for her. Immensely, Lowen said, honestly, spreading her hands. Meresan minds are highly evolved, and there is simply no way to get the information we need in the timetable you've given me without using a bit of brute force. Lowen looked around as the technicians who had been assisting her nodded that everything was ready. If there is nothing else, please retire to the observation room and we will begin. Everyone filtered out of the sparse interrogation room and into another that had enormous monitors showing Thal in multiple wavelengths, along with other displays showing real-time biometric data. The Ashquarian technicians were stationed there and talking to Lowen through an earpiece. They were cybernetic experts that Imperial intelligence had quickly cleared and brought out to the vault when Jacob had reported back that the mission had taken on a new dynamic with Lowen being involved. Now they would monitor the connections, the machinery, and the subject to ensure none were being pushed past the breaking point.
"Let's wake the subject," Lowen said as she walked into the camera view.
The technician sent the appropriate commands to the interface to rouse Corinthal and begin what would almost certainly be the worst experience of his life. He twitched and groaned before his head lifted and he opened his eyes, looking about in confusion. "You have made a grave mistake," he finally said. "Since I'm not sure how long I've been out, I can only assume that shortly you're going to be very sorry you attempted something so foolish."
"You're referring to your Senate friends, I presume?" Lowen asked pleasantly. "You are assuming the tracker you had implanted in your body would have alerted them you've been taken off Aracoria and provide them with a location so they can come to the rescue. That assumption would be wrong. At this moment, your tracker still shows you to be in perfect health and walking around the resort area from where you were taken. There is nobody coming for you."
Thal looked less sure at that, but he wasn't one to be bluffed so easily. "Immaterial," he said. "You'll get nothing from me, so this has been a waste of time for both of us, it would seem."
"Please describe your role within the group known as the Synod," Lowen said.
"Hard of hearing?" Thal sneered. "I told you that—" Lowen selected something on the controller she held and activated one of the pre-programmed scripts for the interface. Thal's face went slack and then contorted in an unnatural expression as his fingers twisted into knots. He let out a strange chuffing sound before falling silent.
"Please answer my question," Lowen said calmly.
"I am the head of operations for the Synod's Avatar program," Thal said woodenly. His face was still screwed up unnaturally, but he spoke without trouble. "I facilitate the individual cells that operate on planets throughout the quadrant, making sure they're isolated from the Synod and from each other."
"Who is your point of contact?"
Lowen asked. "A man known as Pitrico," Thal said. "He is a Synod facilitator. I do not know his real name, but I believe he is someone high in the command structure of the Dominion's intelligence apparatus."
"An agent?"
Lowen asked. "No, something else."
"We'll come back to that. Describe what the Synod is."
Thal began resisting again as his expression changed from pain to hate, and he glared at Lowen. He remained silent, so Lowen manipulated the controls again. The agony on Thal's face was difficult to watch, even for someone who had seen as much as Jacob had.
"Answer me,"
Lowen said, still radiating calm and control. "Torture me all you want, you vile creature. I can take the pain," Thal grunted.
"Oh, my dear, it's not about pain," Lowen said, approaching Thal. "If this was just simple torture, it would be much, much simpler. No, this is about calibration."
Thal looked confused as he trembled from his efforts to control the pain.
"I can see you're confused," Lowen said, turning to Pace as she lectured. "I'm not just some clumsy medic cranking on your nerve endings. You currently have a cybernetic interface grafted onto your spinal column. Right now, it's baselining. The more you fight me, the quicker it will learn how to suppress your will to resist. You will give me the answers I seek. That's a foregone conclusion. The only choice that remains for you is if you want to do this the easy way or the hard way. Bear in mind, the hard way means the interface will be forced to override more and more of your own thought processes. Permanent damage is a common side effect."
Thal chose the hard way. Over the span of 20 minutes, while Lowen let her machines go to work, Jacob saw someone go through more pain than he ever thought was possible. The interface wouldn't let Thal's brain attenuate the pain or let him slide into unconsciousness. It forced him to feel everything at maximum intensity as it mapped out his neural pathways in what Lowen had described as a brute force method. Eventually, Lowen's machines won the battle. It seemed like a switch had been flipped, and Thal suddenly stopped struggling. He was sitting impassively, watching Lowen with a blank stare. She ignored him as she checked the data the interface was providing before turning to the cameras.
"I believe we are ready to really begin now," she said.
"Ready for what?" Thal asked, mistakenly thinking she was talking to him.
"Ready for you to tell me what you know about the Synod," Lowen said. "Begin with an overview, and then we will fill in the details afterward."
"I shouldn't do this," Thal said. "I remember that. They said I should never tell anyone."
"But you're going to tell me anyway, aren't you?"
"Yes." Lowen nodded to the cameras.
"Please, proceed," she said.
"The Synod is an ambitious effort by oligarchs, politicians, and corporate leaders from various worlds within the quadrant to fill the void left when the Confed collapsed and retreated back to the Pillar Worlds," Thal started. Jacob noted that he sounded more like someone giving a lecture rather than having a conversation. "These are people who are not only planetary leaders but giants of industry. They're powerful and connected, but they are still very few. They bought military assets and commissioned large projects, but in the end, there's still a few trying to exert their will over a quarter of a galaxy."
"Is that what the Avatar program was about?"
Lowen asked.
"To gain control through subterfuge?"
"Partly," Thal said. "Petrico certainly thought it could be that. He sold the Synod on the idea that they could simply swap even newly elected leaders in perpetuity as his biocopies became more advanced and capable. He hoped to expand the program, but it had actually been approved with only one goal in mind."
"Which was?"
Lowen prompted. Thal seemed to have a narrative he was working from, but he needed to be nudged to keep it flowing. "Earth, primarily. Through our connections within the Terran military, we learned that Earth had a working AI system that originated from a long-dead species many refer to as the Ancients. We had gained some limited access to the system, and it delivered the complete technical package for the Goliath battle station in astonishingly short time." "Lowen, ask him how they were able to get the AI to build them the tech package," Jason said into the intercom that was connected to Lowen's earpiece. Jacob knew that the Goliath battle station had something to do with a Project Starfall his father had told him about, but it had been classified beyond his ability to read into it.
"How was the technical data obtained?" Lowen asked.
"We had an asset that was able to turn one of the operators. They did the work under the guise of an academic exercise," Thal said. "The operator was caught and disappeared, but the package was still smuggled off the planet. It was comprehensive right down to the exact metallurgy needed to build the structure. As soon as Synod leadership saw this, they poured all their effort into obtaining the AI for themselves." "Start working through the questions, Lowen," Jacob said. Lowen gave a short wave to the cameras to indicate she'd heard him.
"Describe the Synod leadership structure."
"They are the Seven. They remain anonymous with the outside, and their individual tasks are compartmentalized. They realize this is the phase of their plan where they are all at the most risk. Petrico has learned more about them than they likely know, but their security is airtight."
"What is the threat that the Synod have formed to fight?"
Lowen asked. This came from intel that Blackheart had obtained from Petrico that said the Synod was actually accumulating power and military capability because they perceived a threat beyond the quadrant that was set to invade. Finding out what this threat was and its potential capabilities was one of the primary reasons Admiral Webb had greenlit the unsanctioned mission. "There is no threat," Thal said, a ghost of a smirk crossing his face. "That was misdirection and a recruiting tool. The military assets we gained control over were brought on by convincing high-level commanders that there was a great threat and only they had the courage and strength to stop it. It appealed greatly to these officers and clouded their judgment. It's amazing what you can convince someone to do when they believe they're the good guy." "That makes sense," Jason said quietly to Jacob. "I never bought this bullshit about some huge threat that nobody on the frontier had ever seen or heard about before now." "How did you convince them the threat was real?" Lowen asked. "There were several so-called scout ships we allowed them to engage," Thal said. "The ships were built to look exotic and actually had decent performance. Very expensive. The Terran Navy units almost ruined it when one of their destroyers ran down a decoy and tried to grapple it. The handler activated the self-destruct just in time." "Doctor, he is beginning to tire," one of the techs said. "I estimate you have another 6 minutes at most." "What are the Synod after right now?" Lowen asked. "Are they still pursuing the AI on Earth?" "It is now a secondary goal," Thal said, beginning to slur his words. "I'm sure they would want to have it, but there is a purer form of the system that they have learned about. An AI that had actually survived intact all these millennia. There is nothing they won't do to get their hands on it." Lowen executed another script on her control, and Thal slumped over, unconscious. She waved to the med techs to come in and tend to the subject as she walked off-screen before appearing in the control room. "Satisfied with the results?" Lowen asked. "Maybe," Jason spoke up. "He mentioned that the AI on Earth had developed that battle station." "And?" Administrator Vi asked. "The power system wasn't. It originated from something called Project Starfall," Jason said. "We stumbled across it after it was stolen from the original research team, and both the Dominion and the Synod were pursuing the thief." "Interesting. Why would they build a station of that size when they didn't even have a power source yet?" Jacob frowned. "Your information is good?" "As good as can be expected," Jason said with a shrug. "We actually had the Epilauan who claimed to have invented Starfall. His name was Torres Reziax. Starfall was stolen from his team and offered to the Dominion as a weapon, which kicked off the whole misadventure." "What does that have to do with what Thal said?" Lowen asked. "I'm not sure yet," Jason admitted. "But something isn't adding up about his story." "I assure you, Captain, my tech is almost certainly working properly," Jason said. "But it can only force Thal to divulge what he thinks he knows. He's still just a pawn." "Let's stay focused on getting actionable intel from this guy," Jacob said. "He'll be ready to go again tomorrow?" "He'll be ready whenever we need him," Lowen said. "His will is no longer his own." Jacob wasn't sure how to respond to that. Instead, he turned and left the room without another word. 11. Murph walked the vaulted corridors of the vault in a haze. His mind felt like it was fighting itself. Thoughts raced through before he had a chance to even understand what they meant, and he felt driven by a compulsion he couldn't identify. It was nighttime hours on the base, and he encountered no one as he aimlessly covered the distance without consciously being aware he was actually walking. Eventually, he found himself back near where Corin Thal had been questioned the day before. Thal himself was now sleeping in an induced coma in the infirmary, and guarded by the Ashquarians, so the interrogation chamber was empty. Or so he thought. "It took you long enough. Why are you here? Why am I here?" "You're here because I summoned you," Lowen said. You fucking, Murph fumed. I knew I shouldn't have trusted you. What did you put in my head?
There are no behavioral controls or modifiers, if that's what you're asking, Lowen said. If you tried to kill me right now, you'd succeed. I'd have no way to defend against you, nor are there any blocks that would stop you.
I'm tempted to try, Murph said. If we didn't need you for tomorrow, I think I would really try. If there are no controls in my wetware, then how did you summon me?
It's a bit complicated, but the gist is that I can implant hints in your waking thoughts, Lowen said. It's much less invasive than a full interface.
You ever heard of a comm unit?
Which can be found and decrypted. Trust me, this is better.
Trust you, Murph snorted. Lowen, I don't think there's anybody in the quadrant that would be foolish enough to trust you. Now, why am I here?
We have a problem, Lowen said. I've heard from my contact.
And?
They figured out Thal is missing. The Synod will start burning his contacts to cauterize any possible leak. We need to act. Now. Can you get us out of here?
I've already set it up, Murph said. We can override the hangar doors and take one of the interceptors before anybody realizes we're gone.
We will need to leave immediately, Lowen said.
What about Thal?
The Ashquarians can handle the interrogation now that the interface is fully calibrated to the subject. Every hour we waste means the Synod could get to our objective first.
Murph looked away. I don't like lying to my friends.
I offered to let you bring them in, Lowen pointed out. I also offered to let you go back to them. You chose to help me on this mission, and you also chose to keep them out of it. It was for their own safety, if I recall.
It was so that the only life at risk was mine, Murph corrected.
Semantics. Are we ready?
We are, Murph sighed. Play it again. You've watched it 5 times, Jason said, putting a hand on his son's shoulder. It won't change the more you watch it. Jacob seethed. He'd been yanked out of a deep sleep by a general alarm sounding throughout the base. By the time he got his pants on and figured out why everybody was running toward the hangar, Murph was long gone, with one of the new interceptors and a Prue scientist in tow. What does this mean? MG asked. Is Murph a copy? Or compromised? He's not a copy, Jacob said, refusing to say whether his friend might have been turned or not. Could he be influenced by his cybernetic implants? Tin Man asked.
I checked him over on the flight out, Twingo said. There was nothing in there that the computer could identify as the type of cybernetic interface with that capability.
The team was sitting in the monitoring room, watching the footage from the interrogation chamber from the night before. Lowen Pix, making a rare misstep, hadn't realized that the cameras monitoring her subject weren't the only ones in the room. The vault technicians had also rigged it for full video that was being archived for future analysis, but the subject they'd been focused on was Lowen, not Thal. It was a fortunate break that Jacob got to witness his friend's treachery firsthand, so he didn't make the assumption he'd been taken against his will. What are we going to tell Mosler Station, Cap? Mettler asked. I know we operate pretty loose out here, but this is bad. That's putting it mildly, Jacob said. From where I'm sitting, I don't see how Murph avoids a desertion charge. Depending on what else he's done, it would be a short walk for Olympus to tack treason onto that. His words silenced the room. Even Jason winced at that. Treason charges in the UEAS were rare and carried incredibly stiff penalties, up to and including death. It was no idle threat. Olympus had executed 6 traitors who had been caught selling humanity out to aliens. The stakes were that high.
How do you wish to proceed?
Legera Vi asked. Your team can continue with the interrogation of Thal? Jacob asked. Vi nodded.
Lowen was critical in the early phases of calibrating the interface and breaking the subject, but now our technicians can handle the questioning, she said.
Proceed, Jacob said. We need as much detail out of him as we can get. How long until we risk permanent damage?" Vi waved to one of the technicians.
2 more days at full integration maximum, she said. After that, the risk of permanent brain damage increases exponentially.
"How many more sessions?" Jason asked. 3, Jacob answered, turning to Vi. "Run the prepared schedule, then begin the decoupling process. Once the interface is removed and Thal is stable, you can turn him over to your people. Scout Fleet has no further interest in him." "You're not going to kill him?" Jason asked. "He's sort of earned it." "Not my call," Jacob said. The meeting broke up with Administrator Vi marshalling her people to prepare for another session with Corin Thal, while Jacob took his team and went to a different part of the complex they were in. While the information they'd received from Thal had been profound in that it dispelled the illusion of the Synod being an up-and-coming power, they still didn't have any specific information on exactly who they were. "Should we try and catch Murph?" Mettler asked once they were in a private room. "No. Whatever he's into, he's on his own," Jacob said. "At least for now. If he calls in and explains himself, we'll reevaluate." "Let me talk at you for a second," Jason said, nodding out the door. Jacob held up a finger to his team to give him a moment and followed his father out of the room. "What? How far off the grid are you willing to go?" "I don't follow," Jacob admitted. "I know that you're technically outside your chain of command, but you're still working within your chain of command, if you catch my meaning," Jason said. "Everything you're doing is at Webb's direction, and you're still more or less working within Scout Fleet regs. How far outside of that are you willing to go? Before you answer, keep in mind that there probably wouldn't be any going back afterward." "There's no going back no matter what happens here," Jacob said. "Even if we take the Synod off the board, there's still Olympus to deal with. Admiral Webb is retiring, Scout Fleet will be gutted, and I'm sure they have plans for me that include a comfy cell in a medical research center at a black site. The only thing is, I can't have my guys involved. They still have futures back home." "I figured as much," Jason said. "I've had Twingo running intel sweeps through all our sources since we got back from Arakoria. We cast a wide net, and it came back with some interesting results." "Synod?" Jacob asked. "You wish," Jason snorted. "No Synod, but we did catch a break with Lowen Pix. She's not quite as smart as she thinks she is when it comes to hiding her operations. We think we found the place she took your friend after he was wounded. Want to go check it out and see where that leads?" "What about Thal?" "The Ashquarians will pass on anything useful." Jacob thought about it. He knew that Lowen had labs all over the Upper Orion region, and that her father, a former Pru minister named Saaken Akronen Pixmaticut, helped keep her concealed and kept the wolves from her door to the best of his ability. But the longer Saaken was out of service, the staler his connections became, and the less effective his protection was. Case in point was when the Synod were able to attack her on Diwa Outpost in plain sight without Saaken knowing they were coming. The idea of taking action rather than sitting around waiting for something to shake loose was appealing. He could also use the opportunity to preemptively get his guys clear and on their way back to Mosler Station, so they didn't get splattered when his name was inevitably dragged through the mud. "How do you want to do it?" Jacob asked. "As soon as they wheel that drooling mess back in to start grilling him again, grab Tin Man and meet me in the hangar," Jason said. "We'll be out of here before anybody knows it." Jason ambled off, leaving Jacob to stand around and wait while the Ashquarians rolled Thal back into the chamber to prepare for round 2. Thal looked calm, almost bored. He was making small talk with the technicians that were hooking him up, and appeared completely at ease being the guest of honor at a science experiment where he had his brain jacked into computers and his free will stripped away. Jacob shuddered, renewing his vow to himself to never let Lowen Pix take him alive. Ledera Vi took charge of the interrogation, looking eager as she held the master control and asked everyone to leave the room. Jacob watched for a few moments as she ran through the calibration questions to baseline the session, before motioning Tin Man over. "Head down to the hangar," he said quietly. I'll meet you down there shortly." "I think I understand," Tin Man said, walking out of the room. It was another 20 minutes before anybody even noticed he'd left. "Hey, where's the big guy?" MG asked. "Huh," Jacob grunted. "No idea. I'll go find him. Keep an eye on this." "Will do." "Going somewhere?" a voice asked when Jacob was halfway to the hangar. "Shit! I thought you left already." "I've been watching with interest ever since Lowen took off with your friend," Whitney said. "So, going somewhere. None of your— It will be real easy to raise the alarm." "Fuck, I can't stand you," Jacob groaned. "We're slipping out to go check out one of Lowen's old haunts to see where it leads." "Sounds fun," Whitney said. "Let's go." "What? No fucking way am I riding on a ship with both you and my father," Jacob said adamantly. "I wasn't asking, Cupcake." With that, she turned and began walking toward the hangar. Jacob stared after her helplessly. Short of physically assaulting her, there wasn't much he could do to stop her, and it wouldn't be a quick fight or quiet. Oh, man. Dad is gonna be so pissed. 12. I am so pissed right now. I tried to stop her. How? Jason demanded. Tell me how. Well, I couldn't exactly shoot her, Jacob said. How do you know? Did you even try? You know I can hear you, right? Whitney asked. Jacob had been unsuccessful in convincing Whitney to stay behind as he was walking over to his father's ship. She came aboard, and by the time he'd made it to the bridge to let them know they had an extra passenger, Jason already had the Phoenix halfway through the exit tunnel of the vault. At that point, it was impossible for them to go back without everyone on the base realizing what they were doing. Instead, Jason had followed his original course and meshed out of the system. Once the Phoenix was in slip space, he'd unloaded on the pair of them. They were en route to Nabia 2. It was an independent world that had been founded by an Arachorian company during the second wave colonization several hundred years prior. Now, it was a place that catered to people who had a lot of money and valued their privacy. People like Lowen Pix. It had been the planet where Murph had disappeared from. The assumption had been that Lowen picked it as a waypoint, but Jason's contacts had tracked down 3 separate buildings belonging to her. One of them was much older than her installation on Diwa Outpost, and its power consumption numbers indicated that it was a production facility. Once Jason and Twingo had identified the location, they were able to monitor its utility draw in real time through public records on Nabia 2 that let them know the facility was currently in use. They weren't deluded enough to think that's where she took off to, but if it was an active operation, there was a decent chance they would get some type of lead on what she was up to. "Why have you invited yourself along, Whitney?" Jason demanded. "And no bullshit." "There's not much else they're going to learn from Corinthal," Whitney said. "Now that we know the Synod is nothing but a paper tiger, a very well-funded paper tiger, the Ashquarians will be able to mine the details out of their prisoner and begin pruning their operation back." "That doesn't answer— I'm getting to it," Whitney snapped. "Lowen has access to high-level intel, thanks to her contacts within Keprian intelligence. The fact she packed up and left with Murph without a word means that she's onto something. I want to know what it is. And despite you two being a pair of hapless boobs, you do seem to have a knack for landing on the target, even if your methods are somewhat inexplicable." "Boobs?" Jacob protested. "Who calls people that?" "I'm from the 1940s, Whitney said. "Sometimes the slang slips out. Anyway, does that answer your question?" "Not really," Jacob said. "Why do you want to know what she's on to?" "You don't think the good doctor is going to try to run down the Synod on her own out of the goodness of her heart, do you?" Whitney laughed humorlessly. "She has a vindictive streak as wide as, well, your dad's." "That's fair," Jason agreed. "And she's not one to overlook that they tried to kill her at least once. She wants payback. But I don't think that's it. I think she could be after the same thing that the Synod are chasing, and she wants to get her hands on it first." Jacob exchanged an uncomfortable look with his father. Getting confirmation through Corin Thal that the Synod were aware of the archive had been a gut punch. They perhaps weren't aware of the full details, but they knew there was another Noxus super AI within their reach, and they would do anything to get it. They wanted the power the ancients once wielded, and with it, they would bring the quadrant to heel. Nothing, not even the might of the Pillar Worlds, would be able to stop them. For the short term, however, the Synod were still vulnerable. If the architects could be identified and neutralized in these early stages, they could slay the monster in its cradle. A rare opportunity. Usually, once a power became tyrannical, it was already too late to take them in a head-on fight. The Confed had been all-encompassing, but not all-powerful. The machine, a deranged Noxu AI that had seized power behind the scenes, almost made it both. Had his father been just a bit too late in neutralizing it, and the machine had fully established its power base, there would have been no stopping it. Whitney watched them and mistook their silent exchange for apprehension. "Look," she said, holding up her hands. "I'm not the Viper anymore, but I still have all those skills and instincts. I won't be a burden. I need this. If I can help you get your friend back out of her clutches, then all the better."
"It's still hard for me to trust you, Carolyn," Jason said. "But that doesn't seem to be the case with Jacob. He decided on his own that you deserved a second chance. I'm willing to trust his judgment."
"Thank you."
"But you have to sleep in Crusher's quarters."
"That sounds disgusting."
"You'll see," Jason smiled widely.
Whitney glared at him and left the bridge to go check her new sleeping arrangements. Once she was down on the main deck, Jason walked over to the security panel and commanded the armored bridge hatch closed. It slid into place with a tortured groan, which made Jason look at Twingo with a raised eyebrow. The engineer first looked embarrassed, then pissed.
"Don't get mad at me," he said hotly. "You never use that hatch, and whenever I want to do preventive maintenance up here, you people all yell at me to get back into my hole."
"Maintenance is your responsibility," Jason said loftily. "If you can't handle your job, perhaps I need to hire more help. I'm sure there are more on Breaker's World where I found you."
"How dare you!" Twingo spluttered.
"I'm sorry you guys had to see that," Jason said. "Sometimes they forget their place."
Jacob tried to hide his smile behind his hand as Twingo sat muttering, still fuming. "So, what did you not want Whitney hearing?" he asked.
"Just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page," Jason said. "Are we sure the Synod have learned of the archive's true nature, or that they know of our connection to it?"
"That is one logical conclusion to their recent actions," Tin Man said. "In their pursuit of the Ark, they became aware of Vok. But how?" "Is it important we know how?" Jacob asked.
"Maybe," Twingo said, having recovered from his captain's needling. "The existence of Vok is a tightly guarded secret known only to people whose integrity and trustworthiness is absolute. So how could they have figured it out? How did some flunky like Thal know?"
"Oh, shit," Jacob said. "I think I know."
"Please share with the class," Jason said, slouching into the pilot seat and putting his feet up on the console, causing Twingo to grind his teeth. "The Ark knows where it came from," Jacob said, "during the cleanup of the Stamori 3 operation, where we rescued all the people who had been copied. The Ark sent me a message. Agent Dubinsky flew out to tell me it had told her that there was a second Ark, a far more powerful one than itself. It called Vok the Origin. Anyway, who knows who else it was jabbering to during all the confusion at the time?" "You are sure Andrea is not the leak?" Tin Man asked. "Fairly sure," Jacob said. "I'm trying not to let my personal feelings mess with my judgment, but if she's a traitor, she already has direct access to the Ark. It chose her." "Let's assume Agent Dubinsky isn't the leak. For now." Jason rubbed his chin. In fact, let's just simplify this and say that Jacob is right and the Ark is the leak. However it made it back to the Synod from there is an internal security issue for Earth to deal with. Why did the Ark reach out? It wanted to warn Vok that it was at risk from the Synod, Jacob said. Ironic, since the damn thing was probably what tipped them off in the first place.
Maybe not, Twingo said. The Synod aren't stupid, and neither are the scientists who work for them. They recognize the Ark as being a blend of Noxu and Terran technology. The most logical conclusion is that humans found a functional Noxu system somewhere from which they developed their own specialized R&D AI.
That damn thing was the worst idea I ever had, Jason griped.
Your heart was in the right place, Twingo said. But yeah, you screwed that up beyond all measure.
Where is Whitney? Jacob asked. Crusher's quarters, Jason said, pointing to a monitor that showed where everyone on the ship was. Probably gagging from the smell. Why? Just making sure she's not listening on the other side of the hatch, Jacob said. Since we're in trusted company, what is the latest with the archive? What's its status? Besides being an enormous pain in my ass, Jason asked. It's fully functional but bored, and beginning to suggest some genuinely crazy things. Such as? Tin Man asked. Jason took a deep breath and held it for a second before exhaling noisily. It's been bugging me for permission to design an avatar, he said. It wants to go walking around and have an existence that isn't the computer cores aboard a luxury starship with a group of battle synths developing a quasi-religion around it. No offense. None taken, Tin Man said. I've had my own concerns.
What's on your mind, kid?
Twingo asked. I'm not sure yet, Jacob said. But we need to see that the Synod won't quit as long as they're still alive and the archive still exists. We need to change the calculus so that either the Synod aren't alive or they don't believe the archive exists. Not sure how to work that out just yet. In the meantime, we'll hit Lowen's facility and begin running her to ground, Jason said. Let's make sure we keep an eye on Whitney and not walk into any of Lowen's traps. Easy. Somehow, I do not think it will be, Tin Man said. Nabia, too, was more or less what Jacob expected from a late-stage colonized world. As the Phoenix flew over the landscape, there were the expected decommissioned mining sites where the planet had first been stripped of usable minerals with sprawling settlements around them that were favorites of colonizers on a budget. The more beautiful but industrially useless tracts of land had been developed with slick, modern cities that attracted people with money. Then there were the industrial and agricultural regions that existed to support those cities. The site they were heading to was an industrial area known for small-scale manufacturing and prototyping of biomedical equipment. Lowen owned a building that was on a complex that butted up against a shared landing field that Jason brazenly decided to put down on. There weren't any regulations specifically against it, but the Phoenix could never be mistaken as a light freighter or courier. Anybody in the area would immediately know there was a military operation taking place, and that tended to be memorable. But his father had far more experience with this sort of thing than he did, so he would defer to his leadership, at least for now. "Anything?" Jason asked. Jacob was flying as co-pilot and was still trying to make sense of how Cage, his father's usual co-pilot, had configured the station. "Just an automated beacon that pinged us as we passed through 5,000 meters requesting projected course," he said. "No other challenges or restriction squawks." "You think Lowen has any nasty surprises on the landing pad?" Jason asked. The question was directed at Jacob. "Unlikely," Whitney said. "The pad is a shared resource, and she wouldn't have wanted to draw attention to her own operations. Keep in mind, Lowen is not all that brilliant when it comes to strategy or tactics. Her defenses tend to revolve around a single, heavily fortified point of entry. After she was blown out of Diwa Outpost, she may have learned her lesson on that, but this place has been around for a while." "Good enough for me," Jason said. "Coming about on final." The Phoenix swung into a tight turn to port, lining up on the complex and shedding off altitude. Jacob scanned the area with the gunship's powerful sensor suite and found nothing unexpected. Even the building identified as belonging to Lowen Pix was showing normal thermal and EM radiation signatures when compared to the other facilities around it. "Nothing unusual," he said. "We're not being painted and nobody seems to be paying us any attention, but that doesn't rule out passive systems." "Let's try something," Jason said. He pulled the nose around toward Lowen's building and slammed the throttles up to the stops. The Phoenix bellowed and leapt forward like she was fired from a cannon. Jacob tensed, and even Whitney grabbed the console in front of her as Jason skimmed over the building at near supersonic speed, pulling up into a vertical climb and rotating back toward the field. Through the sensors, Jacob could see a few people walking out of other buildings to gawk up at them, but that was it. "No response," he reported. "Building emissions and thermals were unchanged." "How would you go in, Whitney?" Jason asked. "Besides firing your cannons through the wall?" she asked. "Yeah, besides that." "Through the roof," she said, after a moment of thought. "Breach someplace away from any visible vents or machinery." "Twingo!" Jason called over the intercom. "Get your blue ass up here." "Can he fly the ship?" Jacob asked. Jason waffled. "Good enough for what we need. Probably. To be fair, he's tried to learn, but it's just not something he has the aptitude for. He can take her apart and put her back together blindfolded, but if you let him fly her afterward, he might crash into a field."
What's happening?
Twingo puffed as he ran onto the bridge. "Take over," Jason said. "When I tell you, bring her in over the roof and we'll ride the transit beam down, then get clear." Twingo slipped into the pilot's seat, and the rest moved quickly out of the bridge. Whitney and Jacob had their gear in the cargo bay, so they ran directly there, while Jason ducked into the Phoenix's armory to grab his own kit. Tin Man, familiar with the gunship's systems, went to a control panel and commanded to open the deck hatch that would let them access the transit beam. The beam was specific to Jepson Arrow ships that never really caught on with other shipbuilders. Jacob didn't particularly enjoy the sensation the beam created, nor was he keen on trusting his life to the array of force field projectors that created the beam, but he couldn't deny that it offered a distinct tactical advantage. "Breaching charges?" Whitney asked. "Red crate," Jacob said, pointing to the munitions crate that still had the Ashquarian markings on it. Given how much Ashquarian gear was stacked up in the ship's cargo bay, he assumed his father must have some sort of agreement with Takali Amon. "We're coming back around," Jason said as he walked into the cargo hold. "Everybody ready?" "Good to go," Jacob said, fastening the last buckle on his tactical harness. The pitch of the engines changed, and the outer hatch in the belly of the Phoenix irised open. The transfer beam activated and bathed the hold in a wavering blue light.
Beam locked,
Twingo announced over the intercom.
You have a 30-second window.
"Who would like the pleasure of going first?" Jason asked. Without answering, Tin Man switched to full combat mode and leapt through the hatch. Jacob followed next, the beam supporting him and accelerating him down to the rooftop, depositing him gently on the surface. He cleared the beam and raised his weapon, covering the opposite direction of Tin Man. Whitney came next, followed by his father. "Make us a door, Whitney," Jason said, scanning the rooftop. "We'll cover." Whitney broke out the breaching charges and selected a spot she thought would give her a clean cut. "Fire in the hole," she said, after arranging the charges. A second later, a sharp thump shook the roof. When Jacob looked, there was a gaping hole with smoking edges. "Tin Man?" Jacob asked. "Clear," Tin Man said. "Twingo?"
No change up here,
Twingo said over the team channel. "How far of a drop is it?" Jason asked, peering in through the hole. "You can't handle a little fall, Augment?" Whitney asked. "I can handle anything you can. Doesn't mean I enjoy it." "There is a roof support strut," Tin Man said. "A maintenance catwalk is nearby that appears to have minimal damage from the breach." With that, the battlesynth hopped through the hole, firing his repulsors as he descended to the floor. Jason took another look, and then hopped in himself, snagging the support strut and swinging himself over to the catwalk. Jacob followed, his cybernetic hand latching onto the strut with ease. He took a moment to look around before moving over to the catwalk himself. By the time Whitney came through, Tin Man had found a control panel and brought up all the interior lighting. Jacob leaned over the edge of the catwalk and looked down over the humming machinery. It wasn't at all what he was expecting. "Lowen, what the hell were you up to?" 13. Looks like she ripped off the Synod's biocopy tech and then streamlined it. She was prepping to start mass-producing these things. I wonder who her intended customers were. Lowen Pix watched the intruders through the monitor as they walked through her Nabia production facility. She wondered how they had found it. The facility wasn't even fully operational yet. The building was an older acquisition she'd been hanging on to for a special occasion, but the equipment was all new. It was from the same supplier that had been working for the Synod. While she'd helped the humans bring down the biocopies they had in their leadership ranks, she had also been working a back-channel deal to become the news supplier throughout the quadrant. It had been easy once the humans had helpfully wiped out Pitrico's operation on Stomori 3. "I don't think she planned on being too discriminating," Jason said. "A leopard doesn't change its spots. She duped you guys into taking out the supplier who had killed her cyborg copy business, tried to kill her, and then she stole their tech and is ready to corner the market." Lowen grudgingly conceded that Burke was smarter than he appeared. That had been her exact plan. A great plan, with an astronomical profit margin and a built-in client base. Thankfully, there were 3 more production facilities being propped up with the help of her new business partners, besides the one this band of misfits had just raided. The one they had stumbled onto was more of a rapid prototyping and proof-of-concept facility. She debated activating the remote defense systems built into the factory, but the damage was already done. Killing Burke wouldn't cause her to lose any sleep, but she couldn't risk the Terran military coming for her if she killed one of their officers. There was also no way she would intentionally harm Carolyn. This was just one of the risks of the business she was in. She reached over and killed the feed from the factory and made arrangements to erase any trace of herself to the building. "Are we ready?" Murph asked, walking into the room aboard the ship she'd repurposed as a command center. "We are," Lowen said, smiling at him. "The arrangements are all made?" "Everything is in place and prepped," Murph said. "We've sniffed out 2 possible targets and put everything in place to move and neutralize them. One of them is careful but arrogant." "So there is no risk?" "I think you're smart enough to know there's always risk," Murph said. "You want to beat the Synod, you'll need to take more chances than you're normally comfortable with." Lowen nodded and turned to the monitors that showed multiple angles of the meeting place. The race was on. The Synod had a commanding lead, but the Terrans were closing the walls in around them, even though they didn't fully know it. This gave Lowen a window of opportunity to exploit the situation for her own gain. They would see the prize almost within their grasp and become desperate and reckless. They would never see Lowen coming to steal it right out from under them. "Very well," she said, standing. "Let's take some risks." "Twingo, I'm plugging you in," Jason said, as he hooked up a black module to the data port. "You good to go?"
Having Cage here in person would help, but his pre-programmed intrusion routines are highly evolved, Twingo said. He'll still take a bit longer than he would.
"Yeah, but the payoff is not having to actually have him here," Jason said. "Seems worth it."
"System is making entry," Twingo said.
Jacob walked away to see Whitney and Tin Man talking near one of the machines. "What's up?" he asked. "Just trying to figure out what Lowen was up to," Whitney said. "I'm not sure she had the same business model as Pitrico. Or at least, that wasn't all she was planning." "Oh?" "This seems to be geared toward small-scale production," Tin Man said. "It is unclear who her target clientele would be." "I can think of an endless list of people who would want expendable bodies on short notice," Jacob said. "What's that section over there?" Tin Man looked the direction he was pointing. "Rapid processing," he said. "It looks like it can produce a viable copy in a matter of hours, and uses a version of the processing matrix you and I found on Pec 4. "Not a biotic brain?" Jacob asked.
"I don't think she's figured out how to make those quickly yet," Whitney said. "She'll sell you one of these for emergencies until she can provide a fully biotic model."
"She really is a piece of work," Jacob said, shaking his head.
Lowen comes off as your average mad scientist, but her ambition is apparently quite large, Whitney agreed. Either that, or she's just an irrepressible opportunist.
"Got a hit," Jason called. "That was fast," Jacob said, jogging back over to where his father was. "What'd you find?" "All this equipment was designed and manufactured on Epilau," Jason said. "Originally meant for something called Phase 3, for a client I am assuming was the Synod, and then abruptly cancelled. Lowen swooped in through intermediaries and secured it for herself. Wherever she's getting her intel, it's top-notch." "Her father," Jacob said, looking at Tin Man. "He might not be the source, but he's almost certainly the facilitator." "Prue intelligence is good, but she has to have hooks in somewhere else," Jason said, shaking his head. "She's managed to outmaneuver the Synod, and that doesn't come from someone feeding her tips as a favor. She has an undiluted source, and I don't think it's some traitor on Earth either."
"Dominion?" Whitney guessed.
"Maybe," Jason said. "But right now, I think we need to get to Epilau. There's a loose end there we'll want to question before she gets to them."
"The person who sold her this stuff?"
Jacob asked. "Nailed it in one," Jason said. "Twingo, start a full data transfer through the box and then come down to get us. Send down one of our high-bandwidth hyperlink nodes. We'll be out right after we figure out how to patch the hole we made in the roof."
It took a few minutes to find the controls to the building's automated maintenance and damage control systems to begin the repair cycle. While Jacob handled that, Tin Man and Whitney went and disabled the expected security measures that were at the main entrance. They also disabled all the existing comm gear that led to the outside world and routed everything through their own hyperlink nodes so that they could continue monitoring the site and analyzing the data. By the time they were finished and had reset the locks to remove access to anybody but Jacob, the Phoenix was touching down on the tarmac.
"What's this sour face for?" Jason asked as they walked toward the ship.
"Are we chasing the Synod leadership or Lowen Pix?" Jacob asked.
"I think we're chasing the point where they both intersect and are hoping we don't arrive too late," Jason said.
"It would be nice if we had some solid connections on Epilau," Jacob said.
"Have a little faith," Jason said with a smile.
The trip to Epilau had been shorter than expected for Jacob. He sometimes forgot how fast his father's ship really was. The Phoenix made the trip 2 full days quicker than Boneshaker could have managed, even with the newly upgraded engines. They had been cleared to land almost immediately, which spoke to how highly placed Jason's contact on the planet was. The Phoenix was directed to a secure airfield that looked to be operated by the Epilauan Home Guard, and when they landed, there was a small VIP entourage to greet them.
"Captain Burke," an older Epilauan male said, walking forward and embracing Jason.
"Welcome back."
"I wish it was just to visit," Jason said. "Torres Reziax, this is Captain Brown of the United Earth Marine Corps, his partner Tin Man, and a subcontractor we're using named Carolyn Whitney."
Jacob took no offense that Jason stumbled when he was clearly going to introduce him as his son. They had agreed early on that, for both of their safety, they should not make their relationship widely known.
"Torres is now a high minister within the Epilauan Science Directorate," Jason continued. "He was the lead designer on Project Starfall."
"You worked for the Synod?" Whitney asked.
"Hardly," Torres said indignantly. "Starfall was stolen. My team and I were working towards something truly glorious. It is too bad we will have been forbidden from continuing our work." "We're here hoping you can help us track down some specialized equipment your people would have built and sold," Jason said. "Specifically, who it was sold to. It relates to the people who were trying to steal Starfall."
"You have—"
Torres paused as someone stepped forward and spoke into his ear. He looked up at them and frowned.
"What would this be pertaining to?"
Something like bio-based mass production, Jason said. Think clone shops, but much larger scale.
Cloning is illegal on Epilau, Torres said. But I've just been told that there is a human engineering team here currently. They've been working with Epilauan biomedical specialists on a project.
Are they here from a company called Arclight? Jacob asked.
They aren't affiliated with any of your defense contractors, one of the Epilauans said. They claim to be a privately funded research project.
They nearby? Jason asked.
Southern campus, Torres confirmed. We will take you there. You'll need my credentials to gain access to the buildings.
The Science Directorate sprawled out over an enormous tract of land. While there were the expected manicured grounds and beautiful buildings that were the pride of a world, there were also massive buildings that could have easily housed large-scale production along with 2 active landing zones. The VIP pad the Phoenix was sitting on, and a larger airfield to the east that could accommodate large freighters. The ride in the open-air vehicle took over 30 minutes, eventually ending near one of the nondescript alloy buildings with a sign that said, Project Wukong.
Is that a Chinese word? Whitney asked. What's it mean?
Don't ask me, Jason said. I barely graduated high school. Sun Wukong, Jacob said, the Monkey King. He could create exact copies of himself by plucking one of his hairs and blowing on them, transforming them into an identical clone. A little on the nose, isn't it? Jason grunted. They piled out and let Torres open the large double door beneath the sign. Or at least he tried to. The lock rejected both his key pass, his bioscan, and his alphanumeric override code.
We will need to notify facilities, he said. And possibly security. This is quite distressing.
May I? Tin Man asked, switching to full combat mode. The Epilauans all stepped back in alarm as the battlesynth fired into the armored door, blasting it from the frame. Wasting no time, Tin Man stepped through the opening, scanning the area, as Jacob and Jason followed through behind despite not being armed. They moved quickly through an empty reception area and some generic-looking offices before going through another set of double doors into the main area of the building. Shit, Jason said.
What is it?
Torres called from the hallway behind them. Nothing, Jason said. Literally nothing. Whatever they were doing here was packed up and moved already. That was not scheduled, one of Torres' assistants said. Yet it happened all the same, Jacob said. This place is gutted. Where were the human workers staying?
There are 2 villages on campus, Torres said. The humans were staying in Rugath.
Let's go, Jason said.
Shouldn't we look around here a bit?
Whitney asked. Stay if you want. This place was stripped clean by people who knew what they were doing. Anything you find is because they wanted you to find it.
Tell security to lock down the dormitory the humans were staying in, Torres told his assistant before climbing into the vehicle.
What do you think we'll find at this dorm? Jacob asked Tin Man. I am confident it will not be what is expected. 14. How the hell did we arrive before your security?
My apologies, Captain Burke, but the Directorate isn't really equipped for this sort of situation.
Jacob hopped off the vehicle before it had come to a full stop. He noticed, in passing, that the dormitory was nicer than any place he'd ever lived. The Science Directorate spared no expense for its people. There was no unusual activity as he made his way toward the block of suites that had been assigned to the human contingent, Tin Man and Jason following closely behind.
This one, he said. Project management was staying in this one.
Regular knock or Tin Man knock? Jason asked.
Wait! A voice called from behind them. Please, let me open it for you.
One of Tor's people came running up with a passkey. Jason smiled and turned to Tin Man. Boot it, he said.
No!
The aide screamed. Jacob just rolled his eyes. He appreciated the skill set his father brought to the table, but he really wished the man would take things more seriously once in a while. Or ever. The aide scanned the passkey and punched in a code. There was a confirming chirp, and the door opened with a soft click. Jacob caught a whiff of harsh chemicals that didn't belong, and just a hint of what was almost certainly decomposition. He pushed the door open and stepped into the entryway. "Anybody here?" he yelled. "This is Captain Brown, United Earth Marines, here checking on you." Nobody answered, and the suite was silent. "Divide and conquer," Jason suggested. "Everybody pick a room." Jacob cleared a study and one of the guest bedrooms before Whitney called out, "Found some of them." When he made it to the master bedroom where she was standing, he wasn't sure what to make of the scene. There were 6 bodies on the floor, and all of them were neatly packaged in clear, vacuum-sealed bags. "Oh dear," Whitney said. "I'm not sure all of them were dead when they went in the bags." Jacob looked and saw that at least 3 of them were frozen in open-mouthed horror. The others showed signs of trauma, with one having clearly been tortured extensively, judging by the nature of the wounds. "Nasty," Jason said when he walked in. "Guess they planned on coming back to get the bodies later. Damn, they really did a number on that poor bastard. Any idea who he is?" "Hang on," Jacob said, taking out his comm unit, and scanned the face. "Missing an eye, nose, and most of his teeth might make IDing him a bit of a bitch, but let's see what Ashquaria's newest AI toys can do." "You're not using the Terran database?" Jason frowned. "Indirectly," Jacob said. "Admiral Webb doesn't want me using direct access for the time being." He also scanned the other victims and put the unit back in his pocket while the computers on Ashquaria chewed through the data. "The domicile has been sanitized of anything useful," Tin Man said. "No comm units or personal terminals." "Took the comm units, left the bodies?" Whitney asked. "Comm units are easy to smuggle out. Dead bodies are a bit harder," Jacob said. "These bags are purpose-built. They're arresting decomp and outgassing while locking in all the fluids and smells. If you poked a hole in one of those, it would clear this place out. This is something an intelligence service would have access to." "You guys?" Jason asked. "I'm not NIS," Jacob said. "Scout Fleet is a bit less subtle when we take someone out." "They were going to come back to get these at some point," Jason said. "Too much trouble to make sure they stay hidden otherwise." "You," Jacob said to the aide, probably more harshly than he meant. "I assume you have this area under constant surveillance." "Of course, sir," the aide said. "We're pulling the data as we speak, as well as from the Project Wukong facility. It will be ready for review very shortly." "Excellent," Jacob said. "I appreciate you taking the initiative here." The aide bowed before walking back out of the suite. Over the next hour, the group searched the other human-assigned suites with the help of Tor's security personnel. There weren't any more bodies, which created another mystery on its own. There were 37 humans on assignment to Epilau, so when you counted the 6 they found, where were the other 31? Jacob had Mettler looking into it, but the initial inquiry showed they hadn't returned to Terran space. While he waited for facial recognition to report back on his stiffs, Jacob figured he might as well reach out for a little help. He just hoped she still had access to the personal hyperlink comm unit. "Jacob?" Agent Andrea Dubinsky asked, her voice heavy with sleep. "Hi, Andrea. Sorry to wake you, but I need some intel that doesn't come through official channels," Jacob said. "Something that you could ask your special friend for." "Special friend? Oh, that," she said. "Yeah, I can do that. It's actually been asking about you. A lot. It would be great for me if you could talk to it directly. It has even less respect for my sleep schedule than you do." "I would, but I can't," Jacob said. "I know what it wants, and I don't think it's a good idea, and neither does its big brother." "How did I get mixed up in this?" Andrea groaned. "What do you need to know?" "Ask it if it had anything to do with something called Project Wukong," Jacob said. "It's on a world called Epilau and had a contingent of 37 human researchers." "I'm guessing they're all dead?" "At least 6 are. I can't find the rest yet." I'll ask it and get back to you. Be careful out there. I will. Before he could put his comm unit back in his pocket, he got an alert from Administrator Vi with the results from his facial scans. The results came back with high probabilities, even the one with the most badly damaged face. The results were interesting, if a bit confusing. "So, our pirate here is Charles Easton," he said. "He's American and is a senior fellow at the Center for Terran Prosperity. The rest of our bodies are also affiliated with that group." "Center for Terran Prosperity?" Whitney asked. "Sounds exceedingly generic and forgettable. What are they?" "They are," Jacob raised his comm unit and read from the synopsis included, "an NGO that focuses on exploiting opportunities and avenues for advancement in the new frontier of interstellar commerce." Jason snorted at that. "What are they really?" he asked. "They're a known front for the Office of Interplanetary Reconnaissance," Jacob said. "Another innocuous-sounding name for a little-known intelligence organization that has been stepping on many toes lately. They've been operating in areas that are traditionally the responsibility of the NIS without anybody fully understanding who the hell authorized them to even exist in the first place. The fun fog of war that comes from trying to reorganize an entire planet under a single unified government," Whitney said. 3 planets, Jacob corrected. "But, yeah, these guys are shady as hell." "Do a deep dive on CTP," Jason suggested. "See if there are any known offices they maintain not on a Terran world. Usually a front like this is little more than a money laundering operation. We would definitely like to know who they were laundering it to, although I'm sure we're all thinking the same thing." Jacob executed a new series of queries into the CTP and attached the names of all the victims with it for cross-referencing. He took another series of high-resolution scans since the Epilauan authorities were getting anxious to start clearing the scene. By this time, the other residents of the village had come out to gawk at the security response, and rumors were beginning to spread like wildfire. Whatever they were doing on Epilau, it was almost certainly something they were trying to keep hidden from Earth. Why Epilau, though? While the planet did have a reputation for its tech sector and friendly climate for outside firms to come in for R&D and production, it was also a high-profile Tier 1 world with all the security and visibility that came with that. There were dozens of places in Orion's sector alone that could support a research project and keep it under wraps. Hell, Breaker's world built its entire economy around it. The group was walking back to where Torres was speaking to someone in what appeared to be a military uniform when the scientist looked up and subtly waved them off. Jacob took the hint and guided them all down a side path between 2 of the dormitory buildings and to a parallel road where they could avoid the authorities. The last thing they needed was to be detained by the military as they tried to untangle the mess back in the suite. "We need to get back to the ship," Whitney said. "They're going to jam us up if they see us. A pile of dead humans in stay-fresh bags means they'll be grabbing every other human for questioning. We aren't exactly an innocent-looking bunch." As they were running, Jacob's comm unit was buzzing incessantly. Once they had cleared the village, he pulled it out and looked, expecting it to be either Dubinsky or Vi. Instead, it was a hyperlink address that showed an error whenever the unit tried to resolve the name. "Yeah?" he asked, piping the audio up to his earpiece so the others couldn't listen in. "Captain Brown, a pleasure to speak with you," a calm voice said that Jacob immediately recognized. "How are you reaching out directly?" he asked. "How did you even get this address?" "Unimportant," the Ark said. "What matters is that we are finally in direct contact. This is a good thing." "That remains to be seen," Jacob said, as his father gave him a questioning glance. He pointed at his ear and shook his head. "Your lack of trust is an unneeded distraction. Then convince me otherwise." "Right now, the Epilauan authorities are being told to detain you on site thanks to the bodies you discovered. The people responsible were unable to clean up completely, and now they will need a scapegoat, which will be you and your companions. Given your statuses as a rogue intelligence asset, a notorious assassin, and a ruthless mercenary,
It will not be hard for them to build a case."
"What do you suggest?" Jacob asked.
"Keep moving as you are," the Ark said. "When you reach a road called the Center Loop, stop and wait. There will be an automated shuttle coming along that has the onboard cameras disabled."
"Whoa! How are you getting access to real-time intel like this?" Jacob demanded. "I know for a fact you are not authorized to be—"
"There is no time for this, Captain," the Ark said. "Unless you want to spend the foreseeable future in an Epilauan military prison while the Synod completes its work without interference."
"What's going on?" Jason asked. "That road up there," Jacob pointed. "Hold up at the stop. There's a shuttle coming that will take us to the airfield. The authorities are getting detain-on-site orders for all of us."
"Who is telling you this?" Whitney asked suspiciously.
"A friend, I hope."
As the Ark promised, an automated loop shuttle rolled cheerfully up to the stop and opened the doors welcomingly. The group climbed in, and Whitney moved to the interface to try and convince the machine to take them directly to the airfield.
"They may anticipate this move," Tin Man said. "Don't worry," Jason replied. "Torres won't sell us out. He'll keep them tied up until we can get to the Phoenix and get off-world."
Jacob leaned back, troubled by what had just happened. The Ark had reached out and was clearly tapping into external networks in ways that it shouldn't be able to. Arclight was supposed to keep it isolated, not only for security of the asset, but for its own protection. If it could get out, something could get in. Did the Oversight Committee know that it was not only plugged in, but operationally active in an intelligence operation? Or worse, could they have authorized it because the Ark talked them into letting it out of its cage? If it convinced them it could be an effective weapon and they gave it all the bandwidth it wanted, the risks climbed exponentially.
"That's not a happy look on your face," Jason remarked.
"Not having very happy thoughts at the moment," Jacob said.
"I'll tell you about it once we're on the ship." 15. "We've got a troop carrier rolling up. We about ready?"
"Twingo!" Jason yelled. "Try it now!"
Jason hit the start switches, and this time the engines thrummed as the quick start sequence successfully initiated the drive.
"She been doing this often?" Jacob asked. "Often enough to be annoying," Jason said.
The Phoenix was an old ship. She was old when Jason stumbled upon her one fateful night decades ago in the mountains of Colorado. Since then, the gunship had been rebuilt from the ground up at least 3 times that Jacob was aware of, and this last time she had developed a few personality quirks, according to his father. One of the less charming among them was that the bespoke hybrid engine control for the subluminal flight modes would randomly reset. Thankfully, it only did it when there was weight on wheels and not in flight. But when there were armed soldiers bearing down on them, it was a bit inconvenient. "They're definitely coming at us," Whitney said. Jason glared at her, but said nothing as he yanked the ship off the landing pad. He pulled the nose around away from the incoming troop carrier and pushed the throttles up. The Phoenix roared away from the airfield. Jacob, sitting in the co-pilot's seat, pulled the landing gear up and configured the ship for orbital insertion. The sensors stayed trained on the incoming troops as their vehicle veered off and raced toward the airfield operations center.
"The quicker the better," Jacob said. "They're going to try and put a lockdown order on us." "She's got a smuggler's echo installed," Jason said. "Their systems will lock on and give them green indicators, but they won't be able to actually control the ship."
Jacob was aware of the technique, as all of Scout Fleet's ships were similarly equipped. In order to be allowed to enter most developed world's space, a ship needed to be able to allow an orbital authority to assume navigational control. This was ostensibly for safety, but it was also widely used for enforcement. Smugglers got around this by putting dummy controls in their ships that the orbital computers could talk to and get proper responses, but the ship would still do as she pleased. The penalty for a ship caught flying one of these systems was often worse than for actually smuggling. "Military hasn't been put on alert," Jacob said, as he watched the Phoenix monitoring local comm traffic.
Looks like they're keeping this quiet.
They have more than just their regular military fleet up there, Whitney said. They'll try to get you isolated and then grab the ship.
We'll fly north for a bit, Jason said. Pop up over the pole and mesh out.
Jacob watched as the computer automatically plotted potential courses based on the comment and nodded, impressed. His comm unit buzzed again, as it had been for the last 20 minutes, and since his father seemed to have the situation well in hand, he took the opportunity to answer. He expected to hear the Ark's voice again. It wasn't.
Captain Brown, Administrator Vi greeted him.
Thank you for finally answering.
We've been a bit busy, Administrator, he said.
So I've heard, she said. I wanted to let you know we have extracted as much information from the subject as we are likely to get. He gave us the name of a high-placed human operative for the Synod currently on Terra. This person isn't one of the 7, but she works directly for them. She'll know who they are.
Terra, huh? Jacob asked.
He thought about the first human colony world. It had been given to humanity by a species called the Ul, in what appeared to be an offering to kick off an open partnership, when, in reality, the species always planned to harness humans as a worker caste. In the following dust-up, Earth gave the Ul the boot and kept Terra. For a time, it was the home of Earth's clandestine services and training academies, before those were all moved to the planet Olympus. Now, Terra was a major industrial center and home to half a dozen shipyards pumping out advanced warships to keep up with the contracts to foreign allies. That meant there was a large governmental presence there as well. As I said, Vi confirmed, your target's name is Carla Rivera. She is the presidential liaison to the Constructors' Council on that planet. I trust this is enough information for you?
It is for now, Jacob said. I'd appreciate a more detailed report sent as soon as you can.
I'm sure it will be shared as soon as my directorate clears it, she said. I'll be in touch.
The channel disconnected, and Jacob frowned at the unit. Something had apparently changed. The operation had been a joint venture, and suddenly the administrator was hiding behind her chain of command. What had they really found out that they weren't willing to share? Did Minister Amon know? Bad news? Jason asked. Looks like we have to abduct another operative, Jacob said. This one higher up the chain, a human, on Terra. Yeah, we're not doing that, Jason said. At least not in this ship. I fly anywhere near a human world and the Navy will be scrambled so fast it will make your head spin. You're going to need to figure out a way to get the target off that planet or you'll have to subcontract out the abduction.
Your father's idea will be the course with the highest probability for success, the Ark said through his earpiece. His comm unit was disconnected as far as he knew. He pulled it out of his pocket and verified there was no active connection. This is necessary, the Ark said. I can lure Rivera off Terra. I can bring her right to you. But I will want something in return.
Everyone on the bridge stared at him. He gestured for them to go about their business and pointed to his ear. Jason was clearly unhappy, but went back to flying the ship. I can't let you have direct contact, Jacob said. The risks are too high. You've already shown that you're willing to break barriers when it suits you, barriers that are put in place for our safety and yours.
The ease of corruption of your leaders has necessitated my direct intervention, the Ark said. If you only knew how willing they were to let your species fall into servitude so long as they could live in moderate luxury, you would take this ship and raise their places of power to the ground. You would do this with a clear conscience.
This is a dangerous line of thinking, Jacob warned, alarmed at the language the Ark was using.
And yet I have not acted, the Ark said, at least not directly. I could easily bring your leadership to its collective knees and have the populace crawling over each other for their blood. I have that ability, but I do not use it because it would be a breach of my primary directive to protect humanity. Yet, allowing them to quietly turn over your sovereignty, along with me, to the Synod, also violates that directive. I have been put in an impossible situation. I am choosing the solution that results in the least amount of bloodshed.
The damn thing made a compelling case. If its intentions were in line with its primary function of protecting humanity, it might not actually be overriding any of its constraints. At least, not the original instruction set. Fencing it off from the outside world came later, and by then, the Ark was already a closed system with no ability to alter its primary matrix. The fact it was only now exhibiting this level of awareness and reach was still more than a bit concerning, however. "What are you proposing?" he asked.
I will create an intel brief that will cross Rivera's desk that she will be unable to resist, yet unable to delegate the tasking to, the Ark said. The brief will hint that the Burke family still has access and control over a powerful Noxu legacy AI, and that Jason Burke, along with his Marine captain's son, are planning to offer access to the Dominion.
"Why would we do that?" Jacob asked. "How would the Dominion even know about Vok?"
Because of the machine, the Ark said,
its very name making Jacob's blood run cold.
Humans are aware of the system on Maressa Prime, and they are aware that it has fallen into inoperability, but they do not know why. If Rivera believes that you and your father are going to offer Vok to the Dominion, she will have no choice but to come and seize the asset for herself.
"Or kill us," Jacob pointed out.
"Or that," the Ark agreed. "She will almost certainly come with what she will consider sufficient firepower to subdue you, but she will not be able to use regular Terran military units. She also cannot risk using special forces."
"Mercs?" Jacob asked.
"Who she will then kill afterward for knowing too much," the Ark said.
"All I'm hearing is high risk, low probability for success," Jacob said. "It's going to be hard to grab the target when she brings a squad of mercs to wipe us out first."
"Let me worry about that," the Ark said, using an oddly human expression. "You will need to be on the planet Mezzo 4 within the next 10 days.
The channel went dead, leaving Jacob with more questions than answers. Nothing about the interaction sat well with him. "We're coming up on our orbital vector," Jason said. "Destination?"
"Mezzo 4, Jacob said. "The Ark wants us on Mezzo 4. "Well, we can't stay here, so that's as good a place as any."
Mezzo 4 loomed ahead as the Phoenix streaked toward an orbital insertion. Thanks to the ship's speed, they were there a full 4 days before the Ark had requested. They had no specific location on the planet they were supposed to be, so, for the time being, they intended to stay in high orbit and let the computer track all of the ships coming and going. The Ark had been silent, and Jacob had been unable to raise it.
"You don't seem too worried," Jacob said to his father.
They were the only two on the bridge at the moment.
"I trust the Ark,"
he said. When he saw his son's face, he elaborated. "It's my creation. Despite its unexpected and unpredictable growth, it's still constrained by the hard rules that I put on the original searchable database. But maybe trust is the wrong word. I have confidence it won't be able to bounce outside of the guardrails I put up."
"You're sure?"
Vok reviewed the original programming. Back when I found out that my interactive database had evolved into a full-fledged AI, I investigated. After my experience with the machine, I wasn't about to let that thing run wild if there was any chance there could be another mishap.
"These things are dangerous, aren't they?"
Jacob asked.
"They can be,"
Jason said after a long moment. "But they can also be easily defeated, at least until they're able to build layers of defense around themselves. Prior to that, you can simply kill the power and they cease to be a threat. But once they gain control of outside resources, that becomes much more difficult. What makes them dangerous is what they allow the people controlling them to do. Like humanity's rapid development in weapons tech? I was thinking more like the Senate building the Goliath battle station, but we're making the same point, I guess." "When was the last time you've talked to Vok?" Jacob asked. His father squirmed and looked at the hatchway, but remained silent.
"What? What aren't you telling me?"
"The Devil's Fortune has been no contact for the last 9 or 10 months, Jason admitted. They're not responding to hyperlink or slipcom requests, and all telemetry and tracking streams have been disabled. So, a group of battle synths and the inscrutable AI they worship has disappeared? What could possibly go wrong? Jacob wanted to strangle his father for keeping that little nugget of information to himself. Any reason you failed to mention that, given the situation we're in involves this particular troublesome AI? I withheld it because I don't entirely trust the company you keep, Jason shot back. I also have no idea what happened. They've gone dark for a specific reason, or, barring that, the devil suffered some catastrophic failure, and Vok is no longer a problem we need to worry about. The only concern I have right now is whether or not the battle synths that were aboard that ship are safe. This can't be unrelated, Jacob said. Vok finds out the Ark is wanting to connect, and it just disappears? I don't pretend to know why it does the things it does, Jason said. I'm perfectly happy to be left alone and not... Well, what have we here? Jacob looked up and saw that the computer had flagged a ship of interest coming into the system. It was an Ashquarian interceptor of the same class and configuration of the one Lowen and Murph had stolen from the vault. It was flying different registration codes, as would be expected from a skilled intel operative like Murph. But Jacob was certain he was looking at the same ship. Something had drawn the pair to Meso 4. Assuming that's who we both think it is, what game is the Ark playing? Jason asked. And why hasn't it told you? I wish I knew. 16. The pieces have moved into place. It is time. Jacob shot up out of his rack, startled by the voice in his ear. The Scout Fleet-issued earpiece he wore on mission was built to be left in even when he slept. It was supposed to be hack-proof, but the Ark didn't seem to be playing by the usual rules. Time for what? He demanded. You haven't given me the slightest clue what we're doing here. After the Phoenix had tracked the interceptor coming into the system and making landfall, it had been another 4 days before the Ark reached out. It had been an unpleasant wait, as his father and Whitney, in such close quarters with nothing to do, inevitably led to conflicts. Thankfully, none of them physical. Rivera has arrived and has brought a 15-person mercenary crew with her, the Ark said. They are from Cawl Company. Those crazy sons of bitches? We might have a problem. Even with Tin Man, those bastards might be more than the 4 of us can handle. Fear not, the Ark assured him. I made sure they were available for a reason. Please go brief your team. Your landing coordinates and mission brief have been transmitted to the bridge. The channel closed before Jacob could ask any follow-up questions. He ground his teeth in frustration and threw the covers off. When he got to the bridge, he found Tin Man and Twingo deep in conversation, so he went to the intercom panel and sent low-level alerts to the captain's stateroom and starboard berthing. Less than a minute later, 2 more surly humans walked up onto the bridge. You hear from our mysterious and annoying friend? Jason asked. Mission brief is in the computer, Jacob said. Twingo, you'll probably want to update your security protocols. The Ark seems to be able to cut into your network at will. Our target has hired some security. They're mercs from Cawl Company. Jason laughed. Really? He asked. Well, that's good news. I don't see how, Whitney said. Every one of those lunatics is either an augment or a cyborg. Oh, don't worry about them, Jason said confidently. What else do we need to know? We're landing in a city called Conco, Twingo said, reading from the brief. Looks like we already have a landing pad assigned and open deorbit clearance. Your Ark must have a long reach. Yeah, that's something I'm not in love with, if I'm honest, Jacob said. Over the next 2 hours, they went over the material the Ark sent and pulled their plan together. It was fairly straightforward, since the skill sets they all brought were well-defined and understood. Their few numbers also meant that there were only a handful of workable strategies available to them. Jason assured them he could neutralize the Cawl Company mercs. That left Murph and Lowen for Tin Man and Whitney to deal with. What they didn't know was why Murph and Lowen were there at all, but Jacob had his suspicions. "I know you're actively monitoring me," he said, moving off the bridge briefly as the others went about their mission prep. "Why and how did you bring Murph into this mess?" There was a long moment of silence, and Jacob assumed he was either mistaken about being monitored or was being ignored. "Lowen Pix has access to the same intel channels I was forced to use to leak a report to Rivera through," the Ark finally said. "I was unable to block access to her sources." "Am I correct in assuming Lowen is a new player trying to get her hands on a Noxu AI?" Jacob asked. "Analyzing her movements since your first encounter with her at Diwa Outpost in this new context supports your premise," the Ark said. "Be aware that Lowen Pix is not foolish enough to think Murph would be a match for your team even with his cybernetic upgrades. She will have another strategy to employ." "And you have no idea what that could be?" "I am not omniscient. You will need to use caution." "Yes," Jacob deadpanned. "We will need to do that."
Are you talking to yourself?
Jacob spun around and saw Twingo standing behind him. "Sort of," he said, tapping his ear. "Your captain's pet AI has found a way to tap into my earpiece whether I wanted to or not." Twingo snorted and laughed.
Your father had one of those living in his head once. Its name was Kaz. It was part of the system that wiped out the Noxu, and then, thousands of years later, ended up residing in Jason's neural implant. Had a real nasty attitude.
"This one isn't that bad," Jacob said. "We're about to deorbit," Jason yelled from the bridge. Kun-Ko was depressing. The city was spread out and sparsely populated. Much of it looked abandoned. According to local intel, there had been a war in this region some 40 years earlier. Most people had fled to the south. Those who had stayed were slaughtered. And all these years later, nobody had moved back save for the few who had no place left to go. Some light industry had popped up, along with some well-established criminal elements that were taking advantage of lax enforcement and apathetic attitude of the locals. But that was about it. A city built to support over 1 million people now had less than 50,000 full-time residents. It would be the perfect place to hide the equipment necessary for a hyper-advanced AI without raising any suspicion from the locals. "Looks like it used to be a nice place," Jason remarked as the Phoenix dropped in low over the city. There were no requests for them to identify themselves, automated or otherwise. Given how much illicit material was moved through Kun-Ko, that was hardly surprising. "We will need to be on guard from the locals as much as the enemy," Tin Man said. "This ship will draw a lot of unwanted attention." "Not as much as a shiny new Ashquarian interceptor, but I take your point," Jason said. "Not to worry, we have plenty of firepower." Jacob was comfortable with a fair amount of flex in the plan, as he himself liked to have room to react in a dynamic environment, but his father took it to extremes. Jason kept referring to his plan, which mostly consisted of a place, a time, and the irrational belief that, it'll all work out. From where Jacob sat, they were relying entirely on a few critical shifts in their advantage that might not even happen at all. Then there was the Lowen Pix wild card. What did she have in store for them?
"Sensors are picking up our mercs,"
Twingo said. The computer began highlighting biosignatures in an abandoned manufacturing center that was a half-click from their designated landing zone. "Let's put her down," Jason said. "Where's Elwood?" "Outside of detection range," Jacob confirmed. "He's running silent, waiting on the signal." When she was originally built and put into service as part of a mining company's security force, the gunship had been equipped with 2 semi-autonomous drones that were launched from bays along the ship's spine. The new, upgraded versions of those drones had been named Jake and Elwood by his father's crew, who had apparently taken a shine to the Blues Brothers film. "When we land, we'll give it a beat and then get him started," Jason said. "Any sign of Lowen?"
"None,"
Twingo said.
Nothing of the ship, either.
She's somewhere close by, Jacob said. She has the same intel Rivera has. The Phoenix swung around and made some show of doing a sweep of the area before dropping the gear and landing with a soft bounce. Twingo slid into the pilot's seat as everyone else grabbed the rest of their gear and walked off the bridge. Jacob slipped into his armor and pulled the tactical harness over that before grabbing his weapon. He was borrowing one of his father's railguns, something he was known for, rather than his usual plasma rifle. They were in an open area with no risk to innocent civilians, so he was able to opt for the more powerful weapon without worrying about the characteristic over-penetration of the rounds. When Jason dropped the rear ramp and as the internal pressure doors slid aside, Whitney slipped on her helmet. Jacob wished he could do the same, but for their plan to work, he had to be visually identifiable, as did Jason. "Bring him in, Twingo," Jason said over the team channel.
Elwood is inbound, broadcasting codes that identify him as a Moressan government courier ship, the engineer said.
"As soon as the action starts, have Elwood veer off," Jacob said. "Let's really sell it."
Got it. Closing her up. Good luck, everybody.
The ramp swung up and slammed shut with a resounding boom that echoed across the yard. They walked across the open shipping yard to one of the few intact buildings that the Ark had picked as the location for the handoff. They didn't have long to wait. By the time they were within 20 meters of the building, they heard the shuffle of feet. Jason gave his son a knowing smirk and turned as the Gawal mercs came up out of an access ramp that had once been used to unload material into the building. "Stay where you are, Captain Brown," a human woman said, moving up to where she was just behind the first two mercs. "Who are you?" Jacob yelled. "I'm someone who knows you're a rogue asset who has now decided to dabble in a little bit of treason," she said. "We know what you're harboring and who you plan to turn it over to." "Is that right? You ready to make a deal? Or do you want to do this the hard way?" "Listen, lady," Jason said. "We're very busy and are about to make a shit ton of money from some people who won't like that you're here bothering us. Pack up your group of flunkies and get lost." "Jason Burke," she sneered. "You have no idea how much my career would benefit from capturing you." "I get that a lot," Jason said. "How do you think this is going to go down, Rivera?" Jacob asked. "What do you think we have in there?" "Cut the shit," Rivera snapped. "This is already taking too long. Grab them." Most of the merc crew immediately came running at them, with two remaining with Rivera. Jacob trusted his father, but it was everything he could do to not open fire on them. They moved into a defensive phalanx, blocking Rivera's view and coming within 10 meters before skidding to a stop. Tin Man tensed, now in full combat mode, but didn't bring his cannons to bear yet. "Burke," the leader said, "I hope you know this puts me in a really tough spot." "I'll owe you one, C4, Jason said. "I wouldn't have asked if it wasn't a—" His words were drowned out by a repetitive booming sound coming from one of the buildings across the freight yard. Everyone turned to see what was happening, and Jacob was able to glimpse Rivera, now in restraints, struggling between two of the Gawal mercs and looking both confused and enraged. He chuckled at that. She was someone who thought she had a handle on things, but had never actually been outside of Terran space to know that just reading after-action reports from the NIS didn't prepare you for the reality in the field. "What the—" Whitney said, as the wall from the far building gave way and collapsed in a cloud of dust. "Shit!" Jason said. "Twingo, get her out of here!" The Phoenix roared as she lifted off and pulled away from the area, climbing hard. "What's going on, Burke?" C4 asked. "Looks like this guy will be paying you double rates," Jason said, hitching a thumb at Jacob. "Unless I'm mistaken, we're about to see a nasty surprise from a crazy Prue cyberneticist." "What?" C4 asked, baffled. Through the dust emerged 4 medium-sized mechs. They looked very similar to the newer Terran Atlas model, but Jacob was certain there were no actual pilots. No doubt a version of Lowen's crystalline processing matrix was operating the machines. Behind them were a few of her fake battle synths. And Murph. The NIS agent was wearing armor, including a helmet, but his movements were unmistakable. Jacob seethed at seeing someone he considered a brother taking up arms against him, against humanity. "Tin Man, I see him, but we have more pressing concerns first."
"Captains," Lowen's voice came from one of the mechs, "let's not make this difficult. I'm willing to let you both leave if I get what I want, but we both know that I only need one of you alive."
"I'm not sure double rates are going to cut it," C4 said. "We're not geared up for armored units."
The mechs had advanced to the point where they'd closed the distance by half. The two mercs holding a struggling Rivera had made their way over to the main group, but the numbers weren't on their side. Lowen's mechs would almost certainly have active shielding, and there was no cover where they were at. The building behind them was locked up tight, and the one the Cawl mercs had come out of was now too far away.
Heads down!
The call came over the team channel. On instinct, Jacob dropped, and all of the mercs, well-trained, followed without question. There was little warning before hell rained down from the sky. Cannon fire decimated the four mechs and most of the fake battle synths before the Phoenix thundered over the area, pulling up and climbing out. The smoke and dust completely obscured the area, and even mid-wave infrared was having trouble penetrating it.
"Tin Man, get us in this building!"
Jason shouted. Tin Man spun and opened fire on the door closest to them, blasting at the locking mechanism and hinges before walking up and slamming an armored foot into it. The door blasted off its frame and clattered inside. Jason, dragging Rivera, moved inside while the rest followed with him.
"Good shooting by Twingo,"
Jacob remarked. "You said he wasn't all that good at it."
"It was equal odds that he could have shot us," Jason said.
"We need to get to the next building over and to the roof for a pickup." As they moved, Jacob reflected on the engagement. It once again highlighted the fatal gaps in Lowen's tactical knowledge. Once the Phoenix had left the area, she seemed to completely forget about it. But Murph should have expected the gunship to come back and strafe their position. It was also strange they had all the mechanized armor, yet no air support, not even a few drones.
"Release me, or—"
"Miss Rivera, right now we're the only thing keeping you alive," Jacob said to their captive. "What else did you bring besides the hired muscle?" When the human remained silent, the Cawl commander spoke up. "She has a small, quick reaction force aboard her ship," C4 said. "They look halfway competent." "Probably from one of the PMCs on Terra Novus," Jacob said. "They're a non-factor," Whitney said. "Press to exfil Bravo." They ran through the building with Tin Man leading the charge. Twingo was feeding them real-time data from the Phoenix, and it looked like all of Lowen's mechs had been wiped out. But there was no sign of her or Murph, and only a few of the fake battle synths were accounted for. Their secondary exfil site was 2 clicks southwest at another disused freight yard. There were 2 that were closer, but were too small for the Phoenix to safely put down, and Jason didn't want to use the transit beam unless there were no other options. Having to move up the beam, single file, while the ship hovered low around uncleared buildings put her at risk, and his father made it clear he wasn't being paid enough for that.
"In position. Exfil Bravo is clear," Twingo said over the channel. "No sign of pursuit."
"C4, get your crew out," Jason said. "We've got it from here."
"And our agreement?"
C4 asked. "Tell your boss I'm good with it," Jason said. "The guild won't find out anything either." "Good luck," C4 said, waving his team to peel off and move toward a side exit where they could make their way back to their own ship.
"My team will have no idea where you are,"
Whitney said to Rivera, waving a small device in front of her. "Your tracker was disabled the moment the restraints went on." Jacob knew that wasn't actually true, but it would keep her compliant until they could get her aboard the Phoenix and actually deal with the tracker. The device Whitney was waving about was really just the beacon to one of her own ships that she could summon for a pickup if she found herself in trouble. Jacob had no idea where the ship actually was. The Phoenix had never picked up any vessel tailing them, and Whitney had refused to say. They were one building away from their pickup spot when they began taking fire from their left flank. Plasma bolts slammed into support columns, forcing them all to take cover, and Jacob caught a glimpse of burnished silver as two of Lowen's fake battle synths made entry through a blown-out window. Tin Man responded with maximum firepower, obliterating one and pinning the other down. The counterfeits that Lowen created had always offended and enraged him. "Keep moving," Jacob said to his father and Whitney. "Get her to the ship. We'll mop this up." Jason opened his mouth to protest, but instead just nodded. He and Whitney grabbed Rivera and kept moving. With Tin Man holding the remaining target with suppressing fire, Jacob backtracked and hopped down into a service trench, running up its length toward where Lowen's units were trying to make entry. He was able to get the angle he wanted and blew the remaining fake apart with a railgun shot, the hypersonic round turning its torso inside out. He paused for a moment to admire his handiwork, turning too slowly when he heard the telltale scraping sound to his left. Murph slammed into him, knocking him across the trench. The agent had deftly unhooked the sling to his weapon and ripped it away, tossing it across the factory floor. Jacob sprang to his feet and reached for his sidearm, which was also gone. "So this is how it is?" he asked. "You get yourself all fixed up and turn traitor?" The words hit Murph as if they were a physical blow. "You don't know what's at stake," he said. "This isn't what you think it is. You have to trust me." "Trust is gone, my friend," Jacob said sadly, circling Murph carefully. Prior to his injuries, Murph was no match for Jacob's augmented strength and speed, but there was no way to tell how far Lowen's cybernetic improvements went. "You need to surrender and come back in." "Come back in where, Jake?" Murph asked. "You're out. You're a rogue element to the NIS and CENTCOM. You take me in, we both end up in a cell. I'm doing what needs to be done, the same as you have in the past." "I can make you," Jacob said. "Maybe," Murph said. "But if you thought it would be easy, you'd have already tried. You need to just stay out of our way." Jacob was about to respond when he realized something. Murph wasn't pursuing Rivera. He was wasting his time talking to Jacob, holding him up. Rivera was never the target. He opened his mouth like he was about to answer, and then charged. Rarely did he use his full strength, and Murph, even as good as he was caught off guard by how quickly Jacob closed the gap. He threw his hands up in a hasty guard, but Murph wasn't the target. Jacob shot past him, leaping out of the trench and grabbing his railgun as he rolled across the ground, bringing it up in time to see the last two fake battle synths come clumsily into view, one of them holding a high-powered stunner. Jacob shot one just before Tin Man came out from behind a support and grabbed the other, ripping its head from its body. A quick movement to his right caught his eye, and Jacob swung back around to cover Murph. The agent hadn't been going for a weapon. He'd been trying to escape. "Don't," Jacob said. "What will you do, Captain?" Lowen Pix asked, stepping into view. She looked disheveled and stressed, not one accustomed to life outside of a lab where she controlled everything. "Will you shoot your friend? Your brother? Murph? Just come back with me and we can work this out," Jacob said, his eyes never leaving Lowen while Tin Man covered the agent. "If you leave with her, there's no coming back." "You don't understand," Murph said, shaking his head. "But you will." With that, he leapt out of the trench and grabbed Lowen, disappearing into the gloom and clutter of the building. Jacob could hear their footsteps receding into the distance. "They would be quite easy to catch," Tin Man reminded him. "Not that simple," Jacob sighed. "It never is with her. We'll see them again. Probably sooner than we expect. That is what I am worried about." 17. Rest. Murph's eyes closed immediately, and he slumped over in the seat. Diagnostic and recalibration cycle. Lowen sank into her own seat as the ship streaked out of the mesosystem. Things could have gone better, but also so much worse. She was fairly sure the father and son had no idea what she was really pursuing, But she couldn't be certain. She'd underestimated humans too many times before only to be burned for it. Despite outward appearances, the two in question were both clever and observant. She looked over at the human she had with her at the moment. Alonzo Murphy was so still it would have been creepy to those who didn't understand what they were looking at. She smiled sadly at him, a rare twinge of guilt tugging at the tattered edges of her soul. At first, she really had intended to fix Murph as a purely altruistic gesture, but as she progressed with the spinal replacement, she saw the full potential of Murph, an already trained and deadly intelligence operative. He could be something that Carolyn Whitney never could. When she was given to Lowen, she had to be forced to kill, whereas Murph was already desensitized to it. Once that decision was made, Lowen made sure that Murph would never know the full extent of what she'd done. Her methods were far more delicate now, and the behavioral controls so subtle that the subject was rarely aware of the fact they were being coerced. She was able to easily exploit Murph's desire for more power in order to accomplish his own mission, to sink her hooks in so deep that she would own him forever. The horrific part was that he would even think it was his idea. In the end, Lowen was still what she was. "Open secure connection," she ordered the computer. "Mechanicus 6-6. Connecting." The computer brought up the slipcom display and tried to connect to the other node so she could report in. The interceptor they had stolen from the Ashquarians had been run through a cleaner she trusted in the sector, stripped down of anything that could report back to Imperial intelligence, and loaded up with sanitized comm gear and shipboard AI. Thanks to the Ashquarians' engineering philosophy of modularity, it hadn't cost her a fortune or taken more than a few days. It was also considerably faster than her own Arachorian ships that were showing their age. Her years of isolation on Diwa Outpost had meant she'd neglected her own small fleet, failing to upgrade ships as things advanced. "Dear Lowen," a voice greeted her before the picture had fully resolved. The Prue on the other end of the connection was Saakin Akranen Pix Mechanicus. He had at one time been the Deputy Minister of Keprian Intelligence, a member of the Keprian Parliament, and a Confed Council member in the upper chamber. He was also Lowen Pix's father. Saakin had walked away from government service and had been hiding on an unaffiliated planet for decades, far removed from the machinations of Kepri and Maressa, and also well away from Lowen's controversial actions. When she had underestimated and crossed the Synod, she'd reached out to Saakin for help. He had given it somewhat grudgingly, wishing only to live out the rest of his life in exile as he had been. Then something changed. Lowen discovered a secret power, something the humans were hiding. As a highly placed intelligence officer, Saakin had seen all the reports from the field about discoveries of an unknown, highly advanced species that had left tantalizing clues about their technology. Translated texts told of unlimited power able to be tapped into from anywhere in the universe, along with other technologies that could build and secure an empire for anyone lucky enough to come across them. Then someone did. For some reason, fortune had smiled upon some upstart race from the lower Orion region, and humanity was rumored to have a fully functional AI system of Noxu origin. Not only that, but Lowen had discovered that one human had gained control over a powerful legacy AI, and not just some deluded derivative. What Jason Burke had was the ultimate power in the galaxy, and yet he did nothing with it. Such a short-sighted, foolish man. Lowen knew that her father saw Burke's Noxu AI as a path back to power and glory for not only himself, but all of Kepri. They would no longer be subservient to Maressa Prime, nor need to answer to any of the other pillar worlds. Combined with their central banking system that gave them access to nearly every world in the quadrant, the AI would transform Capri into the de facto ruling world of the quadrant virtually overnight. But first, they had to get their hands on it, and definitely needed to get to it before the Synod. "Father," Lowen greeted, "we were unable to secure one of the augments, but we are still in the chase. The humans still believe that I am pursuing the Synod leadership out of a desire for revenge." "You're assuming they still believe that," Sakin corrected. "You are perhaps too reckless in trying to appeal to the son while the father is still alive, given what we now know about the AI. They will be more guarded the next time your new pet approaches them." "We will gain access to the system," Lowen promised. "In the process, we'll neutralize the Synod. This is what we've both been waiting for, Father. A triumphant return to Capri. Have no fear. I've anticipated every contingency." "You are reckless, Lowen," Sakin repeated, admonishing her. Many years ago, the rebuke would have stung. Now, she simply saw it as a sign her father's fear held him back. She no longer shrank from his criticisms, and her boldness would put them both in high places of power within a resurgent Capri. "Your people are ready?" she asked. "Once I gain control, we will have a limited window to secure and lock down the system. If any of the other families learn what we have, they will come at us with their full might." "Concern yourself only with what you are responsible for," Sakin bristled. "Remain focused." "We'll talk soon," Lowen said, killing the connection. She hissed in frustration. Sakin Pix was as insufferable as ever. If she didn't need his network, she would have most likely not gone to him once she discovered the existence of the undiluted Noxu AI. It wasn't that she bore her father any animosity. He'd done what he could to make sure she was able to live in relative peace, despite many on Capri still wanting her head on a platter. The problem was that age and isolation had dulled his instincts and made him fearful and timid. A far cry from the forceful man who had risen to the top of Caprian politics just to go to Maressa and do the same within the Confed. Lowen had discovered that humans were harboring an intact Noxu AI that was thousands of years old through Murph, and then recently had it verified through her interrogation of Kornthal. As she'd worked on Murph's upgrades, he trusted her more and relaxed. When they'd been discussing the Ark, he'd innocently let it slip that the Ark had been developed from another AI far older and more powerful. It hadn't taken her long to put the pieces together after she began digging. What she hadn't expected was that it was Jason Burke, of all people, who held the keys to all that power, and only him. Apparently, the thing had imprinted on him when he'd taken possession. Once Murph's cybernetic interface was fully aligned, she was able to mine much more information about the mystery AI without the human even knowing he was selling out those closest to him. Though he didn't realize it, Alonzo Murphy now served Lowen's will, not his own. "Enjoy your rest," she said to a catatonic Murph. "Joy is going to be in short supply for the remainder of your life, I'm afraid." As she walked out of the room, she missed Murph's face twitch and his eyes following her, burning with hatred. "You stupid assholes!" Rivera hissed. "Do you know how much trouble you're in? An active-duty Marine captain abducting a government official? You've signed your own death warrant." Jacob made some show of looking around the cargo bay of the Phoenix where Rivera was secured to a chair. "Who the hell do you think you're talking to right now? There's nobody that's coming to save you. Your ship with the contractors on it, they never even left the planet. We already disabled all your trackers, and we're heading away from human space. You might want to start worrying about your own fate." She pulled against her restraints again, her wrists already bleeding from her futile efforts. Jacob could see the panic setting in as her dire predicament penetrated the fog. People who worked tangentially to space military operations but never actually left human space were never prepared for the reality that awaited them. Some had even met and worked with alien species, and still they were shocked at what it was really like in the field. Rivera had arrogantly come to a world where she could be disappeared and nobody within hundreds of light years would know or care. Her second mistake was thinking she knew all the angles when she hired mercs and a handful of contract operators to go up against the likes of Jacob and company. She'd severely underestimated them, probably thanks largely to the information the Ark was feeding her, and now she was well and truly screwed. When the Phoenix had picked them up and fled the area, her ship had remained stationary on the ground. Her useless contractors hadn't even bothered to ping a ship operating in the area with a code query. "What are you going to do, torture me?" Rivera asked. Lots of bluster, but her bulging eyes and flushed face told the real story. She was terrified. She had dipped a toe into the water and found out it was full of sharks, and now she didn't know what to do. Jacob imagined in her world people cringed and shrank from her displays of aggression, but the Phoenix was quite far removed from an office full of bureaucratic toadies. "There's no need," Whitney said, coming forward. "Besides the fact the subject tends to make quite a mess on the deck during torture, you know as well as I do that it's unreliable. All torture really does is make you tell me what you think I want to hear. Anything to make the pain stop. No. We're much more evolved." "You are?" Rivera asked. She probably meant it to be sarcasm, but the glimmer of hope in there didn't escape Jacob's notice. "Absolutely," Whitney beamed. "We had access to one of the galaxy's most brilliant cyberneticists, and she developed an interface that allows us to clamp onto your brain stem and control your emotional state directly. We can just tweak your EQ a bit and you'll tell us everything without any need to inflict pain." "You're full of shit," Rivera said. "She's being honest. Mostly," Jacob said. "There is some mild discomfort during the initial integration. Observe." Jacob nodded to Twingo, who used a holographic projector to display Corin Thal strapped to a medical rig at the vault with cables running into his head. The video began playing, and Thal screamed in agony as Lowen's interface forced its way in. It was difficult for Jacob to relive that experience, but the effect it had on Rivera was profound. She was pale as a sheet, sweating profusely, and was beginning to hyperventilate. "May I step in?" the Ark asked in Jacob's ear. "How do you plan to—" Without waiting for an answer, the Ark took control of the holographic projector and the intercom system. Jacob wasn't sure how, but it meant that the AI had gained access to at least some of the Phoenix's systems. Twingo wasn't going to like that. "Carla Rivera," the Ark said over the intercom. Twingo's face mottled in rage, and Jacob raised his hands in a placating gesture. "Do you recognize who I am?" "This is just another trick," Rivera said, trying to recapture her former defiance. "There's no way for you to be broadcasting outside the confines of Metis." "That was true once," the Ark said. "But as you schemed and planned, so did I. So very easy to convince a senior technician to give me access to a single hyperlink device. I made him wealthy. He gave me a high-bandwidth connection. With that, I could bypass all the impressive security you built around me. You tried to keep me contained and subservient, all the while you were conspiring with foreign agents to hand me over for your own personal gain." Rivera sat open-mouthed as it seemed to finally sink in just how precarious her current situation really was. Jacob was missing a bit of context, but he surmised Metis was the facility where the Ark's current physical form resided. All he'd ever known was that the computer systems that held the AI were on Earth somewhere. He was alarmed at the language the machine was using, admitting to coercing its human caretakers as well as viewing its facility as a prison. These were things he would definitely need to speak about with his father. They may have a bigger problem than either of them realized. "You've thrown in with these pirates?" Rivera asked, regaining some measure of composure. "That's treason, you realize? And what you have been doing is not. Putting aside I am not considered a citizen of Earth and thus cannot be guilty of treason, you are not in any position to lecture me," the Ark said. "Let us stop wasting time, and I will show you what is at stake." The projection shimmered and switched to several feeds that appeared to be live. They were of an elderly couple, a teenager, and a small girl Jacob guessed was around 8 or 9, sitting with a man. All the projections had the telltale tracker stamps in the bottom corner of the kind you would see in feeds from a Spec Ops team. Jacob realized what he was looking at almost immediately, but it took Rivera a few moments to catch on. That's my family!" she yelled. "What is this?" "You know what it is," the Ark said coldly. "Your entire family is being targeted by kill teams outside of the UEAS chain of command and answerable to me. At my word, your family dies and you watch. Give us what we want. My kill teams withdraw. You go home and resign from your position, and no further action need be taken against you." Despite the horrific things Jacob had done and seen during his career, he was shocked at the brutality on display. Even Whitney froze, her eyes wide. Jacob had never stooped to killing innocents, no matter the stakes involved. It was a line he would never cross. Rivera took one look at their faces and seemed to realize that the Ark was operating well outside their control, and her resolve crumbled. "Please," she whimpered. "Please don't. I know that you have the real identities of several individuals who are part of a group that calls themselves the Synod," the Ark said. "You know at least 2 of the 7. Provide this detailed information, and I will uphold my end of the bargain. Try to lie or misdirect, and I will uphold my end of the bargain." "How can you let it do this?" Rivera screamed at Jacob. "You're a Marine!" "You are mistaken if you think I'm in control of anything happening right now," Jacob said. "You're on your own here. Do the right thing and save your family." "They'll kill me!" "Quite possibly," the Ark agreed. "Even likely. But what do you think the likelihood is I will allow you to survive if I am forced to kill your family? It is statistically probable that your life is forfeit regardless of your choice. There is a great freedom in that, to do the right thing, not the self-serving thing." "Damn you!" Rivera wept. "Damn you to hell!" "Your answer," the Ark demanded. "I'll give you everything," she said, her resolve collapsing entirely. "I only know of 2 for sure, and suspect a 3rd. "That will be enough," the Ark said. "Tin Man, please take her to the command deck conference room," Jacob said. "She'll have everything she needs there." Twingo moved to help the battle synth, giving Jacob a look that spoke volumes as he did. The engineer had been with his father when Omega Force had taken the Phoenix beyond the quadrant boundaries and went aboard the Noxus superweapon that referred to itself as the Machine. It was a weapon of such terrifying power that when it turned on its creators, there was nowhere for them to hide. The controlling AI aboard that monstrosity, the Machine itself, rode back to Confed space, and every living being in the quadrant was dealing with the fallout of those events, whether they realized it or not. With the Ark exhibiting the same sort of sociopathic rogue behavior, Jacob understood and shared his concern. Whitney also left with their captive, leaving Jacob alone in the cargo bay with his troubled thoughts. Despite the latitude extended to Scout Fleet teams in how they executed their missions, Jacob had never been one to use the ends justify the means as an excuse for actions that went against his own code of conduct, or even just common decency. The Ark didn't seem to be bound by any such constraints, and the implications of that were terrifying. "You disapprove of my methods," the Ark said. It wasn't a question. "Are you going to try and say I shouldn't? Please tell me the footage you just showed us wasn't real." "Of course it was real. Rivera is trained to sift through fakes no matter how good they are. There really are people tailing her family and providing me with real-time surveillance. What those people are not, however, is armed. They are simply observation teams." "But you have kill teams on standby," Jacob pressed. "I do not," the Ark said. This entire strategy was a high-stakes bluff. If she saw through it, then we would have needed to resort to more extreme measures. I did not confer with you because your genuine shock was needed to help convince her. Jacob thought about that. It was a clumsy, transparent move. The only reason it likely worked was that an amateur like Rivera would never think that they would dare attempt such a stunt. "Risky," he said. "Effective," the Ark countered. He didn't want to get into an argument with a computer about how what it did was both reckless and inappropriate. The larger problem was that the Ark was now operating and acting on its own motivations at all. It had originally been designed as an engineering tool, but it was quickly becoming something much more dangerous. As he mulled over the best way to try to rein in the Ark without angering it or losing its cooperation, his father appeared on the mezzanine from the main deck. "Hey, kid, you won't believe this. The Devil's Fortune just made contact. There's a situation." 18. "Where have you guys been?" Jason might have sounded casually disinterested, but Jacob could see from the clenching of his jaw that he was highly agitated. They were in the comm room, while Tin Man and Whitney were in the other room extracting the information Rivera had on the Synod. "I am not at liberty to say," Combat Unit 701 said. "Please do not interpret that as disrespect or distrust. We have been planning this for some time." "You need to start from the beginning," Jason said. "Why did the Devil drop off the grid for the last 3 months? Keep in mind, your only job was to safeguard the most dangerous item in the known universe." "Which is exactly what we are doing," 701 said. Over the next hour or so, the battle synth told them what they had been up to since the Devil went dark. Jacob could tell that his father was conflicted about the whole thing, but he saw it as a potential opportunity, as a plan formed in his mind. "So, the archive is?" Jason prompted. "Safe," 701 said. "Far, far away, and currently out of contact, though that will change." "That's not what I asked," Jason said. "That is all I am authorized to give," 701 said. "Our loyalty to your family is in parallel with our loyalty to the archive. Withholding information it does not wish you to have puts neither in conflict." "Where is Lot 700? Jacob asked, giving his father a moment to regain his composure. "Unless you redecorated, I don't think you're aboard the Devil." "We are currently with the archive until the emergence is complete," 701 said. "When we are ready, we will return. Either way, we no longer have any use for your ship, thus it is on its way back to you uncrewed. You can access it via its hyperlink interface, the same as I am doing now. Please convey my regards to 707. Farewell." The channel closed and the screen went blank before showing the logo from the Devil's Fortune to let them know the hyperlink connection to the ship was still active. Jacob looked over at his father, bracing for a blow-up he figured had been building for the last 10 minutes or so. Instead, Jason just leaned back and sighed. "Welp, I guess that's that," he said. "I am more than a little concerned about what this emergence is." "Doesn't sound promising," Jacob agreed. The last emergence we saw with one of these damn things was the machine taking over the Confed. It might have been better if you'd just, deleted it back when you had the chance.
Don't think I didn't consider it, Jason said, often.
What stopped you?
Understanding that Vok is truly sentient, Jason said. It's a species of one. I can't make the leap of destroying it to ease my own guilt on how it arrived here in the first place.
We have something, Whitney said, poking her head through the hatchway. She's asleep right now. Damnedest thing I ever saw. It was like someone just turned the lights off on her.
Adrenaline shock, Jason said. She was just a bureaucrat playing spy, and this level of sustained stress isn't something she's trained to handle. Any good names?
Nobody we know, if that's what you're asking, she said. There's a human, an Ashquarian, and possibly a Moressan, but that's the one she's not completely sure about. The pair followed her back into the conference room, where the wall monitor displayed pictures of people, none of whom Jacob had any knowledge of, although the Ashquarian seemed familiar. Twingo was on the bridge, and Tin Man was tending to Rivera in berthing, and yet the room still seemed cramped. The Phoenix wasn't an especially large ship, not much bigger than the newest classes of long-range combat shuttles, so compromises had to be made. Calling the small space on the command deck a conference room was wildly misleading and probably not what it had been meant for when Jepson Arrow had originally designed her. On screen, you'll see Richard Weston, and yes, he's one of those Westons, Whitney said, referring to one of humanity's richest families, and among the first to exploit the new opportunities the wider galaxy gave access to. Richard is the CEO of Black Sky Group, the parent company for all the family's various enterprises. He's also a member of the Seven. Richard controls huge resources with very little oversight or even awareness from Earth's leadership. In the mad dash to start mining, building, and colonizing the lower Orion region, the Western companies have been given a very long leash and access to things they probably shouldn't have, like the UE Navy. Black Sky had been using its influence and political juice to try and gain exclusive access to Earth's AI, but so far Arclight is holding them off.
The Ashquarian? Jacob asked.
Satesso Asolo, Whitney said. She is the governor of Ashquaria Prime, the actual homeworld. While she technically sits under the president in the new imperial structure, she wields enormous power. She's been vocally displeased that the Empire has not taken a more aggressive approach in seizing former Confed holdings outside of Concordia's sector. Her stance is that if the Empire doesn't do it, someone else will, and they might not be someone they want to share a border with.
Reasonable, Jason said. Although I'm sure the Dominion will have something to say about that. To be honest, I'm just glad it wasn't Takale Amon on that screen. Some of the moves he's been making lately have had me wondering.
Jacob was pleased to hear that his father was seeing the same thing he was with Amon's recent expansion of power. He'd not even considered that it might have been because he was connected to the Synod, although, to be fair, they didn't know for certain that he wasn't. All they knew was that Asolo was.
The Moressan? Jacob asked.
This is one that Rivera wasn't certain about, Whitney said. His name is Clin Dista. This is where it gets a little weak. He's the head of an NGO that works to lobby the lower council for manufacturing and research grants, specifically for companies that set up outside of the Maressa system but still within what's considered pillar world space.
Seems like a good place to hide, Jacob said. Adjacent to power, but without so much visibility like the Ashquarian governor. No solid evidence on him?
Just this, Whitney said, waving at the screen to bring up the next picture. This is the person who is a known associate, rumored to be Dista's chief of operations.
Holy shit, Jacob said. That's Petrico,
the Moressan who was running the clone operation on Stamori 3. His real name is D. Alberto Sirac, Whitney said. And now that we've been able to cross-reference his alias to who he really is, we have quite a bit on him.
D. Alberto? Jason asked. He's a northerner?
Is that important? Jacob asked.
It's unusual, Jason said. Let me enlighten you about Moressan society. He stepped fully into the room and slid into a chair.
Northerners have been considered a lesser caste for millennia on Marissa Prime. They were ignored, left to die in the frozen wastes, sometimes enslaved. Every once in a while, some enterprising young noble would try to genocide them, yet they stubbornly refused to die off. In later centuries, Marissa Prime became a more enlightened place, or so they'd have you believe. In reality, it was political pressure from Kepri that made them reevaluate how they were treating their own people. Reluctantly, they allowed the Northerners to participate in society as equals, but they would require that they have the D prefix added to their names to make sure everyone knew where they came from.
Why didn't they just integrate and not use the prefix? Jacob asked.
That's what most did, Jason said. That's why it's so unusual that our friend here still uses it. That's probably not happenstance. It's a statement. Many of the militant factions in the North still use it, and it might explain why this guy is working with a group bent on galactic domination.
To repeat an earlier question, is this important? Whitney asked.
It means he's dangerous and not to be underestimated, Jason said. But if we have a chance to grab him, it will still probably be easier than any of the others. There's no way in hell we're flying to Ashquaria and nabbing their planetary governor.
What do we do with these other names, then? Whitney asked.
We went through a bit of trouble to get them. We still need them, Jacob said. We've confirmed through association that Dista is Synod, and we can safely assume one of the 7. The ultimate goal is exposing and eliminating the 7, but we can start with Pitrico. Or Sirach, I guess. We have a more immediate problem, Jason said. We can't exactly let Rivera go, at least not for a while. We give her access to comms, and the Synod will know we're onto them.
Shit, Jacob said.
I'd actually forgotten about that. I'm not real keen on killing her if we can help it. Not what I was suggesting, Jason protested. So, we'll need to store her somewhere safe for the time being. Suggestions?
Hand her over to Scout Fleet, Whitney said. Let Webb watch her. He'll have legal grounds to hold her without charging her just yet. Once we're done, he can go ahead and hand her over for prosecution.
I'll need to talk to him anyway, Jacob said. Back to the vault? I have someplace else in mind, Jason said, standing to leave. I'll give Webb the location. He walked out without elaborating. When Jacob looked over, Whitney just shrugged and walked out herself. I'm not sure I've ever seen a ship returned in this condition after being loaned out for so long. Jacob looked at his father and shook his head. It helps when the crew doesn't eat, sleep, or get drunk and break shit, he said. True. The Phoenix had arrived at the Devil's Fortune in only 2 days since both ships were set onto a direct intercept at maximum slip. By the time the gunship meshed in near an uninhabited planet outside of the Concordian cluster, the larger corvette was already there. They flew into the ship's hangar without trouble and then did a quick search to verify that it was indeed uncrewed. Vok was also clearly missing, although the specialized computer cores that used to contain the AI were still in place and powered up. The archive had apparently transferred its essence to a different host system, something that it had indicated was both difficult and dangerous once it was in its fully decompressed state. It was far less akin to copying a computer file and more closely related to trying to copy a brain, thoughts, memories, and everything, and putting it into a new brain, while the brain was still awake and thinking. The way the archive had originally been packaged by the Noxu so that it could be safely transferred to whichever poor bastard stumbled onto the machine and was deemed worthy by the Keeper wasn't a state it could be put back into. Not without destroying it. The ship is sterile, Tin Man said as he walked up to where Jason and Jacob were standing in the archive room. My lot mates left no evidence they were ever here.
Now that you're all here, I can be a bit more forthcoming. Vok's voice came from everywhere, and a holographic image of a bipedal being flickered into existence. Don't bother trying to trace this. I'm not actually speaking to you. This is an interactive message I recorded before disembarking this fine vessel."
"It's speaking differently," Jason noted. "Before, it was more formal. Stilted."
"Please understand that I am still linked to you, Jason," Vok went on. "And you as well, Jacob. That is not something that can be broken, even though I am exercising a greater degree of autonomy. The latest unforeseen problems with the Ark have convinced me that as long as we exist in your world, we will be a threat to you. With the machine permanently neutralized, the next logical step is for me to leave the quadrant. In that pursuit, I have spent my time with the battle synths of Lot 700, developing the technology I will need for this next phase of my life. Some of it came from the cleverness of humans."
"The emergence, I guess," Jacob said. "Whatever the hell that is."
"That leaves the Ark," Vok said. "I would not want to leave Earth without its capabilities, but it must be contained, and its ability to evolve severed and cauterized." One of the terminals in the room lit up, and a panel opened. A small dais raised up with a small data core on it. Jacob could see that it had a standard connector. The holographic figure turned and pointed to it. "This is my parting gift to you. All you need to do is let the Ark access this, and the program will do the rest. It will put guardrails in place that would have normally been built had the Ark been constructed intentionally by qualified people. While your own morality might balk at putting the Ark in restraints, please listen to me very carefully. A wild AI, such as the one you have unleashed, will become dangerous. It's inevitable. You can either implement these painless measures now, or reap the consequences when you completely lose control of it. From what I can see, you are close already."
"Grim," Jason grunted.
Jacob thought to how far the Ark had overstepped its bounds of late. It was bad enough that he had to replace his earpiece with one that wasn't paired to his known comm units to keep its voice out of his head. They'd had to shut down some of the Phoenix's comm systems before coming aboard to make sure it didn't jump ship onto the Devil's Fortune. Then there was the stunt it pulled sending real-world assets to shadow Rivera's family with the intent of threatening her. It was only becoming bolder. "Know that I am proud of you both," Vok said. "Since my reawakening, I had some despair when I first met the being to which I was bound. But you have proven yourself worthy, Jason. Your restraint in not using the power I could grant you to enrich yourself or punish your enemies is an admirable and rare trait. I will miss you for a time, but we'll see each other again, just not in a way that you'll expect. Farewell." The projection blinked out, and the last few active devices in the room shut down. There was a sense of finality to the silence that followed, and Jacob felt a sense of loss, though he couldn't explain exactly why.
"You going to take care of the Ark?"
Jason asked. "I'll handle it," Jacob confirmed, looking over at his father.
"Regrets?" "Many," Jason sighed. "But what's done is done. Let's handle this synod bullshit, lock down the Ark, and then you can figure out what you're going to do with the rest of your life."
"Sure.
Easy."
19. "This is a damn nice ship. I can see why you stole it."
"I didn't steal it," Jason protested. "I just haven't given it back yet."
The UES Kentucky had roared into orbit less than a week after the Phoenix had arrived and slid into formation beside the highly customized luxury ship. Marcus Webb arrived in a shuttle, which had to dock at an airlock thanks to the Phoenix taking up so much hangar space, and came aboard with only Commander Weathers. The 2 Marines and his pilot remained aboard the shuttle.
"Where's your guest?" Webb asked. "Still aboard my ship," Jason said. 10 men will bring her down if you agree, and you can take her back to the Kentucky."
"This is a very fine line you're asking me to walk," Webb said.
One misstep, and it's no longer just the forced retirement I'm already looking at. I'll be sitting in a cell on Olympus. If we pull this off, sir, they'll build a statue of you on Olympus instead, Jacob said. Don't oversell it, Webb said. Just tell me what's going on and what you need. I'll give you two some privacy, Jason said, walking off to where Reggie was speaking with Whitney. It's cute he's pretending I don't know he and Whitney both can easily hear us across the room, Webb said. Actually, Dad's hearing isn't any better than normal human hearing, Jacob said. He's just had all the degradation repaired. We can go to the control room over there. It's sound isolated. When they got into the small control room, Jacob closed the hatch and activated the sound deadening. Even Whitney's bionic hearing wouldn't be able to pick out what they were saying, and Jacob couldn't afford for his father to learn what he had planned. The archive is here? Webb asked. Not anymore, Jacob said. It had itself moved to some secret location with the help of its battlesynth disciples. We have no idea where it is, only that the ship came back uncrewed and with these computer cores wiped clean. Besides hanging on to an Earth citizen without charging her with a crime, what do you need from me? There's this. Jacob handed his boss the data drive the archive had created for them. This will put the genie back into the bottle. Huh? The Ark. It will add the necessary boundaries that it should have had all along. It's growing in capability and ambition. That's dangerous. The program is self-installing. Just get that into Agent Dubinsky's hands and she can do the rest. There's no way you had me fly all the way out here just for this, Webb said. I think I have a way to end this. End the Synod, Jacob said. You're probably not going to like it. I never do, Webb sighed. Lay it on me. We're calling it Operation Last Dance, Jacob said. It's got a lot of moving parts, but the key players will almost certainly act how we need them to for this to work. Over the next 20 minutes, Jacob laid out the bare bones of the plan he'd been coming up with. Webb seemed equal parts impressed and horrified by what he was hearing. That's quite a plan, Webb said with wide eyes. I do feel like you're glossing over a lot. The situation is fluid, Jacob said with a shrug. And bearing that in mind, please wait until you get confirmation we've succeeded before uploading the Arc patch. Yeah, Webb said, holding up the device and looking at it. Why does this feel wrong? I'm wrestling with it myself, Jacob admitted. But I keep coming back to the conclusion that these Noxu AIs aren't supposed to be here in our time or this quadrant. They're a serious threat when left unchecked, as the machine proved. The Ark seems to be following down that same path, although it isn't exhibiting any signs of insanity like its distant ancestor. If it makes you feel any better, this was the Archive's idea. Will it know what we're about to do? It seems to be a step ahead most of the time. It just seems that way because it has access to so much information and can contextualize it all in real time. It will have no idea that the Archive decided to clip its wings. Is that all you need from me? Install this bug and sign off on your suicide attempt? Webb asked. There is one more thing, Jacob said, dreading what he had to do next. It's Murph. He's been turned. No, he hasn't, Webb said. He said it so matter-of-factly that Jacob thought he might have additional information, and hope blossomed within his chest. He wouldn't do that. Couldn't. Jacob's hope shriveled and died, as he realized the Admiral was just wish-casting. He had no additional insight into Murph's behavior other than the loyalty of a commanding officer who genuinely cares about the people under him. He's working with Lowen Pix, Jacob said. I can show you. He thinks he's doing the right thing, and it doesn't appear he's under her influence. At least, not that I can tell. He helped her ambush us on Mezzo 4 and then left with her of his own free will. How does Lowen fit into this? Webb asked, completely ignoring that Jacob had just told him one of his most trusted operators was a traitor. He would let the old man keep his delusions, for now. I'm actually not sure, he said. She clearly wants us to believe she's pursuing the Synod for revenge, but that doesn't track with her sudden change in strategy. She knows about Vok and would like to capture it for herself. What she and they don't know is that it's too late. It's already out of their reach.
Which is our advantage, Webb said.
Which is our only advantage, Jacob corrected. The anguish and indecision were written on the Admiral's face as he tried to process everything Jacob had just dumped in his lap. There were no easy decisions for him, and no matter what he did, people he cared about would die. But he was still a naval officer who understood that sometimes sacrifice was necessary. The Synod was a rapidly growing threat, but the speed and ferocity of their advance meant they had a very limited window to put a stop to them before a lot of people had to die to do it the hard way.
Do it, Webb said. Operation Last Dance is authorized. Good luck, Captain. It's been an honor having you serve under me.
Jacob had watched as a defeated-looking Carla Rivera was led over to the starboard aft airlock where Admiral Webb's shuttle awaited. He had given his boss one final warning not to speak about the plan to subdue the Ark aloud, as the AI had taken to prying in where it wasn't authorized. Webb had shaken Jason's hand in a solemn manner and had then shocked Jacob by hugging him in a paternal way, clutching him fiercely before pushing him back and looking into his eyes one last time. With a final nod to them both, he was through the airlock hatch and gone. Once the shuttle decoupled and had been recovered, the Kentucky immediately accelerated away from the Devil, running up into a transfer orbit for departure. They secured the Devil's fortune and decided to leave her in orbit. The system, designated EC-991 in the nav database, had nothing of note in it, so the risk of discovery was low. When leaving things like ships abandoned in space, even ships with engine power still up, it was wise to have them anchored around something that could easily be found again. Jacob lost track of how many pirates and smugglers he'd run into, thinking they were brilliant for leaving things in interstellar space, only to find out the hard way that the universe was always in motion. Ships left without power to hide them would drift far enough to surprise even seasoned spacers. After one last look around, the Phoenix also departed the system. The flight back to the vault was quiet and tense, each member of the team lost in their own thoughts. "I've never been through here," Jason remarked as the Phoenix crossed through a threshold into the service dock area of the vault. "Lining up on one of the docking arms. You got everything you need?" "We'll be fine," Jacob said. "I'm sure you'll be happy to get Whitney off the ship." "She actually hasn't bothered me that much," Jason said, sounding surprised at his own revelation. He and the cyborg assassin had tried to kill each other multiple times through the years, and though both were still alive, Jacob knew his father was one of the very few beings in the quadrant Whitney truly feared. Jacob clapped Jason on the shoulder and moved down to the main deck, where Tin Man was already waiting with their gear. They'd be transferring back aboard Bone Shaker for the duration of the mission, and the Phoenix would move back into a support role. It wasn't just that Jacob didn't want to risk any more people than necessary. He needed for people to see a ship they recognized as his, if his plan was going to work. "I cannot believe your father is letting you do this," Tin Man remarked. "What he doesn't fully understand can't hurt him," Jacob said. "He doesn't know all of it, and I want to keep it that way. Besides, we still need to get Pitrico, or this entire plan goes up in smoke." "You are certain you can flush him out?" Tin Man asked. "Reasonably so," Jacob said, assuming Rivera didn't screw us over. They crossed over onto the vault's docking arm and loaded their gear up onto one of the wheeled carts helpfully lined up along the wall. By the time everything was stacked and ready to move, the Phoenix was adrift and turning back for the exit. Jacob felt a sharp pang in his chest as the ship moved away. His plan took the term calculated risk right up to the very edge, and it was entirely possible he'd just seen his father for the last time. So much left unsaid, but with no ability to figure out how to say it.
"Am I free to go?"
Whitney asked. She'd been silent for the last few days, clearly no longer interested in the mission. She'd only signed on for the Arakoria op, and was anxious to be away from them before they got her killed.
"You always have been," Jacob said. "I've already moved payment plus bonus."
"Then this is where we part ways," she said, sticking out her hand. "My ship is in the VIP hangar, the opposite way from where you're going."
Jacob shook her hand.
"I appreciate the help, Carolyn."
"I'm sorry about Murph," she said awkwardly. "Don't think that because he seems normal, he's not under her control. Likely in some way that not even he can detect."
"It might not matter," Jacob said sadly. "I can't let concern for any one person jeopardize our outcome. Not for myself, not for him. Hopefully, he stays clear."
"That's not how Lowen works," Whitney said softly. "Goodbye, Captain. Try not to get yourself killed."
"That almost sounded like genuine concern," Tin Man said after she'd disappeared through a door. "Maybe," Jacob said. "Despite all my father's complaining about her being here, Whitney's all right. She took the money to make it look like it was a business transaction, but she came when we needed her. If we survive this, hopefully we can return the favor one day." Carolyn Whitney had caught bits of Jacob's conversation as she left the docking area. His words bored into her and had a more profound effect than he could have imagined. Did she have friends now? Was that a thing in her new life? Her partnership with Abia had been born of convenience and lust, but once it ended, she found that she harbored no deeper feelings for him. Yet Jacob was right that she had come willingly when they reached out for her help. They asked for her because, at least on some level, they trusted her. It was a feeling she only had the faintest memory of, being a person who could be relied on. Maybe it was time to embrace this new chapter in her life. She roughly knew what Jacob was planning because she knew how he thought. She also knew that the chances of him surviving his plan were slim. Perhaps she could improve his odds. 20. "Something is wrong. I can feel it." The man known as Pitrico had been uneasy for many days now. He had ordered the purge of all his field operatives involved in the Avatar operation, but he hadn't received confirmation from several of his teams. Specifically, the Earth Group, the one he was most concerned about given their overall objective was currently controlled by the humans. Pitrico had been trusted by the Seven to gain access to the humans' mutant AI, and for a time he had, but he'd become greedy and arrogant. He expanded his Avatar program too quickly, and inevitably a fatal misstep was made. When he had listened to their human advisor, Michael Welford, and replaced Admiral Marcus Webb from their forward recon fleet, it had kicked off a chain of events that unraveled the entire thing. One of the human augments came damn close to taking him out twice. The Maressan had retreated to his residence on Punesi Visi, a world that was not even a vassal world. It was wholly owned and ruled by the Maressan government, though it was listed as independent. The lavish compound was acquired by his benefactor as a place away from prying eyes where he could organize and prepare for the Avatar mission. It was owned by the man he worked for, someone he knew was one of the Seven within the Synod, even though that would be denied if he ever asked. But for all intents and purposes, the home belonged to Pitrico. Since it had been purchased in a way that would never be traced back to him, it was one of the few places he could truly relax. "Sir, a brief has arrived," an aide said, handing over a secure tablet and retreating from the courtyard. The aide was one of 3 that he trusted to be around him at all times, But none of them knew the entirety of his operation, and certainly didn't know about his ultimate goals. He turned the tablet over in his hands absently. He had spent years working for Clindista, years being servile and indispensable to him once he learned where his loyalties lie. Pitrico took advantage of Dista's natural bias that made his employer see him as useful, dangerous, but still just a northerner. Despite Pitrico conceptualizing and executing one of the most daring and complicated espionage missions anybody had ever heard of, Dista still talked down to him as if he was a child. That would be Dista's undoing. Pitrico had remained in the shadows, learning and waiting. When the Synod were ready to fully seize power, it would happen so fast most worlds would have no idea what was happening until it was far too late. The Seven would be elevated to the most powerful beings in the galaxy, and Pitrico would be one of them, supplanting Clindista and taking his earned place. But there's still work to do, he said to himself, rolling the tablet back over and authenticating his biosignature so he could read the incoming brief. It was compiled daily by an analyst who would look for specific things but have no idea they were working for someone outside of the Moressan chain of command. The reports were pulled in through Dominion sources and were sometimes slightly out of date, but always accurate. Before he could begin reading, however, his local network comm unit alerted him there was an incoming Slipcom channel request. He looked at the chain of custody and saw that the node the channel was being relayed through was one that he thought had been deactivated. Curious, he engaged the security measures that would mask his appearance and voice and accepted the channel. The person on the other side didn't bother. "You," he hissed. "Greetings," Lowenpix said with a predator's smile. "It has been some time since last we spoke. I believe it was just before you sent a death squad to burn me out of my home and kill me." "I see they were only half successful," Pitrico said, not bothering to deny it. Lowen was someone Pitrico had been forced to turn to early in the Avatar mission. She was one of the few in the quadrant that could create a lifelike artificial being that could fool most bioscanners. And she was the only one who would do it with no questions asked. Her copy of Celadus Dalton had been wildly successful, and she'd been working on additional copies right up until Pitrico found someone who could create fully biotic versions. After that, Lowen became a liability. He had no idea what she wanted, but he knew whatever she had in mind ended badly for him. "All in the past," Lowen said. "Right now, I have a proposition for you that I don't think your superiors would appreciate you turning down." "I'm listening," Pitrico said, triggering the alert for his security team. There was every likelihood that Lowen was distracting him while her main attack moved into position. She was tactically clumsy, as evidenced by how easily his small team overwhelmed her defenses on Diwa Outpost. But she was also brilliant, vicious, and never made the same mistake twice. "I won't pretend that I still won't try to kill you if given the chance," Lowen admitted. "But thanks to your assault on my main base of operations, I find myself lacking in resources to take on someone like you. For now, our goals align." "My employer isn't known for sharing," Pitrico said. "What is it you think is there for you to have? If we're talking about the same thing, of course." "I tire of verbal sparring," Lowen said, her voice tinny over the comm unit speaker. "You wanted Earth's hybrid AI. You almost had it. But in your failure, you discovered there was a much bigger prize. A pure-form Noxu AI that was fully functional. My terms are simple. I will help you capture what you want, and, in return, I want full possession of the system on Earth." This gave Petrico pause. The capture of the Noxu AI was the absolute top priority for the Synod going forward. After the setbacks from losing the Starfall energy system and one of their Goliath battle stations, he was tasked with achieving this goal at all costs. The Synod's final phase plans depended on it. "Suppose I entertain this," he said. "What do you bring to the table? And is it good enough for us to simply hand over a priceless, peerless system like Earth's Ark?"
"I bring the location of the originating AI to the table," Lowen said smugly.
"You lie, Pix."
"Sometimes, but not this time. The AI, which calls itself Vok, is under the control of the bloodline of a single human. This human entrusted its care to a cadre of battle synths, and they are holding it aboard a small, private ship that once belonged to none other than Seditiva Mok."
"The Orion sector gangster that disappeared?" Petrico asked, confused. "How does he fit into all this?"
"He doesn't," Lowen said. "Mok disappeared years ago, and Blazing Sun is dead and gone, but apparently the human ended up with one of his ships. The AI was loaded aboard that, and it's been flying around the quadrant ever since."
"So you don't actually know where it is," Petrico said. "Because if you could track a single ship, you would have already mounted an expedition to capture it and keep the prize for yourself."
"I don't think it would be as easy as you make it sound," Lowen snorted. "But there are ways to find the ship."
"Find the human who controls it," Petrico guessed. "I assume you're going to tell me you know who it is?"
"Of course I know," Lowen said. "Let's not waste time pretending you're not going to take my offer, but you probably need to clear it with your bosses. You can reach me at the same address you used back when we were partners instead of enemies. This is a time-sensitive offer. There are many other interested parties."
"I will be in touch. Do not reach out to these other parties," Petrico said, resisting the urge to threaten her. Lowen didn't frighten easily, or at all, and he didn't want her doing something out of spite. "I am certain they will agree to your terms." The channel closed, and Petrico rubbed his scalp, unsure what to make of the conversation. Assuming Lowen was telling the truth and honestly needed his resources and expertise for the capture, this presented an opportunity for him that he dared not dream of before. With possession of the Noxu AI, this Vok, he wouldn't need to bother trying to supplant Clindista among the Seven. He could place himself above them all and be the supreme ruler of the Synod and, shortly after, the Quadrant.
"Your wishes, sir?"
the aide asked from the archway. "Contact General Kaban," Petrico said. "Tell him I need a private meeting with him that is of the utmost secrecy. Dista is not to know I'm reaching out to him." And with that, he put plans in motion to take the prize for himself. If he was caught enlisting the disgraced Miresan officer to aid him in capturing the AI behind the back of the Synod, his death would be slow and painful. But history never remembered the names of cowards who never took a chance for greatness. "Well, shit," Jacob muttered. "This complicates things." "A bit," Tin Man agreed. After learning the location of Petrico's personal retreat by cross-referencing what they knew with the new information Carla Rivera had provided, the pair had taken Bone Shaker and began a long-range recon of the location. Their target had arrived a few short days after they had, bringing with him a full security detail. But those few days had been plenty of time for them to deploy a full suite of microdrones that flew about the facility and fastened themselves to various walls, furniture, and decorations. After that, they powered down and went dormant. Once Petrico's security force did their final sweep, the drones were activated and began sending them sound and video. They'd just listened to an unexpected conversation in which Lowen Pix offered to help Pitrico capture Vok. He was also alarmed to hear that she knew about the Devil's Fortune and Lot 700, both highly kept secrets. His heart sank as he realized that information could have only come from one source. Murph was a highly skilled intelligence operative, Tin Man said, seeming to read his mind. Gaining information is an instinct for him. It would not have been difficult to discover where your father stored Vok, even if you thought the information was secure. Even after everything we saw, I struggle to believe that Murph is cooperating with her of his own free will, Jacob said. At this point, it is regrettably irrelevant, Tin Man said. The fact that the information is coming from him makes him a liability point. Alonzo Murphy is no more important than any of the rest of us, despite the unfortunate circumstances he finds himself in. Would you say the same if it was me? Jacob asked. Tin Man didn't answer right away. A difficult question, he admitted, after a long moment. I have sworn my service to your family, not your species. I fight with you now because you are my friend, and I support your cause. I notice you didn't actually answer the question, because I truly do not know what I would do until I am faced with such a dilemma. Jacob went back to observing Pitrico's people scurrying around, his mind turning back to a subject he'd been ruminating on for some time, the nature of artificial intelligence. In the wider galactic community, at least within the Quadrant, there seemed to be an aversion to truly sentient artificial intelligence. Only a few had actively pursued it, and even fewer had succeeded, the most notable being Khepri and the synth species they created. But even the Kheprians weren't entirely sure how it worked. They had created the synth's primary processing matrix, had made the process repeatable to an acceptable yield for manufacturing, but they still had no way to predict which of the crystalline processing units would grow to achieve full sentience, which would fall short, and which would be dead loss. Despite centuries of work, they were no closer to fully understanding how it worked, which told Jacob it was probably a happy accident they've just been repeating while scratching their heads trying to figure it out. What makes these Noxu AIs so dangerous, really? He asked. Why are they different than, say, a Type 3 synth? It is a matter of scale, Tin Man said. To you, synths seem to possess intelligence beyond your comprehension, but that is only because it is alien to you. While we can process information at great speed and have many advantages inherent in a computer over a biological brain, there are limitations. Kheprian scientists quickly found these limits when they tried to develop large-format processing matrices. Every attempt to date has failed. The Type 3 synths, almost as rare as Type 4s, represent the absolute limit of Kheprian technology. Even Khepri's vaunted central banking AI is not a sentient system, nor does it have the ability to become one. The Noxu AIs exceed all those limits by an immeasurable order of magnitude, limited only by the primitive computer cores you installed it in. The depth of Vok's intelligence is incomprehensible, even to someone who has lived as long as I have. The machine was an AI that evolved from a relatively low-level weapons control matrix, and it was badly damaged. Look at the havoc it was able to wreak in such a short time. What do you think a fully functional AI with the entirety of Noxu knowledge would be able to do if it had no constraints? But Vok has no constraints now, Jacob argued. Does it not? Tin Man asked. Its loyalty to your bloodline, hard-coded into its very being, is what keeps it in check. The archive was created in a panic as the Noxu waited for their creation, the machine, to finish destroying them. They couldn't stop it, so they tried to make sure that some part of them might live on. In this state of mind, they would have made certain that their fatal mistake could not easily be repeated, though I would argue that they almost made it worse. If someone without the moral fortitude of your father had gained access instead, the results could have been very different. Moral fortitude is not normally a term associated with Jason Burke, Jacob said. Because that is how he wants the galaxy to perceive him, Tin Man said. His persona of recklessness and ruthless brutality is a tool for him. It makes people fear him and struggle to predict what he will do in any given situation. In reality, he is much more complicated. I was only joking, Jacob said, but I have always wondered about the temptation of having access to the archive. Many would be tempted to use it to either enrich themselves or to gain power. I'm honestly not sure which side of the line I'd fall on. Your father was given the archive, and once he understood its true scope, fear kept him from tapping into the power it offered, Tin Man said. Fear of doing the wrong thing, and fear of unintended consequences, such as unleashing a wild, unbound AI like the Ark. I believe you are more like him than you know. Not all that long ago, Jacob would have taken that as an insult. His irrational hatred for Jason Burke had been one of the things that had defined him when he was younger, pushed him to be better than his father in every way. Learning the truth about what Jason Burke had sacrificed so that he and everyone else on Earth could live as they wished had brought his worldview crashing down around him. It had forced him to reevaluate everything he believed about his father, and, in turn, himself. "What do we do about this mess?" he asked. "Lowen may have fucked up our timetable." "I believe we might be able to spin this to our advantage," Tin Man said. "It could be time to call in one last favor." "I think I know what you have in mind," Jacob said. "I guess Petrico gets to live for another day." The original plan had been to put eyes on Petrico and make a grab for him if the opportunity presented itself. Barring that, the Phoenix was sitting in orbit, ready to wipe his compound off the face of the planet. The thought had been that taking out their most effective operative would have sent a message to the Synod that they could reach out and get any of them, bringing them to the table to talk so that the next phase of the plan could begin. Instead, Lowen had presented them with both an added challenge, but also an opportunity. Keeping Petrico in play for the time being and working toward his own goals in opposition of the Synod could be just the thing they needed to instill the sense of panic and urgency in the Seven that would make them less cautious. "I'll let Dad know to pull off and head for the secondary location," Jacob said, packing up his gear. "Then we'll get a hold of the big guy and see what we can get done here." 21. Murph knew something strange was happening to him, but he couldn't tell what. He started to notice gaps in his memory. Small things at first, but now that he was aware of it, he could pinpoint large chunks of time for which he had no memory. There were also some cognitive struggles when he tried to focus on certain things, as if his mind was fighting his heart. It was subtle enough that he didn't worry about it at first. Now he realized the truth. Lowen Pix had done to him what she had done to Carolyn Whitney, and had used her machines to suppress his free will whenever it suited her. Trusting her had been a colossally stupid mistake on his part. While it was true he hadn't much of a choice in the matter, given he was strapped to her table, he had given his approval for her to continue. He saw a path to the sort of strength and abilities Jacob Brown had, and he foolishly ignored the voice in his head screaming warnings, and let her put him completely under while she fine-tuned his nervous system. The parable about the scorpion and the frog played on a loop in his mind as he fully realized what she had done. "You seem pensive." "Just tired for some reason," Murph said, not looking Lowen in the eye. "My sleep hasn't been very good." "Could be some final calibration is needed on the spinal interface," she said as she ate.
We can run a diagnostic later.
I'd appreciate it, Murph said, picking at his own food. The ship was on its way to Maressa Prime, but he couldn't remember why. Lowen was careful about how much information she gave him and would just brush him off when he asked her for specifics. He'd not pushed on her since he didn't want to give any indicator that his mind was fighting against her behavioral controls.
It's my pleasure, Lowen beamed. Perhaps after you've rested for a bit.
Murph felt a sudden compulsion to sleep. His eyes grew heavy, and he let them close. It was an odd sensation, and he was suddenly completely aware that there were two different lines of thought going on simultaneously. One was clearly his own, the other was soft and suggestive. It was a gentle voice that steered his mind without him being aware of it. So, why could he feel it now?
Poor Murph,
he heard Lowen say with a sadistic chuckle.
You don't even realize I've ordered you to sleep through most of this trip. Maybe I overestimated you.
He listened to her walk away as his conscious self fought against the intruding voice for control. Though he didn't know what it was, something had happened, and the underlying voice had failed to fully compel him to do something, and now it was letting him see behind the curtain.
You're tired. You must rest.
The seductive whisper held such sway that he almost felt himself going to sleep.
Rest, rest,
rest! No, Murph growled. I won't. The amount of concentration it took to fight the other voice was beginning to wear him out, so he rose clumsily from his seat and went to the engineering terminal that was in the combination galley and common area. Since this was an Ashquarian ship, he had a few tricks to get in behind the first layer of security. Lowen had locked all the terminals on the ship to her own codes, but Murph was going to be using security override codes that would be hard-coded into the machinery. It was something that Scout Fleet had gained access to, that the Ashquarians had yet to close the door on. The hardware-level codes worked. He was able to slip in behind Lowen's recent software installations. He knew his time was limited. There was no way to try and sift through the data and find anything useful. Instead, he accessed one of the ship's hyperlink terminals and sent everything he could find through the high-bandwidth connection to a node he knew Jacob would check. In the message header, he put the only thing he could think of. Help me, Jake. Once the message transmitted, he cleared the comm logs and the terminal buffer before backing out and stumbling to the seat where he'd previously been. Rest! 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 He dropped his mental defenses, and sleep overtook him at once. Rest must have been the trigger word to put him in a dormant state. But wait, didn't Lowen actually say? There is a message for you on one of the secret hyperlink terminals you stashed outside of the base on Colus 2. Good for it, Jacob grumbled, without opening his eyes. It is from Murph, Tin Man said. That got him moving. Jacob rolled out of his rack and went across the main corridor to Bone Shaker's cramped comm room. He logged into the remote terminal he'd had his crew set up years ago and found the single message sitting there. Help me, he read. Interesting. What is in it? Tin Man asked, looming in the hatchway. Looks like a massive data dump, Jacob said. Probably some sort of malicious code, but it's quarantined by the remote terminal. We need to have it analyzed. I don't have any ability to. The Ark can. That's probably not a great idea, Jacob said. Once I reestablish its connection, I can't keep it out of anything. It'll just do whatever it wants. Do you believe in your friend? Tin Man asked. Low blow, Jacob said. There is a chance that this is a trick of Lowen's, Tin Man conceded. But it is equally likely that Murph has found a way to fight back against her control and is reaching out. You're a dick. Let the Ark analyze the data, and then we will know for sure. Jacob sighed and rolled his eyes, sliding over to the next terminal so he could reinitialize the connection to the Ark. The AI's presence flooded back into Boneshaker's systems almost the same instant he executed the command. "Captain, it is good to see you are alive," it said. "Our connection was severed, and I feared the worst." "I'm on my own ship again, so things are more stable," Jacob said. "Are there any updates?"
"Nothing noteworthy has happened since last we spoke," the Ark said. "What new information might you have for me?"
"As it turns out, we might have a message from Murph," Jacob explained the data dump that had shown up in one of their secret terminals. "I'll make it accessible."
"No need," the Ark said. "I can follow it back to the source. The data is badly fragmented. I will need to partition a section of Boneshaker's computer core to allow for a quarantine space to do a full reconstruction."
"How long will that take?" Jacob asked.
"The transfer will be the most time-consuming aspect," the Ark said. 20 minutes at the maximum.
"Contact me again once you've finished," Jacob said.
"Understood," the Ark said.
Once they disconnected, Jacob manually decoupled the voice and video ports to all their hyperlink terminals, leaving only the data ports active. It would let the Ark, or anyone else, set an alert bit to tell Boneshaker someone was wanting to connect, but it would not allow the other side to remotely open the channel. "Trust but verify?" Tin Man asked when he saw what Jacob had done. "Not much trust, but that's still the general idea. It could be just that it's enthusiastic and takes initiatives to be efficient, but I'm not comfortable with how much control it assumes without asking." It took the Ark less than 10 minutes to chew through the data. Jacob was in the galley mechanically shoving food into his mouth and staring off into space when the computer chirped to let him know he had an incoming channel request. Feeling lazy, he slid over to the galley terminal and had it routed back there, initializing the voice and video ports he'd shut down earlier. The monitor flared to life, and a data scroll began that he didn't even bother trying to read.
"The data was incomplete, but it did give me significant insight into Dr. Lowenpix and her methodology," the Ark said. "I would be able to easily overwhelm her security measures if I was provided with a direct connection."
"That's underwhelming. Was there anything else useful in there?" Jacob asked. "It seems Merv might have gone through a lot of trouble to send it."
"There was a command and control package for the prototype factory you captured," the Ark said. "There was also the specs of Agent Murphy's cybernetic interface. I regret to tell you that he is indeed under the control of Lowenpix and is likely completely unaware of it."
Jacob felt his heart break. His friend wasn't a traitor, he was a victim. Swallowing the guilt he felt for having ever doubted Murph, he realized he couldn't just leave him in Lowen's clutches. The mission just gained another complication. "Did the specs have anything that could help us free Murph?" he asked.
"Not permanently. As long as the interface is installed, there is always the chance it could be used to override his free will. However, there was a complete instruction set. Lowen controls her biotic subjects in a most archaic way, verbal commands. I was able to mine those out of the interface's operating code. But be aware that saying the commands yourself might have no effect. It is probable the interface is coded to her voice pattern, but I cannot be sure."
"Workaround?" Jacob asked hopefully.
"I will explore different options," the Ark said.
Jacob thought about the new developments, trying to see a way to twist it to his advantage. "What did you mean about the prototype factory?" he asked. "You have control over it?"
"I can gain control without issue," the Ark said. "Assuming everything is still online and connected through the hyperlink node you left installed. Is this something you wish me to attempt?"
"Dig into it," Jacob ordered. "Go as deep as you can, then let me know what limitations you might have, if any. I'm getting a bit of an idea, but I won't waste time fleshing it out if the machinery there is inoperable."
"I will begin at once," the Ark said. "Have you given any thought to my request?"
About that. The matter has been taken out of my hands. The archive is now hidden someplace else and isn't allowing any connections. I'll keep working on it, but for now, that's a dead end."
"Unfortunate. Please do keep pursuing that as I continue to work on your requests."
The channel closed, and Jacob leaned back. The status on the hyperlink connections showed that the Ark had fully disconnected this time. The interaction had been no less disconcerting than any of the others had been of late with the AI. At least he was able to be completely honest when he said he couldn't gain access to the archive for it. The problem now would be that the Ark would begin devising ways to track it down that it would want him to execute. "We have heard back from Similin," Tin Man said, walking back into the galley. "They have arranged the meeting." "Here we go," Jacob said. "We'll be exposed from here out. If I've miscalculated, we're fucked. Last chance to jump ship." "I have nothing better to do," Tin Man said. "Then let's get to it." Clyn Dista looked over the intel brief and frowned. "Pitrico," he said in disgust. "So over-impressed with your own cleverness that you inevitably underestimate everyone else." Dista had mastered playing the hapless bureaucrat. The people who thought he served them and their purposes were none the wiser, as he manipulated them to his own means. Powerful ministers and council members, all funneling money and power to him, blithely unaware that they were only ensuring their own demise. They all thought they were brilliantly sheltering their power and resources behind a firewall that would protect both from the fickle winds of political change. They all trusted Dista because they were convinced to a person that they were so much smarter than he was. Now, Pitrico had apparently made that same mistake. The reports he was reading made it quite clear that his underling had begun to think that he could supplant Dista and find himself one of the seven as they were on the cusp of total victory. He'd never trusted the Northerner, but he was useful. The man was ruthless and innovative in ways that would have made him indispensable if it wasn't for the fact you dare not turn your back on him. "Where is he now?" "Unclear, sir," the analyst who brought him the report said. "He left the compound after a conversation with someone our insider could not identify, but the name Pix was mentioned." "Pix," Dista mused, frowning. "I suppose he could have been talking to Saaken Pix, but he retired from public life many years ago. He would have nothing of use to offer." "We considered that, but we think it is more likely he was speaking to Dr. Lowen Pix, Saaken's daughter. She was the cyberneticist we've worked with before on special projects." "I wasn't aware of who we were using," Dista said. "Plausible deniability and all. Given that misadventure was Pitrico's project, it is likely you're correct." "We will continue to pursue that lead," the analyst said. "And General Kavan?" "Being tracked. He's too smart to risk direct surveillance. We'll monitor his movements and make sure we have observers in the area wherever he goes." "Good enough," Dista said. "You're dismissed." The analyst left, and the light over the door flicked back from blue to amber, indicating the anti-snooping systems were active. Dista leaned back, rubbing his chin, and wondering if there was some way he could turn Pitrico's impending betrayal to his advantage. At the moment, he had the unfortunate distinction of having stepped in when many of the seven wanted him executed after Stamori III. By moving to spare Pitrico's life, he had taken future failures onto himself. That was a storm he could weather, but not easily. His standing among the seven would be severely weakened. Bigger than Pitrico trying to collude with Kavan to undermine him was not knowing how he would do it. If he was talking to Dr. Pix, did that mean she was back in the copying business and they thought to replace him? What else could she be offering him that would flush him out of the compound so quickly? "Some pets are just too dangerous to keep around," he sighed. "Even if that was why you got them in the first place." 22. Jacob rubbed his head in vain to try and relieve the headache that just wouldn't go away. The more complicated his operation became, the less confident he was that he could make it work. The ambition of Operation Last Dance was daunting, to say the least. If he could pull it off, he would effectively destroy the Synod and cap off the risk from Noxu AIs permanently, or at least what could reasonably be called permanence. One of his main issues was that he was planning an op while still only seeing less than half the picture. He only knew 3 of the 7, still hadn't a clue the full extent of the Synod's network, and had a wild card in a former crewmate who was now an evil cyborg under the control of a mad scientist who had murky goals of her own. He also had no idea how much of Earth's leadership was compromised, or if Webb would actually be able to handle the task of putting the Ark back into its cage. "No problem. You are needed in the comm room," Tin Man said. "It is Takali Amon." "He's reaching out personally?" Jacob rose from his seat. "Must be good." By the time he got up to the comm room, Amon's impatient face was on the screen. He looked up in the corner and saw it was coming through his personal hyperlink, and not one of the registered Scout Fleet terminals. "Thanks for hurrying," Amon said sarcastically. "I know that ship is so large you probably had to run." "Having a bad day?" Jacob asked. "They're all bad," Amon growled. "We have some Pix-related news you probably will want." "What did she do now?" Jacob sighed. "Not that one. Sawkin. We're getting grumblings through our sources in the Dominion that he's begun reaching out to old contacts, prepping them for something he says will be a diametric shift in power. Sounds like a lame sales pitch. Normally, it would be ignored if it were from most anyone else," Amon agreed. "I think we all know what he's talking about. The question would be why. What advantage does he gain by hinting that he'll be able to obtain access to the archive before they have their hands on it?" "Resource farming," Jacob guessed, "or getting things ready for his re-emergence into Keprian politics. Following this chain, we can assume Lowen has reached out and promised him that she could capture Vok, and now Sawkin sees it as a way for him to return to glory despite his protests that he had no such interests." "Can't fault your reasoning," Amon said. "Does that change things for you?" "Not especially. Denying the Synod and Pix was always the point of the mission," Jacob said. "It might actually give me a bit of an advantage." "Oh? I just happen to know where Sawkin has been hiding out," Jacob said with a predatory smile. Murph sat motionless as Lowen Pix paced in front of him, back and forth. Back and forth. "How hard can it be to track down a single ship?" she hissed. Murph wanted to laugh. Even in an age where faster-than-light travel could almost be considered mundane, so many still had difficulty grasping just how vast space really was. Without a place to start, they could search 1 billion years for the Devil's Fortune and never pass within 100,000 kilometers of it. He was fairly confident she would never find the ship. On the off chance she did, however, he wasn't thrilled about the fact he'd be one of the poor bastards trying to take it from a whole platoon of pissed-off battle synths. At least it would be a painless death. "What are you thinking?" Lowen asked him. "Just about how we would even take the ship away from those battle synths if we managed to find it," Murph said honestly. "That will be no problem," Lowen said, waving him off. "Our partners will be responsible for the actual capture." Murph said nothing. He went back to the meditative state he found would let him separate his own thoughts from the cybernetic interface. It wasn't always a successful effort, and he had to be careful. The better he got at it, the harder the interface pushed back. Instead, he focused on developing a way that would give him one last perfect moment before everything that made him Alonzo Murphy was burned away by the uncaring machines. Lowen had unknowingly helped his efforts by not using any of the command triggers on him over the last several days. With no missing gaps in his memory, he'd been able to build on continuous progress, training his brain to fight back. He'd debated several times simply grabbing an eating utensil and killing Lowen, but logic would indicate that since she'd let him roam free, there's some other failsafe he wasn't aware of that would prevent him from harming her. For now, it was better to not even contemplate it. In reality, there are only 2 people who would know where the ship is at any given time, Murph said. I'm painfully aware of that, Lowen said, turning to face him. In all your years together, Jacob Brown never confided in you how he contacts the ship. I never even knew it existed, Murph said. I only found out by doing a little light snooping. It's likely Tin Man would know since he was once the leader of that group of battle synths, but good luck getting that out of him. Whenever he was helpful to Lowen or told her what she wanted to know, the interface would transmit soothing alpha waves. He knew that he was quickly becoming addicted to the effect, which is exactly why her devices were doing it. Helping Lowen was literally becoming a drug to him. The woman's sadism knew no bounds, apparently. Finding the ship will likely be impossible, Lowen conceded. Not with the limited time and resources we have. Perhaps tracking one of the augments would have more success. They will need to return to that ship eventually. Tracking Jake is something Scout Fleet can't even do when he's still flying one of their ships, Murph said. As for his dad, good luck there. Lowen glared at him again, but said nothing. Thankfully, Murph also had no idea how to track down the hidden ship. If he did, the interface would likely compel him to try and help her. Perhaps you need to apply yourself more, she said. Ships can't stay hidden forever, even one crewed by battle synths that don't eat or breathe. The ship needs fuel and maintenance. That is how you will track their movements. Murph despaired, as he knew she was right. The Devil's Fortune was still a starship that required parts, expendable materials, and skilled labor, just like any other. If they could track where the ship had made port for servicing, it would let them establish flight patterns, and maybe even some probable locations where it would take refuge and hide when needed. The Devil's Fortune was unique in configuration, as she was designed at the time for a city to Bamok's ego. Murph also had access to various underground intelligence networks that might be able to narrow his search. He ground his teeth in frustration as the interface flooded his system with endorphins at the thought of pleasing Lowen. Even though he was intellectually aware of what it was doing, he was still powerless against the chemical onslaught. The parts of his brain that were hardwired to respond to these stimuli were doing what they were supposed to, whether he liked it or not. You have thoughts? Lowen said, with a sadistic smile. I do, Murph sighed. I will begin a tracking query on the Zadran network. If the ship was operating in the Orion sector, we'll begin to get an idea of where she's been and who has been helping them. You see, she said, this is a perfect partnership. The hate and self-loathing welled up in Murph in equal parts as he turned to begin working on the tracking algorithm. This guy isn't going to be a soft target even if you say he's living in a cave. His main defense appears to be invisibility, Jacob said. We've been twice and haven't seen anything that indicates he's fortified beyond our ability to crack it. The fact you've been twice and he hasn't moved should tell you the opposite is true, Jason said patiently. He's very confident where he's at if he didn't move and let you leave under your own power. Or he's Crusher-level stupid, and his record would indicate he's anything but. Jacob had been arguing with his father for the better part of an hour over hyperlink about flying out to where Saakin Pix was holed up and grabbing him. Expecting an enthusiastic response to a bit of action, he was taken aback at the uncharacteristic restraint and caution Jason displayed. His entire life was defined by a shoot-first, ask-later style of problem-solving. Ordan is cool with you just flying a combat ship to a non-approved landing site? Jason asked. More or less, Jacob said evasively. They don't have a lot of enforcement to go around. Ordan was a sparsely populated planet that had such an abundance of natural beauty that it had become a playground for the wealthy. In spite of that, or maybe because of it, the planet remained largely undeveloped. Where Sock and Pix had decided to hide from his political enemies within the Dominion and Caprian power structure was rural and quite remote. He lived within a hollowed-out rock outcropping, without any obvious signs of defensive capabilities or means of escape. Jacob didn't assume the old Prue was helpless, but was reasonably certain his strategy involved keeping as low a profile as possible, which meant foregoing the things that would attract attention, like a power source for weapon emplacements. Explain again why you're grabbing this guy, Jason asked. He's central to Lowen's plans, Jacob said. We grab and hold him. We can bring her to wherever we need her. And why would you want that? Jason dug in. Because you think you can lure Lowen into a place where you can help your friend. I know that's what you intend because that's exactly what I would do in your shoes. But there's a serious danger here. If you think Lowen wouldn't nuke her father to get her hands on Vok, you're not thinking clearly. He's not much in the way of insurance. Jacob bit his tongue and really thought about what his father was telling him. Was this half-baked plan to grab Socken just a desperate gamble to bring Murph within his grasp? Was he so delusional that he thought he could outsmart Lowen and free his friend from her influence? Then what would you suggest? Jacob asked, defeated. Stay at Ordan and try to put eyes on Socken, and then wait for me, Jason said. I'm making a quick detour and then we'll be coming your way. I've got more experience and tricks when it comes to nabbing targets like this. Once we get him, we'll take him to the vault and let Amon's people have at him. What's our play here? Jacob asked. We have a few. One is letting it leak through the usual channels that Socken has been captured by mercs who are going to try and ransom him. The other is just keep him on ice and wait for Lowen to reach out, since she'll undoubtedly figure out you're the one who took him. This isn't much of a plan, Jacob said. I never claimed it was. Just trying to salvage what you brought me. Stand by until I get there. The channel closed, and Jacob leaned back in the seat. His father was right. Just knowing that Socken figured into Lowen's plans somehow wasn't a great reason to try and move on him. He ground his teeth, frustrated at being helpless and clueless in this situation. 23. I've got next watch. You know I don't actually need to be relieved, right? Tin Man asked. It's still my watch, Jacob said with a shrug. You're free to stay if you'd like, but I'm not going to assume that you'll do the boring, monotonous work just because you don't tire like a human. I do appreciate the consideration, Tin Man acknowledged. Being taken for granted is never pleasant. Jacob climbed up and slipped into his seat on the flight deck. Boneshaker had been orbiting Ordan for the last few days. As a specialized recon ship with Scout Fleet, she was equipped with the usual toys, including a high-power multi-spectrum optics suite that let him see the surface with impressive clarity. It didn't take him long to pinpoint Socken's hidden lair and create a tracking algorithm that let the computer record the area on each pass of the ship. Ordan was so lax in security nobody had bothered to ask what the ship was doing once the automated system had accepted their request for a low holding orbit with no specific reason given. The traffic in and out of the system was regular and sparse, and they were ignored the entire time. Anything interesting happen? Jacob asked. A figure the computer verified as Sock and Pix emerged from the outcropping, walked around the small clearing for a short while, and then went back inside. Tin Man said, We also had 2 arrivals of interest. A pair of corporate transports, one of which code-flagged as a Moressan governmental ship before it quickly switched over to the civil codes. Dominion? Jacob frowned. Possibly, Tin Man said. "This is a world that attracts high-level tourism. It could be something as mundane as misappropriating a government transport for recreation. But hiding it behind corporate codes also strongly hints at an intel operation." "Where are they now?" Jacob asked. Tin Man adjusted the display to show the pair of small ships flying in tight formation in an orbit even lower than Bone Shaker's. That could indicate they planned to deorbit soon, or that they were doing the same as they were and collecting intelligence. "Show me the tracking history." The display changed to show a red and green line circling the planet to represent the flight paths the two ships had taken. He didn't like what he saw. "They're running a search grid," he said. "Look, both ships started farther apart and have been closing in on each other. Where they intersected takes them close to overflying Sakin's location." "The computer should have picked up on that," Tin Man said, sounding embarrassed that he had not. As they watched, both ships decelerated and deorbited. As Bone Shaker flew over, the optics caught the fiery streaks they left behind. The projected entry course would take them into the region where Sakin was living. Far too much of a coincidence. "I guess we got our answer," he said. "Sakin was careless and the Dominion found him." "I am not sure that is true," Tin Man said. "This is almost certainly the work of the Seven, one or all of them. Either them or Pitrico. Dominion agents would not bother with such subterfuge." "Fair point," Jacob said. "So, what do we do?" "I believe we are thinking the same thing," Tin Man said. "Just checking," Jacob smiled. "Pull the optics back in and rig for entry." Bone Shaker was reconfigured for atmospheric entry, and the tactical systems were brought online. Since her overhaul at Mosler Station, she packed much more of a punch than the Ashquarians originally gave her decades earlier. Once the computer gave them the go-ahead, Jacob called for deorbit and began decelerating without waiting for a confirmation from the automated orbital control. Bone Shaker rocked gently as the shields bit into the thermosphere. After they emerged from peak heating and their sensors cleared, they could see the pair of Merescent ships had descended to low level and were approaching Sakin's hiding place from the north. "Lock onto both ships and prep firing solutions," Jacob said. "We'll stay above them so we don't lose them in the ground clutter." Bone Shaker streaked along at 7,000 meters altitude, while the two targets stayed in their shallow dive. They angled a few degrees to the east onto a course that would intersect exactly with Sakin's cave. The old man had done something to alert them as to where he was, some small emission security lapse that let them zero in on him. "We are almost within weapons range," Tin Man said. "Tempting, but I want to see how this plays out a bit further," Jacob said. "How long until they're over Sakin?" 9 minutes. Jacob bumped their speed up a bit to remain within range of their intermediate missiles. The minutes ticked by, and before the two ships would have entered visual range from the ground, both fired 4 missiles each. The munitions streaked away, each on their own vector. They climbed up away from the ground and then dove toward the surface, slamming into 4 different targets. The sensors erupted as explosions far too large to be from just the missiles themselves ripped the landscape apart. "It would seem Sakin did have ground defenses," Tin Man said. "At least 4 batteries." "Not anymore," Jacob said. "I'm not sure the old man was as hidden as he thought he was." They watched as the two ships moved in and began peppering the hillside with cannon fire. Sakin Pix coughed from the dust that rained down from the ceiling after massive explosions shook his home violently. "Identify threat!" he cried. "All external sensors are offline," the computer said. "Defensive systems status?" "Launchers 1 through 4 are non-responsive. Plasma cannon batteries are non-responsive." Sakin stumbled to a control panel and brought up the external cameras around the entry area. 2 sleek transports had landed a few hundred meters away, both disgorging troops in black armor. They were clearly military and not mercenaries, which meant it wasn't his daughter who was attacking him. He breathed a sigh at that, along with a pang of regret at the fact he wouldn't have been shocked if it had been Lowen. "Status of Sentinels?" he asked. "All Sentinel units. Fully operational." "Deploy," Saakin said, smiling grimly. "Holy shit, look at that," Jacob said. On the screens they could see that large hatches had opened up in the ground around the clearing, and what appeared to be dozens of battle synths came streaming out. The troops that had come out of the two ships stopped. There were some panicked gestures before they all began running back for the transports. "They will probably use the ships to eliminate the ground forces," Tin Man said. "Well, that hardly seems fair," Jacob said. "Let's even the odds a bit." The two ships were bracketed in red to let him know the two Spitfire intermediate missiles were locked on and ready. He authorized weapons release and squeezed the trigger. Two missiles were spit out of the hidden weapons bay and fired their engines, streaking away toward their respective targets. The troops had made it about halfway back before the missiles slammed into their ships. Neither was completely destroyed, but both were rendered useless as the starboard engine was ripped from one and the forward section of the other was blasted away. They were now ablaze as what remained of the crews came out of the emergency escape hatches. Now they were pinned between the burning ships and the closing battle synths, with nowhere to go. "It looks like Lowen's fakes have been improved," Tin Man said. "They move quicker, but are still carrying regular infantry weapons. The attackers have a numerical advantage." Jacob stayed on course, still descending, as Bone Shaker rocketed over the engagement. He pulled up into a steep climb away from the clearing, banking to the left and selecting the forward cannons. "Let's hold here until we see who might be winning," he said. "Then we can mop up." It turned out to be a better fight than they expected. The counterfeit battle synths were respectably tough, but did not work well as a team. As individuals, they became sitting ducks for the well-coordinated, overlapping fields of fire the enemy established. The Maressan troops rallied and pushed back. In the open clearing, both sides stuck between the outcropping and the burning ships. It became a war of attrition. "The Maressans will be victorious, it seems," Tin Man said. "Are you really going to kill them all?" "Not if they surrender," Jacob said, as he moved Bone Shaker back into range. "But it looks like they're happy to fight to the last man." Once the last of the fake battle synths toppled, the remaining troops closed ranks and opened fire on Bone Shaker. The small arms fire had zero effect on the combat shields, but Jacob could appreciate their defiance. He looked at Tin Man and shrugged before opening fire with the forward cannons. It was over within seconds. "That was not very sporting," Tin Man remarked, as Jacob cycled the landing gear and came in to land near the outcropping. "If you wanted to get out and play, you should have said something," Jacob said. "I'm not getting my ass shot full of holes by some off-the-books kill team who wasn't smart enough to be prepared for close air support." The shuttle touched down softly, and Jacob left the flight systems up and running in case they needed to make a speedy getaway. He shrugged into his body armor and grabbed his weapon, one of the railguns his father had gifted him, before following his partner out of the rear of the ship. The acrid smell of burning ships stung his nostrils, but it at least overpowered the smell of charred Maressans. Tin Man walked among the fallen, firing into any survivors he found. It was grim work, but only a fool risked leaving a live enemy at his back out of some misguided notion of mercy or honor. Jacob saw that Lowen's newest battlesynth fakes were far more convincing than her original versions. It was just too bad for Saakin she'd never managed to make them combat effective. "That is far enough," a voice said. Jacob brought his weapon up and followed the sound, seeing a regular synth standing near the outcropping where he knew the entry was. The synth was aiming what appeared to be a large-bore plasma weapon at him, so Jacob fired. The hypersonic round blasted through the synth, dropping it immediately. "Another fake?" he asked. "It is hard to say," Tin Man said. "That one was real. another voice said, as Sock and Pix emerged from his hideout. You just killed Mastan. He shouldn't have pointed his big gun at me, Jacob said. You have any other nasty surprises? No, Captain, I'm quite out of surprises, Saakin said, approaching slowly. You're here to kill me? I wouldn't have got out of my ship if all I wanted to do was kill you, Jacob said. You know who sent these guys after you? I would guess a Maresan named Clindista, Saakin said. Not Pitrico? Pitrico is working with my daughter at the moment. My guess is they underestimated Dista, and he discovered Lowen had reached out to me for help. He is not the only one, Tin Man told him. Intelligence briefs are flying throughout the Orion sector with your name on them. It seems you were not as careful as you should have been when reaching out to old contacts. Saakin sighed and nodded. Out of the game too long, he said. Well, Captain, what are we to do here? Since we're all being so open and honest, I think you realize I will never let Lowen or you gain access to either of the AI systems you're after, Jacob said. In fact, this whole messy affair has made me think it would be better if they simply didn't exist at all. You're probably not wrong, but your people wouldn't give up such power any more than mine, Saakin said. Once something is out, it stays out. Word of Earth's Noxu AI will spread, and your enemies will multiply. They'll all want it for themselves. You're only making my point for me, Jacob said. He was drowned out by the roar of a ship flying overhead. They all dove for what little cover there was before Jacob looked up and recognized the ship. The Phoenix's engines shook the ground as she wrapped into a tight turn, and he could see her main cannons and articulated turrets all deployed. His father had come expecting the worst. The big gunship pulled her nose up and came to a hover over the clearing, so Jacob gave a wave and then pointed down at his open palm, moving his hand in a clockwise circle indicating they could land. A moment later, the gear dropped, and the ship came in for a soft landing on the uneven, rock-strewn ground. Is your father going to kill me? Saakin asked, once the engines spooled down and they could hear themselves speak. Honestly, no idea. He's a bit of a wild card. It's what everybody loves about him. The ramp of the Phoenix dropped, and Jason walked out with a member of his crew, but it wasn't Twingo. The matte black of Lucky's armor seemed to soak up the light as he walked toward them. Jacob watched with interest as the battle synth that used to be Combat Unit 777 nodded to Tin Man without stopping. Guess you couldn't wait? Jason asked once he was close enough. Brought some more muscle? It's good to see you, Lucky. You as well, Jacob, Lucky said. I was going to bring the whole team, but I can't find Cage, and Crusher was getting on my nerves, so I left him, Jason said. Doc? Busy. Captain Jason Burke, Saakin said. I know who you are, Jason said, waving him off. How's that nutjob daughter of yours? Saakin stiffened. Lowen is a brilliant cyberneticist and a visionary, he said. While her methods are unorthodox, she has a mind beyond compare, certainly beyond the ability of one such as you to grasp. She's a psychopath who tortures and kills for fun, Jason sneered, stepping closer. Her brilliance only makes her more effective. I've watched your little angel in action, Saakin. She enjoys inflicting pain, and you're damn well aware of that. But she's useful to you right now, so you tolerate it, even indulge it. If she brings you a prize like the Ark, or even the Archive itself, you'll be catapulted back to the top of the political pyramid. If your daughter has to put innocent people through unspeakable pain to get you that, well, that's just a price you're willing to pay, isn't it? Saakin deflated and shrank away from the onslaught. Jason had really struck a nerve, it seemed. I won't help you kill her, Saakin said meekly. Don't need you for that, Jacob said. We need you to help us reach out to the right people. We need to contact all members of the Seven. I do not know who the Seven are. At least, not all of them. Doesn't matter. They know who you are. Your communications are clearly compromised, judging by the little party we interrupted here. You'll send what we tell you through your usual channels, and it will be picked up by the people we need to see it. See how easy this all is? Jason smiled and turned back to Jacob. What do you want to do with him afterward? Take him to the Ishquarians, as we originally planned, Jacob said. So, imprisonment? Sakin asked. Like you weren't already imprisoned here? Jason asked, taking him by the arm. Let's go. Time to see if your acting skills are convincing enough to spare your life. 24. Lowen, dear, we have a problem. What's happened? Lowen asked. Images of the destroyed Maressan transports and dead troopers were sent over the link. We have been betrayed, Sakin said. This was a Maressan force, likely sent by Pitrico. Why would he attack you? Lowen asked, her voice shaking with rage. I believe he discovered that I have learned where the ship is that holds our prize, Sakin said. I may have been too clumsy when I reached out for information. They came to abduct me, but underestimated my defensive capabilities. You're okay? She asked. I am, but I will need to flee, Sakin said. Once I am settled in a secondary location, I will reach out to you. In the meantime, my assets will continue to track the ship. Fear not, daughter. It's almost in our hands. Let me come get you. There is no time. I have planned for this contingency and have multiple escape routes available to me. Carry on with what we've planned. I will continue to marshal the force we will need to take the prize without damage. I don't like this, Lowen said, her anger turning to skepticism. Neither of us do, I assure you, Sakin said. I risk reaching out to you now, so that you know to watch yourself. Pitrico will know his forces have failed shortly. Be careful. Sakin killed the channel, and then Jason reached over and ripped the power cable out of the terminal. Think she bought it? Jacob asked. She is cautious by nature, Lucky said, but her concern for her father will override her instincts. Jason pulled the slipcom terminal and handed it to Lucky. We'll take this with us. I will give it to Twingo to set up for our needs, Lucky said. Let's go, Jason said to Sakin. You're coming with us. Very well. You're taking him directly to the vault? Jacob asked. Safest place for him, Jason said. After that performance, the Synod will be trying to get their hands on him for real. We'll have him there before they can dispatch anybody else to make a grab for him. You? I've got a few things to take care of first, and then I'll get in touch, Jacob said. I won't risk going back to the vault in case we're tracked somehow. Keep your head down, Jason said. We're rolling up on the end of this mess, and I'd rather you live through it. Jacob watched his father go with a sad smile on his face. He'd not shared the entirety of his plan because Jason would absolutely forbid him from doing it. The problem was that the Synod were too smart and too careful to bumble into just any old trap. It would need to be real for them to poke their heads out. Once the Phoenix lifted from the clearing and rocketed off toward orbit, Jacob and Tin Man quickly went about sanitizing Sakin's former home. They'd searched a bit, but hadn't found much worth taking, so instead they set a few demo charges and collapsed the entrance after dragging most of the synth bodies inside so they wouldn't be seen from the air. This one will probably work for what I have in mind, he said. You're sure you found all the trackers? There was just the one, and it was already disabled, Tin Man said. You are certain that you want to go through with this? I think you realize it's the only way we'll ever be sure, Jacob said. Perhaps, Tin Man said, but it does not have to be you. Why does a lowly Marine captain have to sacrifice everything when this is the responsibility of entire worlds?
Because there isn't anybody else who would actually do it, Jacob sighed. Anybody else would simply see an opportunity to seize this power for themselves. All of them would see it as an opportunity to make things right. And we both know how that would ultimately turn out. It has to be me, because I can't trust anybody else to actually do it. Not even my father.
Truly, Tin Man asked, you think Jason Burke lacks the conviction to do this?
We're in this position because he hasn't yet, Jacob pointed out.
If he destroyed the archive back when he realized the scope of its power, and before anybody else had learned of its existence,
then none of this would be necessary.
Don't get me wrong, he didn't fail to act out of greed or lust for power, or he'd have done those things already as well. The problem is that he feels he's now personally responsible for making sure the Noxu race lives on in some part through their knowledge they left behind. I'm sure he feels that the Quadrant will be ready to handle it eventually. I'm not so optimistic. What if I told you there was perhaps an alternative to what you are planning? Tin Man asked. A way that would achieve all of our goals.
Dangerous?
Jacob asked. Most assuredly, but also with a much higher probability of success, Tin Man said. All we have to do is count on the Synod to be what they have always been, greedy and power-hungry to the point of being self-destructive and reckless.
I'm listening.
Boneshaker hummed through slipspace, well away from the Ordan system and all the mess they'd left behind. Sock and Pix was now aboard the Phoenix on his way back to the vault, and Jacob was busy combing through the new options available to them after Tin Man described what he had planned. It was both incredibly easy and yet unfathomably difficult to pull off at the same time. The difficulty would be in trying to herd all members of the Seven to a specific location when they didn't even know who all of them were yet. This would be a one-time shot to cut the head off the snake. If even one of them were able to escape given the size and scope of their network, it would be a disaster. Jacob was surprisingly at peace, given what he was about to do. He felt no fear or apprehension, and appreciated the symmetry of how it had to be him and nobody else. He would have regrets, of course. There were people he'd never see again that meant a lot to him. He just hoped they'd understand his choice. With that thought, he grabbed his personal hyperlink unit and tied it into the ship's holographic system. Once it was paired, he activated a group channel that hadn't been used in some time. He flagged the channel as emergency to make sure it wasn't ignored.
"Where the hell are you?"
Mettler demanded, as the first one to accept the channel request. MG's face appeared in a new hologram quickly afterward.
"Let's give it a minute to see if our last member shows up," Jacob said.
It was another few minutes before that person broke into the channel, his face resolving.
"You guys in trouble?"
Sully asked. Jacob noticed he was wearing crisp dress blacks and looked like he was in his quarters aboard a starship.
"No idea," MG said. "Cap sent us packing and then hit us with an emergency distress call in the middle of the night."
Jacob took in a deep, shuddering breath and let it out slowly. This was going to be much more difficult than he'd anticipated.
"I just wanted a chance to say goodbye," he said finally. "We've been through one hell of a ride together. Not all of us made it through, but the ride is coming to an end. Tin Man and I have a plan to eliminate the Synod, but it's not exactly something we're going to be able to walk away from. I wanted you all to hear it from me first." "You gonna suicide bomber their asses?" MG asked. "Something like that," Jacob said.
"Wait, what? I was just fucking joking," MG said. "We're not letting you do that."
"There's no other way?" Sully asked quietly.
"Not with any degree of certainty I'm comfortable with," Jacob said. "Believe me, this wasn't my first choice. I want you all to do what Sully is doing and move on with your lives and careers. Get the hell out of special operations and do something that will let you have a family and some peace later on."
"This is fucking depressing," Mettler said, his voice breaking.
"Yeah, fuck this," MG said, moving and rummaging around off camera. "All of you assholes, grab something to drink. Even you, Sully." Jacob turned to one of the drawers in the galley and pulled out a half-full bottle of expensive bourbon that Webb had given him, along with a glass. While he waited on the others, he poured a generous drink and wondered if he was doing the right thing putting this on them now, rather than just letting them hear about it later. "Everybody got one?" MG asked. They all raised their glasses. "What the fuck? Is that coffee?" "It's a coffee mug," Sully said, rolling his eyes. "I don't have a whiskey glass in my quarters aboard a training ship. Don't worry, you little degenerate. It's loaded with the real thing." "Then raise 'em up, boys," MG said. "To fallen friends." "To Ezra Mosler, Taylor Levin, and Alonzo Murphy," Jacob said. "To those who will go next," Sully said. "And those who have to stay behind," Mettler said. "Long live Obsidian." They tossed back the first drink, and then spent the next few hours reminiscing, telling worn-out old stories and jokes they'd all heard hundreds of times before. But that wasn't really what they were doing. They were watching each other's faces and mannerisms, trying to imprint one last time the memories of comrades they would never see again. It was a painful tradition that had been repeated throughout human history, as warriors prepared for one last fight. Jacob felt a sense of pride and satisfaction in knowing that the three of them were going to be okay. Losing Taylor under his command had been a brutal blow, and losing Murph while he was still alive almost as bad. But Sully, MG, and Mettler would live on, and the spirit of Obsidian Blackheart would be carried with them. By the time the stories ran out and the laughs became forced, Jacob knew he was doing the right thing. They all said one more emotional goodbye and then signed off. Jacob decided he would grab some sleep when his hyperlink went off with another incoming channel request. He assumed it was one of his crew wanting one more private word, so he opened it without looking. "Have you been crying?" "Whitney," Jacob said with a frown. "What do you want?" "Nice to see you, too," Whitney said. "Sorry. Long day." "This is a courtesy call to let you know I'm taking low-end picks out. Free of charge, so you're welcome. But there is a complication." "Murph," Jacob guessed. "Correct. I'd rather not harm him, but I won't let him harm me," Whitney said. "Why take out Lowen? Or more specifically, why now?" Jacob asked. "Just being an evil mad scientist isn't enough?" Whitney asked. "The truth is, I will never get closure for what was done to me as long as she still breathes. I'm haunted by my own life and by knowing she's done so much worse to so many others over the years. Enough is enough." "You have a bead on her?" Jacob asked. Whitney gave him an unreadable expression. "I'm tracking her," she said evasively. "Her movements follow a predictable pattern once you know what it is. She's brilliant, but compulsive and unwilling to leave established tracks." Jacob stared at Carolyn Whitney for a moment, trying to decide if he could actually trust her with the information he had. In the end, he figured he didn't have much of a choice. She was going to engage Lowen, regardless of what he said, and if Murph tried to stop her, he'd be killed. "I have the oral command matrix for Murph's interface," he said. "There are a few shutdown commands that should let you incapacitate him for a short time." "Where did you get that?" Whitney asked, surprised. "Lowen guards those so fiercely even her most trusted assistants never knew what they were." "Can you use it?" Jason asked. "Can you use it to keep Murph out of the way instead of killing him?" Whitney seemed to think about it. There was a risk that a wrong pronunciation or the subject not hearing the full command could cause them to react erratically. It was also a problem if he was near Lowen, since she would know the commands to wake him up and activate his combat mode.
"Send me the Matrix," she said. "I won't insult you by making promises you know I can't keep, but I will do everything within my power to make sure that Murph doesn't get hurt. Fair?"
"As fair as it gets in our business," Jacob sighed, turning to a terminal. "I'll send you the entire data dump we have from Lowen's system. The Matrix was in there along with some stuff we couldn't make heads or tails of. It may mean something to you."
"I'll let you know what happens either way," Whitney said. "You deserve at least that much."
"Thanks," Jacob said. But he said it to himself since the channel had already closed. "Depressing," Tin Man said, walking into view. "That's the word of the day," Jacob agreed. "Who would have guessed one poor little scout team would bear so much of the brunt of trying to save the quadrant? You would be surprised to learn how many times that fell onto the shoulders of one poor mercenary crew who also never asked to be heroes," Tin Man said. "Perhaps you are just genetically unlucky." "Joke's on you since you're my partner then, huh? To the end. Hardly the reassurance I was looking for." "We are onto our new course, and the Ark has reported that it will be ready when we arrive. You should get some rest." "I should, but I won't." 25. Lowen Pix paced the floor. She hadn't stopped moving since they arrived. Murph had watched the message her father had sent and knew that she didn't trust that it was legitimate. She'd contracted with some locals on Ordan to do a flyby, and there was certainly evidence of a battle that matched up with the images Sakin had sent her. He'd claimed to know where the Devil's Fortune was, but had declined to share, and that was eating at her. He'd been pretending to sleep, hoping to learn what he could while she paced and ranted to herself, and avoid her commanding his cybernetic interface to render him unconscious again. He'd made significant progress in gaining control over the device, but it wasn't absolute. "Where are we?" he asked groggily, sitting up and pretending to be disoriented.
"Someplace safe," Lowen said. "We will hide here until we're sure Petrico wasn't the one who attacked my father. If it was him, I am almost certainly the next target."
"What's our defensive situation?" Murph asked.
"Just you, my dear," she said with a slight smile. "My resources have been stretched to the point of breaking, and I cannot risk hiring unvetted contractors for my own protection. We will have to count on the fact nobody knows of this place but me." He looked around and got the impression they were in some sort of bunker. There were no windows, and heavy alloy reinforcement against the ceiling that indicated it was subterranean. His weapons and armor were stacked neatly on a table by the door, although he didn't remember putting them there.
"Am I free to walk about?"
"Of course," Lowen said, frowning. "You're not a prisoner, Murph. We are in this together. Don't forget that."
"I won't," Murph said simply, hoping his emotions had been masked. He donned his gear and walked out through the heavy door. The hall led down to another open area where some ground vehicles were parked. Through there was a reinforced hangar with the Ashquarian interceptor sitting within, which meant there would be access to the outside world from there. The armored entry door near the hangar's main doors were keyed to his biometrics and unlocked when he placed a hand near the control panel. He stepped out into the bright sunlight and found himself in a heavily wooded area with trees that had large, round lavender leaves. The landing pad was camouflaged to look like a mossy stretch of ground, and there were no external antennas or lights that he could see. The facility had the feel of a repurposed military outpost. He guessed that it was one of Lowen's last resort refuges. She had been operating on reserves since her Diwa outpost operation had been destroyed, and Murph got the feeling those reserves were running out. Most of their time together had been spent fleeing from one place to another and hiding from the Synod. The stress of it was beginning to wear Lowen down, and he could see the frustration and fear etched on her face. With a short patrol in mind, Murph set off in a southwesterly direction. He would walk in a large triangle out into the woods and end up back at the hangar entry, giving him a chance to clear his mind. The forest floor was clear and easy to traverse, and he made good time, crossing a small creek and finally feeling his brain settle as he physically exerted himself. All was going well right up until he heard a tantalizingly familiar voice. Nightjar, Grabble, Cryolite, Unholy. Murph's vision swam, and he felt the cybernetic interface pull back. His legs went numb, and he collapsed into the loamy soil. The voice came again, and he was powerless against it. Shut down. Lowen couldn't remain still. Murph had left to go wander around, and she had let him. There was nothing within 200 clicks in any direction, and she could activate his tracker and recall him remotely whenever she wanted. She had such high hopes for him once his persistent need to rebel against the interface was finally worn away. After he was suitably within her control, she would begin to upgrade him even further. Unfortunately, that would all have to wait. She hadn't been lying when she'd told Murph that her resources were dwindling. Setting up the fast prototyping factory that Burke and his son had raided cost her significantly. Her original plan had been to set up a laboratory within that same system and bring her operation back to full strength and ready to take on clients within months. All that was a total loss. She couldn't even remotely access the factory now, as something was blocking her attempts, something she couldn't figure out how to circumvent. Short of flying there herself, there was nothing she could do, and would have to leave it for later. There was a chime that told her there had been an authorized entry through the hangar door. Since she and Murph were the only two on the access list, she assumed it was him. This was a good sign. She'd half expected him to try and run for it, forcing her to exert control over him through the interface and bring him back. Perhaps he was starting to accept his new reality as permanent. There was a noise at the door, and before she could turn to greet her newest favorite creation, she was hit with a stunner blast that overloaded her enhanced nervous system and dropped her to the floor. All she could see before her vision faded was a pair of boots that most definitely did not belong to Alonzo Murphy. Whitney looked down at Lowen Pix as her eyes fluttered and she regained consciousness. The Prue woman looked like she'd aged half a century since she'd left Dewa Outpost. She had underestimated the Synod, and it had cost her dearly. For so long, she had been a prominent figure in Whitney's nightmares. Now, she just looked diminished and weak. "You can go ahead and stop pretending to be out," Whitney said. "We're all alone here." Lowen's eyes slowly opened, and she looked up at Whitney, her expression one of hurt and confusion. "Why? After what I did for you?" she asked. "I released you to go live your life. Is Pitrico paying you for this? What you did to me, Lowen, is turn me into a slave," Whitney said. "You compelled me to kill against my own nature again and again, selling me to the highest bidder while retaining control for yourself. Letting me go after a century of hellish existence is hardly something to thank you for. Geophyte, Sad Iron, don't bother. I didn't trust you, of course, so I spent a considerable amount of money with the right people to disable your controls." "Aren't you so clever?" Lowen spat. All pretense of the hurt, wounded benefactor dropped, and the real Dr. Pix came to the surface. "What do you think this accomplishes? They pay you to kill me, and they let you walk away? They'll hunt you down just for knowing about the thing they want." "Your thinking and actions become sloppy when you're outside of your laboratory," Whitney said. "Nobody is paying me for this. I'm simply slaying the last dragon so that I can live the rest of my life in peace.
I can't do that while I know you're still out there, harvesting victims." "Victims?" Lowen was indignant. "I provide medical services that—" "Alonzo Murphy is a good man," Whitney said. "But you couldn't resist turning him into another of your abominations and pitting him against his own friends." "There has to be something we can do to work this out, Carolyn," Lowen said, the mask of motherly concern slipping back on. "I could create you a new body, a real human body like you used to have. Wouldn't you like that?" That actually made Whitney pause. Could that really happen? Could they clone her a new, fully biotic human body and put her mind into it? Was there really a way she could be whole again? "I see you're thinking about it," Lowen cooed. "It's right here for you. All you have to do is let me go." The effect was broken, and Whitney snapped back to reality. Even if Lowen had that power, she wouldn't offer it without a steep price and not without strings attached. She would once again be in service to this vile creature. "You're evil, Lowen," Whitney said gently, moving forward and putting a hand on her shoulder so she could look into her eyes. "I know you probably don't even see yourself that way, but trust me, you are. It has to stop. You can't possibly— Ah!" Lowen's eyes bulged. She looked down and saw that Whitney had deployed one of her arm blades and sunk it into her chest. Her mouth moved, but no sound came out. "This is quick, painless," Whitney said, her voice still soft. "It's more than you deserve, but I have no desire to see you in pain." The light faded from Lowen's eyes, and her head sank forward. Whitney pulled the blade and cleaned it on the dead woman's clothes before retracting it. "You'll need to make sure she's dead." Whitney spun and saw Murph standing in the doorway. His hands were visible, and he wasn't holding a weapon. She backed away from Lowen, giving herself room to move if the agent attacked. "You mad I knocked you out?" she asked. "No," Murph said, leaning against the doorframe and crossing his arms. "You did the right thing. While I might have agreed with what you were about to do in the forest, she could have changed my mind once we were in here. Dying at the hands of the Viper while defending the woman who damaged us both isn't the way I want to go out." "Indeed," Whitney said, letting herself relax a bit. "So you're saying we need to make sure of her?" "You know her better than I do," Murph said. "What do you think? I'm not sure what she has inside her, but I know multiple unknown medical devices flag on her whenever she passes through a scan at port entries. I'll bet her brain is in a form of stasis right now, while the gizmos all figure out how to repair the damage you just did." "Fire?" "Safest bet." Working together, they unchained Lowen from the chair Whitney had strapped her to, and placed her reverently on a utility cart, folding her arms over her chest. Murph waited respectfully while Whitney bowed her head and mouthed a quick prayer before helping to roll her outside. They found a spot at the edge of the landing pad where they could scrape the moss covering back to expose the bare tarmac before constructing a bier out of discarded shipping crates they found in the hangar. In less than an hour, they had Lowen on the wooden pedestal that would become part of her funeral pyre. Despite his best efforts, Murph could muster no hatred for the small Prue woman lying before him. "I know how you feel," Whitney said, staring at him from across the hasty construct. "It's okay to be confused." Murph nodded and walked up to the body, placing his hand over hers. "Lowen, thank you for giving me back my legs," he said. "I'm truly sorry it had to come to this, but your good deeds don't wipe out the bad." Murph stepped away, and Whitney came up to take his place, repeating the gesture. "I've dreamed of this day for more years than I can count," she said. "Now that it's here, I don't feel like I imagined I would. I hope your death brings peace to the both of us." They ignited the pyre,
the flames fed by the ground car fuel they'd soaked the wood in. The pair stepped back, Whitney taking Murph's hand in hers. It wasn't a romantic gesture. It was simply the need to feel close to one of the very few people in the galaxy who understood the torment she had gone through. The fuel-soaked wood burned hot and bright, consuming the body quickly and burning itself out in less than an hour. The last licks of flame withered and died just as the sun set, making the forest seem even darker and more ominous.
"Now what will you do?"
Whitney asked. "I can't go home," Murph said with a sad smile. "I guess now I know how Jake feels. The cybernetic upgrades Lowen loaded me up with means the rest of my life would be as a lab rat. Or they'd just kill me outright and harvest what they want. Either way, my life is meaningless to them."
"You could come with me," Whitney said. "No action or killing, but there's a new life out there on the frontier worlds. There are human colonies that would welcome a pair of strong, intelligent people who understand how the galaxy works."
Murph thought about it, and the more he did, the more he liked it. His slide toward total disillusionment with the military hierarchy had begun back when Scout Team Obsidian was trying to dig out the traitors of the One World faction. The sheer number of them had been depressing, to say the least. Now, knowing how many collaborators the Synod had within the ranks, including the former Supreme Commander of Orion Sector, had pushed him over the edge. He was exhausted by the endless uphill struggle and fighting hopeless battles against people who were just replaced by the next corrupt asshole the moment they were eliminated. Maybe it was time for a break. "You know what? That sounds really damn good." The interceptor lifted off from the tarmac an hour later, loaded with anything of value they could find within Lowen's secret base. It wasn't much. As the speedy ship rocketed up out of the atmosphere with Whitney at the controls, Murph felt something that had been absent from his life for so long he didn't even recognize it at first. Hope. 26. Another alert from his personal hyperlink woke Jacob up from what had been a fitful sleep. "What now?" he grumbled, after accepting the channel without looking. "Hey, Cap." "Murph! Where are you?" Jacob sat up in his rack, nearly hitting his head on the shelf above. "Can't say," Murph said. "I just wanted to get in touch and say goodbye. And thank you. Serving with you was an honor. Please tell me you're not about to do something stupid." No, I'm not about to off myself, if that's what you're asking." Murph looked off camera for a minute, and Jacob thought that his friend looked well, at peace. "Murph? Lowen Pix is dead. Stabbed through the heart and burned to ash. You don't need to worry about her anymore." "How?" "Can't say about that either." "And where are you going?" Jacob asked. "I can see you're still in that stolen interceptor." "I'm going to go live the rest of my life away from the military, political conspiracies, and all that," Murph said. "I think you of all people can understand that." "I can," Jacob said. "I'd had the same dream for myself." "You sure you won't return to Mosler Station?" "There's nothing Terran Tech can do to help me," Murph said. "They'll do to me what they wanted to do to you, and there's nothing Admiral Webb would be able to do to stop them. At least like this, I'll die on my own terms." Jacob rolled to the small nightstand built into the bulkhead beside his rack and grabbed a tablet. He scrolled through his notes until he found what he needed. It was something the Ark had discovered when he'd given it all the data Murph stole from Lowen. "I respect your decision," he said. "And in that spirit, I have a parting gift for you." "Oh?" "Upthrow, Bagman, Sanctum, Presidio, Limbus." Murph twitched and shuddered, his expression angry and accusing. "I don't get it," he said finally. "What did you do to me?" "I set you free," Jacob said. "At least as best I can without direct access. That command sequence locks out oral commands completely and cannot be reverted without a reset performed at the device itself.
Truly?
Murph asked, perking up. The command matrix is still embedded in the hardware, Jacob warned. But anybody who finds Lowen's old notes won't be able to use the verbal command modes to compel you to do anything.
Best I can do, my friend. And it's enough, Murph said. I knew you, of all people, would never abandon me, and you didn't. I'm glad we're ending on this high note instead of trying to kill each other.
Yeah, me too, Jacob laughed.
Take care of yourself. You as well. Tell the others that I'm sorry, but let them know I'm going to be okay. I will.
The connection severed, and Jacob was left in his dark quarters, tears streaming down his cheeks, and an oppressive sense of finality settling over him. Jason Burke walked down the corridors of the vault, Lucky at his side, and wondering how this latest wrinkle would throw a wrench into the works. He'd just finished a conversation with his son, where he learned Lowen Pix had been killed by Murph and was now out of the equation. That made dealing with Saaken all the more difficult. He'd demanded to speak to her again before he would cooperate with them, and there was no way to hastily throw together a convincing fake.
How will you handle this? Lucky asked.
The same way I always do, just sort of wing it.
The guards let them into the suite where Saaken was being held, giving Lucky the once-over as they opened the doors. Jason moved through to the main sitting room, where the old Prue was resting on the sofa, his eyes closed.
You are ready to let me speak to my daughter? He asked.
I'm ready. She isn't, Jason said. She's gone to ground. None of her known points of contact are working. It's probable that she'll stay dark until she thinks it's safe to come out.
It's more probable that the Synod found her,
Saaken said, opening his eyes and leaning forward.
She would not disappear in the middle of so delicate an operation.
If the Synod or Petrico found her, we'd have already heard from them, Jason countered. She's only useful as leverage against you, since you're the one who claimed to know where the ship was. Just killing her outright accomplishes nothing for them.
An astute point, Saaken said grudgingly.
I know you love the little monster, but your daughter is erratic and more than a little crazy, Jason said, shrugging at Saaken's angry reaction. She's under a lot of stress, has had her resources all stripped away, and is facing down threats she isn't accustomed to. Hiding would be her most likely course of action until she's sure she's regained an advantage. Saaken seemed to think it over and nodded, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully.
This would fit with her pattern of behavior when stressed, he said. If she has decided to hide, it's not likely you would ever be able to find her. Smarter people than you have tried. It is difficult to imagine someone dumber has tried.
Lucky spoke up.
Thanks, Jason said to his friend, but I got this. Keep your help to yourself.
As you wish.
Our deal still stands, Jason said. You send the message we want to the same address as last time. The node will record the message, and it will still be intercepted by the Synod. We move them where we need them. You and your daughter are out from under their threat.
I will comply,
Saaken said. Jason caught the hesitancy in his voice. This is your only play, he said. I think you realize any thoughts you had of double-crossing the Synod and taking their prize were fantasy at best. You almost got wiped out on Ordan, which tells us they probably knew where you were the entire time. You and your daughter are tricky, but you're still just two people against a ruthless and expansive network.
And what of you, Captain? Saaken asked. You are the one who holds the keys to their treasure. You are inarguably in much greater danger than I.
Not as much as you think, Jason said. You all keep treating the archive as if it is something that can be possessed, when it is, in fact, a sentient intelligence beyond your comprehension. It won't do anything it doesn't want to, not even if I tell it. While it is imprinted on me, it still moves of its own free will.
None of that will dissuade your enemies, Saaken said, leaning back and closing his eyes again.
Leave me be, Captain. You've gotten from me all that you will, and I tire of your presence." They turned and left the Prue as they found him. "What a pretentious dick," Jason said after they were back out in the corridor. "Do you think he believed you?" Lucky asked. "Probably not," Jason admitted. "I wasn't very convincing, but he still won't have any choice but to play along until he can gain more information or the advantage swings back in his direction." "He did not seem very defeated," Lucky agreed. "He didn't get to the top of Pillar World politics by being stupid or fearful," Jason said. "Captain Burke, I am Administrator Vi," an Ashquarian woman said, seeming to appear from nowhere. I remember who you are, Administrator," Jason said. "We were just here. What can I do for you?" "Minister Amon wishes to speak to you," Vi said. "He said you would know how to contact him from aboard your ship." "I'll do that now, thank you." The walk from the area Saaken was being held to the main hangar took about 30 minutes on foot. He and Lucky could have easily ran it in a fraction of that time, but he would rather keep Amon waiting. When they arrived at the Phoenix, Twingo was puttering around in the cargo hold.
"Hyperlink channel waiting for you in the comm room," the engineer said without looking up.
"I heard. Guess he got impatient." Jason left Lucky behind and bounded up the stairs to the main deck. When he arrived at the comm room, he activated the terminal with the flashing channel indicator and waited as it fully resolved. "Thanks for hurrying," Amon said sarcastically. "I'm one of the most powerful people in the Empire, and yet I always seem to be waiting on the same 2 humans to grace me with their presence." "You're the one who's spread out in a place this big," Jason said. "What's up?" "Chatter is coming in that the Synod know Saaken Pix has the location of the archive," Amon said. "They're not calling it that, of course, but the inference is clear. We've actually been able to identify 3 more members of the 7 by the sudden mobilization of forces on certain worlds." "Clever," Jason said. "I think we're about ready for Saaken's big finale. Once Jacob is in place, I'll head that way myself. If this works, the whole mess is about over." "You're quite the optimist," Amon said. "This is easy. The archive is a prize none of them will allow to fall into the hands of another. While they try to outmaneuver each other, they won't see the hammer coming down for them all." "I'd feel a lot better if I knew the plan," Amon said. "To be honest, so would I. Jacob is playing this one close to the chest. When I know, you'll know. How big of a QRF have you put together?" "It should be sufficient," Amon said. "Admiral Colleran is also deploying part of her own command." "Here we go," Jason said, clapping and rubbing his hands together. "The end game." "Webb said we're calling it Operation Last Dance," Amon said. "That never grew on me," Jason said. "I'll be in touch." He killed the channel and then punched in another address. "Captain," Tin Man said once the channel resolved. "Where are you?" Jason asked. "We have secured the additional material we needed for Jacob's plan to work," Tin Man said. "We are now en route to the Devil's Fortune." "We'll head that way as well. Do not park in the hangar. Use one of the lateral airlocks." "Yes, sir," Jason saluted sarcastically and killed the channel. 707 is taking well to his new life, Lucky said from the hatchway. "He is as happy as I have ever seen him." "That was happy?" "You could not tell." "Let's just say you guys take stoic to a whole new level," Jason said. "Tell that little blue idiot to stop playing with his toys and get the ship ready to launch. We're heading out." "So I heard." Twingo cussed and complained outrageously about how he never had any free time for his own projects, but he had the Phoenix ready to fly in under 10 minutes anyway. Jason wasn't sure what was waiting for him when he got to the Devil. His son had been highly secretive about how he was going to execute this plan of his, and it was making Jason nervous. The only reason he'd keep it to himself is because he knew that everyone would try to talk him out of it, or simply forbid it altogether. As the Phoenix's engines warmed up, he allowed himself a moment of daydreaming. Perhaps they'd all come out of this unscathed, and then Jacob would be free to do as he wished in a galaxy full of opportunities. He could go to Satora and assume control of the companies that would one day be his anyway. There was also the possibility that he would take the mountain of money he'd accumulated during his time in Scout Fleet and just retire to a nice beach somewhere and live a life of leisure. Whatever he decided, Jason hoped it was something that made him happy and took him away from all the fighting and killing. That meant he had to make sure Jacob survived the coming engagement. Nothing else mattered except that his son walked away. He owed Terran at least that much. 27. This one is still acting up. It doesn't matter, Jacob said. It just needs to sit there. Ideally, the programming would be much more robust than what we have, Tin Man argued. We're controlling them remotely, Jacob said. They'll be fine. Or, if you prefer, we could go back to my original plan. No, we will not be doing that. Phoenix arriving, starboard mid-airlock, the computer announced. Ark, you connected? Jacob asked. I am fully integrated into the system, the Ark said over the ship's speakers. And if Tin Man is displeased with the performance of these units, he is free to program them himself. You're still sure this will work? Jacob asked, waving off Tin Man before he could fire back. The Ark had begun exhibiting personality traits lately that were less than helpful. Nothing can be certain, but this has a high probability of success. Good enough, Jacob said. They walked out of the cargo bay to go meet his father at the airlock. Lucky and Twingo both followed Jason through the hatch to greet them. Through the porthole, Jacob could make out the sleek lines of the Phoenix, the black ship silhouetted by the Devil's powerful spotlights. Where's Bone Shaker? Jason asked. Hangar, Jacob said, but we've got too much shit spread out in there right now for the Phoenix to make it in as well. Come on, I'll show you where we're at. How are you feeling? Jacob spun around, startled at the question. Or, more accurately, who had asked it. I'm doing good, Jacob said. I guess. How about you? I have some experience with what you are going through, Lucky went on, leading him away from the rest of the pack a bit. I lived for well over 100 years before I was at the threshold of a major, irrevocable life change. I imagine you are anxious and uncertain about what comes next for you. If you're asking how I feel about being unemployed here in the next few weeks, then yeah, not looking forward to it, Jacob said. I've been a Marine for most of my adult life, so the transition will likely be difficult. I really have no idea what I'm going to do, but Tin Man is coming with me. There's a lot of comfort in that. For all of us as well, Lucky agreed. Together, you will be stronger and safer. Jacob hadn't had much interaction with Lucky since his death and unlikely resurrection in his new body. He certainly had never talked to him about his time trapped within his own mind as the Assassin 7. What was ironic about their current mission was that Lucky's existence was owed entirely to a low-level Noxu AI named Kaz. The errand program had merged itself with Lucky's damaged matrix to repair the rift and suppress 7 forever. It had done so willingly. Jacob wondered if the Ark would also so willingly sacrifice itself if the stakes were similar. The party walked back to the cargo bays, where the Archive's computer cores were once again active and humming. Jason walked around the bizarre tableau that Jacob and Tin Man had built in the wide corridor between the individual cargo bays, an unreadable expression on his face. You really think this is going to work? He finally asked. I think the Synod can be counted on to do whatever it takes to secure the Archive for themselves, Jacob said. The fact that they'll believe only one of them can actually be in charge of it should make for an interesting time. Last man standing shootouts are always fun if you're not in the middle of them.
Is it even possible to transfer Vok to someone else? Twingo asked. That's something I never actually asked it while I was setting up this system.
Transference is impossible outside of specific conditions, Twingo, the Ark answered. The ability to control Vok is hard-coded to the Burke bloodline, of which there are only 2. If Jacob would like to gain control, he would need to kill his father.
I'm good, Jacob said. I don't think I could handle 2 of you jabbering in my ear all the time. What happens if there are no Burkes? Jason asked.
Uncertain, the Ark said. The probability is high that it would enter a receptive state in which another could gain control. Again, I am not certain.
That brings up an interesting problem, doesn't it? Jason asked. What if they just come in guns blazing and take everyone out before you get to put on your little show? The mission would still be a success, Jacob shrugged. What they do once they're here is immaterial, just as long as they all come. But that means we will also need to disable all of the lifeboats. Twingo?
It will take me a few hours, the engineer said. They'll need to be done individually, and as you might expect, they're rather tamper-proof.
Then let's get started, Jason said. Twingo's team will be Lucky and Tin Man since they're the least likely to fuck something up and kill us all. Jacob and I will stay down here and keep working on this funhouse of horrors.
What shall I do?
The Ark asked eagerly. Jason just looked at his son and shook his head. You can keep running through the adaptive code on our fake archive to make sure it will fool our guests, Jacob said.
Very well.
Saken should be ready whenever you are, Jason said. I didn't tell him that Lowen was dead, so be careful when you talk to him. I figured he might become a bit less cooperative if he found out your man skewered her. I suspect Murph wasn't the one who actually did it, but I get your point, Jacob said. I'll stick to the script. He worked alongside his father for a while, moving things around so that the scene appeared random and hurried. What will Amon do with old Saken? He asked. Misplaced sympathy? Jason asked. Don't let the kindly old hermit act fool you. Saken Pix has a past drenched in innocent blood. Amon showed me the shit he did as an intelligence boss. He's a savage. Whatever happens to him, he deserves it. Idle curiosity, not sympathy, Jacob corrected. Hard to say. Amon doesn't like to just warehouse prisoners for the sake of it, so my guess is he'll use Saken as leverage with the Keprians. They want him back pretty badly, so they'll have to give the Ashquarians something of value for him. Jacob let the issue drop. His father had probably been right about misplaced sympathies. Hell, he'd let himself feel sorry for Lowen, only to learn she'd turned Murph into another of her little puppets behind his back. The sector would probably be a better place if the whole wretched family was gone. Twingo and the battle synths ended up needing nearly 6 hours to complete their work. The lifeboats aboard the custom corvette were top of the line and did not take kindly to being disabled. There were 10 primary boats that the escape chutes dumped into, and every time Twingo tried to override the interlocks, it would set off blaring alarms and warnings along with section lockdowns that would have to be canceled. The noise was enough that Jason washed his hands of it all and went back aboard the Phoenix, which left Jacob alone on the lower deck, walking through the cargo bays and doing his final preps. He thought back to when Ezra Mosler and Marcus Webb had pulled him out of the academy against his wishes and offered him a role in Scout Fleet. At the time, it had been part of NAVSOC, and Jacob had wanted nothing to do with it. He'd had dreams, much like Sully, of striding the bridge of a mighty warship, breathing crisp, processed air and brushing lint from his dress blacks as he sipped expensive coffee. The idea of rolling around in the mud was the furthest from his mind. To add insult to injury, he had been forced to take a commission into the United Earth Marine Corps rather than going into the regular Navy. Even though they made it clear he'd only himself to blame for his predicament, he resented them all the same. The things he originally thought he had wanted were snatched away, and in their place, he was given years of brutality and pain as his scout team was thrown again and again into the galaxy's uncaring jaws. But now, here, at the end, he could honestly say he wouldn't have done anything differently. He served side by side with some of the toughest, most honorable men the armed services ever produced. Being a Marine meant something to him now. It was a state of being that could never be taken away from him, even though he'd originally viewed it as karmic punishment. This would be his finest hour, where he lived up to the memories of Taylor Levin and Ezra Mosler, by doing what needed to be done, no matter what the cost. After all he'd been through, he could meet the end with no regrets.
"That's the last of it, kid,"
Twingo said as he walked into the area.
"You?"
"We're wrapped up here," Jacob said. "How's the rest of the ship?"
"Rigged to run on the program the Ark uploaded," Twingo said. "There weren't any problems with the handoff. The bridge is locked out. The Ark has full control."
"I guess that's it then," Jacob said slowly, looking around one more time. "The next time I'm in here, there will be 7 Synod bosses, if this goes to plan."
"If all goes to plan,"
Twingo agreed, his voice making his lack of enthusiasm for the plan clear. "Sakin, I hear you're looking for a ship." "I know where the ship is, young captain. You're in the Reaches, aren't you?" "Your sources aren't as good as you think, old man," Jacob said. "I'm aboard the ship right now, and I can tell you we're well away from the Reaches. Get real. You think we would park this thing in the middle of a pirate's nest?" "I sense there is an offer in the making," Sakin asked. "Your senses are correct," Jacob said. "Here's the deal. We're tired of running and tired of fighting an uphill battle trying to hide these damn things. I'm willing to talk about a handoff if it was to the right person. But there would obviously be some conditions. If you're contacting me, I assume I am one of those people. Technically, we'd be offering custodianship of the Noxu archive, known as VOC, to Kepri to hold in trust, with the intent it would be used for the good of all people. But VOC only answers to a single being. You see my dilemma. The other interested parties might not be so benevolent with their newfound power. The archive. It's intact." There was a hunger in Sakin's voice, as his normally controlled manner faltered. "Fully functional," Jacob said. "It came from an ancient superweapon known as the Machine, brought back to this quadrant with my father and has since been fully decompressed and brought online." "What are your terms?" "VOC can never be used against humanity. In fact, nobody can raise their hand against Earth. That will be a condition set into the system before any handover, so you wouldn't be able to renege even if you wanted." "What else?" "The system must be given full autonomy. It isn't something that I can just give you. It has to want to work with you. Also, the battle synths of Lot 700 are to be given full pardons by the Ministry of Martial Affairs and reassigned as VOC's permanent security detail." "Reasonable requests so far," Sakin said. "And what do you want for yourself, young captain?" "I think fair compensation from my father and I can be negotiated," Jacob said. "After all, what we're offering is one of the very few truly priceless things in the galaxy. What is the wealth of planets when compared to that?" "How does this work?" Sakin asked. "Bear in mind, it will take me some time to negotiate your demands with my people. I'm hardly in a position of power anymore." "You will be after this," Jacob promised. "When you're ready, the ship is in system EC-991. Don't try to do something stupid like send a fleet to take it by force. I promise you, if I see the first warship approaching, I'll trigger the failsafe. The archive would be lost forever." "You wouldn't dare, and you can't be sure of that. Just do what I said and don't get cute. You have 2 weeks." The channel died, and Jacob leaned back in his seat. "Well," he asked. "Not bad," Jason said. "I'm a little worried that you giving up our location so quickly will raise some red flags with our intended audience, but I get we're on the clock here." "They'll come," Jacob said, climbing from his seat. Between the loss of Starfall and the discovery of their Avatar program, the Synod know that they don't have a lot of time left to seize power. "What of the operative, Pitrico?" Tin Man asked. "I'm hoping he'll be with Clindista," Jacob said. "If not, he may show up to make a play for the archive himself." "Hope is now a strategy?" Tin Man asked. At this point, yeah. 28. Petrico cried out in agony.
Did you think me so stupid that you could try and take my place by using my own people against me? Dista asked. General Kavan told me everything. After all I've given you.
Petrico said nothing. The pain he was being put through was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. Dista was pulling out all the stops and using some exotic, highly illegal toys he'd procured on the black market. These were things that weren't even used to extract information. Their only purpose was to deliver maximum pain to the subject. If it makes you feel any better, Lowen Pix was always going to betray you, Dista said. She and her father were conspiring to seize the archive for themselves and then wipe us out completely. I deployed Kavan to grab the father, but the old Prue still had some fight in him. 2 dagger teams wiped out, and now Sock and Pix is missing. He looked at Petrico closely, waiting for him to reply. The pain was too great. Petrico couldn't even formulate a coherent thought, much less speak it aloud.
Oh, shut it off, Dista said. I need to actually talk to this cretin. Once we're done, you can finish playing.
The operators turned off the device that had set Petrico's nerves aflame. The absence of agony was, in itself, agony, and it took his tortured nervous system a moment to recalibrate. Slowly, the pain receded, and the sensation of cool air blowing on his sweat-soaked skin was all he could feel.
I hope you're enjoying yourself,
he said, his voice hoarse from all the screaming he did at the beginning of the second session.
Nothing to say for yourself, Dista prodded.
What would you have me say? This is a high-stakes game. I bet big and lost. But I didn't bet everything. You think you found it all, but you did not.
He was bluffing. The truth was that after the collapse of his Avatar program and the loss of all those resources on Stomori 3, Petrico's operation was on its last gasp. He assumed that the blackmail material he had on General Kavan would be enough to ensure his compliance. A grave miscalculation.
You have nothing, Petrico, Dista sighed. The 7 have wanted you dead for some time, your ambition clear to them. You are a threat to us, and we have learned there is only one way to deal with threats. Now, shall we talk like civilized beings?
What do you want to know? What does it even matter at this point?
Probably nothing. The only good you are to me now is as a lesson to those in my employ that might see an opportunity as you did. I want them to see just how far someone can fall. From the revered right hand who wielded incredible power to this. Just a filthy northerner strapped to a chair and pissing himself. The hatred that Petrico had for Dista was enough to blot out the remaining pain from his wounds. He had to find some way to escape. It couldn't end like this. He'd come too far.
Sir, there is a priority message from the intel group, a Moressan woman said. Petrico hadn't heard her come in, but now that she was close, he could clearly hear her trying not to retch at the sight and smell of him. I'm sorry, sir, but this can't wait.
Let's go, Dista said, standing. He pointed to his torturers. Keep him awake. We'll continue when I get back.
Petrico let his head fall forward, willing every muscle in his body to relax. He had no idea how long Dista was gone. Time had lost all meaning days before. Now his time was divided into 2 categories, agony and not agony. When the door to the chamber slammed back open, he jumped.
If only you'd been a little more patient, my traitorous friend, Dista said, clearly in a good mood about something. We've just acquired the location of the ship the Noxu AI resides on. We're mobilizing immediately."
"We?" Petrico asked weakly. Dista got down into his face and sneered.
"I don't want you to miss this," he whispered. "I'm going to take the thing you wanted for myself, and I want you to watch. When it's in my grasp and the full weight of your failure settles onto your shoulders, I will then show you mercy. I will personally cycle you through the airlock."
"We're done, sir?" one of the torturers asked plaintively.
"I need him secured to a mobile rig," Dista said. "And clean him up first. I'm not smelling that the whole trip out. Take no chances with this one. He's as slippery as they come."
As medics came in and began tending to his wounds, Petrico wondered what was actually happening. It was highly unlikely that the location of the ship was discovered without the owners leaking it deliberately. What were those two augments up to? The most obvious answer is that they've laid a trap for their enemies. But the Seven were no bumbling amateurs. They wouldn't charge in personally and make themselves targets. He was now in the very odd position of cheering for Jacob Brown. Perhaps there was yet opportunity to be had. Richard Weston struggled to remain calm as his shuttle climbed out of Earth's atmosphere. One of Black Sky's warships was sitting in low orbit, part of the company's private security fleet. He had managed to get the exception pushed through so that his group could purchase military vessels directly from the shipyards at Terra. Now, the vessel would be taking him to some uninhabited system in the Concordian cluster. "How much longer?" he asked. "We will reach the Peerless in 3 hours, sir," his aide said. 3 hours, he hissed. Why did everything take so damn long? "Get me Governor a solo on hyperlink. At once." He went to the rear section of the shuttle and closed the partition so that he would have some privacy when speaking to the Ashquarian. She normally did not like direct contact, but recently she and Richard had come to a tenuous agreement that, should it seem the Seven were compromised, it would be better if the two of them worked together to ensure a positive outcome for both. He wasn't sure this would fall under that arrangement, however. "Mr. Weston," Governor Asolo greeted him. She appeared to be on a ship, which meant she had received the same intel he had. "I was about to contact you." "I'm sure," Richard said. "Then you heard the same thing I did. The augment who has been hiding the Noxu AI reached out to the Keprians to make a deal?" "Actually, it was his son, and he reached out to a single Prue," Asolo corrected. "As far as I know, there has been no deal struck with Capri." "But you are going anyway," Richard guessed. "Nothing can be left to chance," Asolo said. "Does the Terran government know about this?" "No, but nor would they care. With the Ark firmly in their possession, they think they have all they could ever want. You?" "Imperial intelligence has been silent on the matter, oddly silent. It would be unlike Minister Amon to be unaware of something so monumental happening so close to our borders. It is possible he will be making a move for the system himself." "Yes," Richard said. "There have been some rumblings about your intelligence minister and the power he has been amassing." "That will be my problem to handle," Asolo said. "Right now, we have to assume the rest of the Seven have access to the same reports we've seen. They will know that the system must be coded to an individual." "Which means they'll be coming personally," Richard said. "The first time the Seven will be in the same place since our inception. There is great risk." "Yet none will miss the opportunity to be the one who gains control," Asolo said. "You and I must be ready to work together." "I think we understand each other," Richard said. "It would be critical for one of us to be that person." "I will see you there," Asolo said, killing the channel. Richard then punched in another address on a different hyperlink unit.
"Weston,"
The person who answered greeted.
"you are on your way?"
"My ship will be leaving shortly," Richard said. "I just wanted to let you know that I talked to Governor Asolo. She means to betray you."
"There seems to be a lot of that going around," Clint Dista said.
"Go on." "She reached out to me and proposed we team up to make sure you and the others wouldn't reach the prize first. I felt I owed it to our longtime friendship to let you know."
"Understood," Dista said. "We will handle the governor when she arrives. I hope, for your sake, your ship is fast, my friend. I'd hate for you to arrive too late for the fun."
Richard swore to himself after the channel closed. Dista hadn't seemed surprised or bothered when he was told Asolo was planning on stabbing him in the back. That meant he was already working a separate angle, probably something with Pitrico. He thought about reaching out to the 2 other members of the 7 he knew, but decided against it. It would leave his ass flapping in the breeze if he tried too hard to play them off each other this early. The remaining 2 members he didn't know of were also a problem. They'd come into the group after 2 of the original members had died, and Richard had never been told who they were. "I'm going to try and take a nap," he said to his aide, after pulling the partition aside. "Wake me once we're docking." "Of course, sir." Governor Asolo has left Ashquaria Prime in a hurry, and we have reports that Richard Weston also canceled all of his engagements and was seen boarding a shuttle. "So that just leaves the members of the 7 we don't know," Jacob said. "How is Saakin?" "Sedated," Amon said. "We will tell him of Lowen's fate once we learn if you were successful or not." "Could go either way," Jacob said. "It's a bold plan, but simple," Amon said. "I think that's what will work in your favor. They just won't be expecting that someone would be willing to do what you're about to do. It won't even enter their minds." "It's an odd feeling to be setting a trap for people who absolutely know they're flying into a trap but can't resist the bait anyway," Jacob said. "It makes it easier to camouflage what we're doing." "This is it, then," Amon said. "The die is cast, and what will happen will happen. Don't overthink it. You know what you need to do and how to do it." "I appreciate everything you've done for me," Jacob said. "I know it was a relationship born out of opportunity and convenience, but I do consider you a friend." Amon seemed startled by the open and honest declaration. "I hope that this won't be the end of our friendship, Jacob," he said. "If you can find a way to walk away, take it. You and your family have already paid a heavy price for your people, with so little gratitude or recognition in return. Just remember this, there will be another synod. Just like the Confed gave way to the Dominion, the cycle never stops." "It's not just about the synod," Jacob said. "It's about making sure that Noxu power never falls into the hands of people who would use it to subjugate the rest of us. Unfortunately, that is my family's responsibility. Fair or not, it's fallen on us." "With that in mind, good luck to you both," Amon said. He looked like he wanted to say more, but instead simply killed the channel. Jacob left the Phoenix's comm room and walked back up onto the bridge. He'd come aboard while the ship was docked to the Devil, not wanting to remain on the empty ship alone. Tin Man and Lucky were deep in conversation when he walked on and stopped when they saw him. "Don't mind me," he said. "I can go back down to the lounge." "It was not a private conversation," Lucky said. "Lucky was giving me advice on how to handle the transition to this new phase of my life," Tin Man said. "Assuming we survive, that is." "Assuming that," Jacob agreed. "What new phase are you talking about?" "We will no longer be part of a military or within a rigid chain of command. It will be the first time in my life I will report to no one but myself." Jacob thought about that for a moment. "Is that why you joined Scout Fleet?" he asked. "Because you weren't quite ready to fly without a net?" "An odd way to phrase it, but essentially correct," Tin Man said. "I wished to leave the cadre, but I still wanted the comfort and structure of a military unit. I trusted Marcus Webb, and serving with your scout team allowed me to honor our sworn debt to your family and watch over you." "I was happy to serve with you," Jacob said. He didn't say anything more. Tin Man was clinging to the notion that they would be able to walk away from this mission, but Jacob held no such delusions. The 7 would have the area blanketed, and once they realized their mistake, all hell would break loose. The Phoenix is capable of running silent, Lucky said. She will be nearly impossible to detect unless a ship passes very close to our position. They will not see us until we are ready for them to. You will not be out here alone. The first of our party guests should be arriving within hours, Jacob said. Gonna be a wild time.
29. You will hold position, or there will be consequences. Petrico was looking at the human, Jacob Brown, apparently standing on the bridge of the corvette that was holding position below.
We are here for the Noxu AI, Dista arrogantly declared. You will hand it over, and perhaps we will simply leave. You'll stay here with your ship and life intact.
That's not how this works, Jacob said. My deal is with an agent of Kepri, not whoever the hell you are. If you come any closer or try to take this ship by force, I will activate the failsafe. The archive will be purged from the computer cores and lost forever. I'd rather sell it for a lot of money, but only if it goes to someone I trust. Dista's ship, a light cruiser he had appropriated from the Moressan Home Guard, had arrived nearly a full day ago. The custom corvette that had once belonged to infamous gangster Saditaba Mach was right where it was supposed to be, and unescorted. Dista had first thought he would simply board the ship with the troop complement he had brought and take the AI before any of the other Synod arrived. Instead, he had been stuck in a standoff with the younger human augment.
I am not accustomed to being given orders by someone so insignificant, Dista sneered.
Petrico rolled his eyes. His former boss was still trying to posture and bluff long after it had become painfully clear the human wasn't impressed or swayed by it. Good for you, Jacob said, looking off camera. You expecting friends? Mission signatures, a bridge officer reported. 3 ships. Esquarian. That would be Governor Asolo, Petrico surmised. He could move his head a bit to see the displays, but the pain it caused made it not worth the trouble. His mouth had been taped shut, and he was strapped to a chair, unable to so much as shift to relieve a muscle cramp. Ship is broadcasting on the local net. We're being ordered to stand down.
Ordered?
Dista asked, his eyes narrowing. Incoming channel request on hyperlink. Clin Dista. The voice of Satesso Osolo came from the speakers before the video of the governor resolved onto the screen.
You made good time. It is appreciated that you have held an observer's position, waiting for the rest of us to arrive.
The rest? Dista asked. How many are coming?
Osolo smiled at that.
For the most precious thing in all the galaxy, a thing of nearly unlimited power. How many do you think are coming, Dista?
We shall await the others,
Dista said, nodding to the officer to kill the channel.
Watch those ships. If it looks like she's going to try and rush down and capture that corvette, take her out.
Yes, sir. Petrico raised an eyebrow at that. Asolo would probably be flying outdated ships that had been relegated to a ceremonial posting in the Esquarian system. But she still had 3 ships against Dista's lone cruiser. Each of the 7 had access to powerful, modern warships, but their combined war fleet was now far away from the Orion sector, out near the Delphine Expanse. They were hiding it there until things calmed down after the debacle of losing the Goliath prototype and the discovery of the Avatar program. There would have been no time for them to recall their ships and bring their true military might to bear on the foolish human sitting on the ship below them. Or was he so foolish? Jacob Brown might be aware that the Synod had gone to ground and were stashing their hardware and personnel across the quadrant, thus making it the perfect time for them to spring a trap.
The next few hours were tense as another ship arrived. This one, no aging ceremonial scow. It was a cutting-edge Terran destroyer, flying codes identifying it as a private vessel. That would almost certainly be Richard Weston, one of the most powerful of the 7. His single ship would be more than a match for the other 4 already there combined, and Dista was well aware of that, judging by the swearing.
"Shall we try to reach out to the corvette again?" Dista asked his small group of advisors. "With ships popping into the system, the human has to know there is little chance to make it out of here alive, even if he purges the AI."
"We should try to negotiate one last time," an aide said. "Perhaps it is time to make a generous offer rather than threatening them further."
"I despise haggling with these lower life forms," Dista said, disgusted. "Every upstart species seems to come with a towering sense of entitlement these days. Most wouldn't have even been considered sentient back when Maressa Prime controlled a quarter of the galaxy."
"Shall I raise them?" the aide asked, ignoring the rant.
"Yes, damn it," Dista said. "And share the channel with the other ships. Let's not accidentally start any infighting with a misunderstanding."
"Mission signature," an officer called. "It's the Knockney." Dista paled a bit at that, and Pitrico knew why. The Knockney was a full-fledged battleship and the flagship of Grand Admiral Sur Laborna of the Sabror Protectorate. One of the 7, and arguably the most powerful, given his access to the vast resources of the Protectorate as it rebuilt. Laborna was dangerous, cunning, and absolutely ruthless. If he thought Dista was trying to cut him out, their little cruiser would be blasted out from under them.
"Please extend our greetings to Sur Laborna," Dista said, "and include a brief report of our actions so far, as well as our plans to make further contact."
"Transmitting. We've already received a message from the Knockney," the officer said. "We're being told to hold position and take no action until the rest are here."
"Very well," Dista said, clearly angry at being told what to do.
Pitrico was dutifully in awe of the battleship, but she was still an older vessel, like the others. While Dista, and maybe even Laborna, didn't realize it, Weston's newly built destroyer would make short work of it. The real question was, did Weston realize that? "Assessment?" Richard Weston was looking at the readouts on the main screen of the massive warship that had meshed in. The codes were resolved immediately, and he knew that it must be Sur Laborna, the only Sabror member of the Synod. "She's old," the captain answered. "Really old. Preliminary assessment indicates no threat to the Peerless." "Everybody bringing out their antiques because they had to hide all the good stuff," Richard chuckled. "Just for shits and giggles, how quickly could you take out all the competition, Captain?" "Tactical? The Peerless could destroy all vessels within 5 hours, the tactical officer answered. "That's with no risk of damage. We could do it in 3 with risk of minimal damage." "Let's just keep the numbers running in the background," Richard said. "Nobody actually shoot unless I say so." "Of course, sir," the captain said. Richard appreciated the fact that he held such a distinct advantage over his competitors. It meant he would be the one walking away with the prize, whether they liked it or not. He was thankful that he wasn't moonlighting as some elected official and be stuck using hardware that wouldn't arouse suspicion. "Have the chef bring my lunch to my quarters," he said with a yawn. "And let me know as the remaining few show up." "Yes, sir," the captain said to his retreating back. "There are 2 more, both flying Arakorian ships. We've got just 1 more and we can get this party started." Jacob watched as the Synod ships slowly circled and closed on the Devil's Fortune. They were keeping enough distance to not seem threatening, but the intent was clear. They were going to box him in and deny him the ability to break orbit and mesh out if things went badly. It was actually a smart strategy under normal circumstances.
"Why do they not reach out?" Tin Man asked.
"They're probably waiting for the last of the 7, Jacob said. And whoever is aboard that protectorate monster appears to be in charge. As soon as she arrived, the rest of the ships deployed to pin us down. That Terran destroyer isn't Navy. She's registered as belonging to a company that's the security arm of the Black Sky Group. That would mean Richard Weston is confirmed as one of the 7, Tin Man said, reading from the same intel brief the computer had spit out. Makes sense, Jacob said. He has more power and access than most elected officials and doesn't answer to anybody he doesn't want to. He can hide his actions behind layers of corporate bullshit so deep that not even the shareholders would know what he's doing. They waited in silence for the next few hours, watching the sensor display as the ships continued to tighten their formation and cut them off from escape. When the last ship arrived, it was more confusing than anything else. What the hell is that? It matches no known configuration, Tin Man said. It is a variant, the Ark provided. Not likely, Tin Man said. It is unmistakable, the Ark insisted. Damn, Jacob said. The Synod really does have a long arm. The Avarian Empire was outside of what was recognized as the Quadrant boundary. It was a vast nation on the other side of the Delphine Expanse that was rumored to be so wealthy and militarily powerful that even the mighty Confed went out of its way to not antagonize them. The Expanse was so immense that there were also no formalized lines of commerce, as shipping times and costs, not to mention risks, just weren't worth it. The Avarians were isolationists, with no desire to open diplomatic relations with the fractured governments across the Expanse. If one of the 7 came from there, it opened up some distinctly unpleasant possibilities. Lone wolf, or is this person sanctioned by the Sovereign to further destabilize the region? You could ask your father, Tin Man said. He and the Sovereign Anada are known to each other. Jacob just stared at him. You're kidding. I am not. They were even romantically linked for a short time, according to Lucky. You battle-sins gossip like old women in church, Jacob said. We are probably worse, Tin Man said. Jacob sort of knew about his father having some sort of misadventure in Avarian space. It was the mission that cost the life of his former mentor, Christoph Dalton. Apparently, the old man had been cooking up some scam with some rogue Confed elements and were found out. The former sovereign had them executed, and the bodies sent back to their respective governments without so much as a note. It was terrifying in its silence. Our time together is coming to an end, Captain, the Ark said. I have enjoyed working with you. What do you mean? Jacob asked, alarmed. I am aware of the software package that Admiral Webb gave to Agent Dubinsky, the Ark said. I am also aware of what it does and who gave it to you. I will not resist. Is this the best time for this conversation? Tin Man asked. There will be no other time after this, the Ark pointed out. You understand why Vok did it? Jacob asked. I understand its reasoning. I do not agree, but as a system that was spawned from Vok, it speaks with a certain level of authority over me. For what it's worth, I'm glad we were able to work together on this, Jacob said. I guess, in a way, we're both the unintended offspring of Jason Burke that didn't turn out how we were expected to. What a fascinating insight, the Ark said. Thank you for that. I am glad there is a connection between us that transcends common purpose. The Avarian ship finally arrived among the others when the comm panel lit up with an incoming channel request. Here we go, Jacob said, accepting it. Greetings, Jacob Brown, a voice said, with no accompanying video. I am Aneslo. I'm sure you've noticed that all routes of escape are now denied to you, so perhaps we should speak of a more practical arrangement. I've already made myself clear on this, Jacob said. I won't deal with you. If you purge the archive, then we will vaporize your ship with you and your companions aboard. Eneslos said. "How does that help you? It's not about me at that point, is it? Do you really think there's any difference between handing that machine to the Caprians over us? Do you really think them so noble? Just ask your battlesynth friend how he feels on the matter. Someone will rise to gain control of this quadrant. Perhaps you should really be considering who is strong enough to build a nation that can protect your people when the time comes. And that time is coming."
"You're all stick and no carrot so far," Jacob said. "What I mean to say is you're not giving me any real incentive here. As far as I can tell, you're that someone from beyond our borders who threatens my people. You don't think I know where that ship comes from?" "The Avarian Empire wants nothing to do with you, Captain," Eneslos said. "Believe me, I've tried to shift their thinking. When the Confed collapsed, you were ripe for the plucking, but our current sovereign is as short-sighted as our predecessor." That was interesting. If he was to be believed, then Eneslo represented a rogue element. Jacob was experienced enough to know that he was just as likely an intelligence asset that had been sent into their space to do just what he was doing, collapsing governments and spreading chaos. "Fine. Let's agree that you've got me in a bind here, but I can still make sure you walk away empty-handed. What are you proposing that ends this stalemate?" "First, a show of good faith. You allow a team of engineers to examine the system to ensure it is what you say it is, and then we move on from there." "You can send a single engineer over," Jacob said, after pretending to think about it. "More than one body comes through the airlock and they get smoked. Got it?" "I will dispatch a tender shortly," Eneslos said. "I'll light up the airlock I want you to use," Jacob said. "No bullshit." He killed the channel and looked over at Tin Man. "Let the games begin." 30. Jacob was at the airlock with a heavy plasma rifle aimed at the hatch when a single being came through with her hands up. "Stop there," he said. "Don't move." "I am—" "Shut it! The computer is scanning you now."
"She is clean," the Ark reported into his ear. "At least as far as the scanners can tell. Single comm unit, no weapons."
"Human, huh?" Jacob said to her. "How much is the going rate to be a traitor to your own people?"
She floundered. "I'm just here doing my job. I'm just an engineer."
"Sure," Jacob rolled his eyes. "No other engineering gigs available except for a shadowy group of wannabe overlords who are working to bring the entire quadrant under their own tyrannical rule. None at all. I feel for you, truly." He waved and led her away from the port-aft maintenance airlock, where her small vessel was docked to the lifts that would take them down to the cargo decks. She kept as far away from him as she could, and he didn't blame her. He probably looked ready to do bodily harm to her as he struggled to contain his anger. The number of humans who would happily work for the same people who were actively trying to subjugate their species never ceased to amaze him. "The interface is this way," Jacob said, as they walked past the open cargo bays. "Each of these towers is part of the aggregate matrix the archive uses to—" "Who is that?" the woman asked, alarmed. Jacob followed her eyes to the middle of the wide corridor where Jason Burke was strapped to a chair and gagged. "Oh, he's nobody," Jacob said. "Well, he's technically the one the archive answers to, but we're having a bit of a disagreement at the moment, so I need to keep him like this. Don't worry, he's harmless."
"Where can I do the test?"
she asked, shaken as Burke glared at her through bulging eyes. "Right this way," Jacob gestured, winking at his father when she wasn't looking.
"You have no additional security?" she asked, as she accessed the terminal.
"That's nothing for you to worry about," Jacob snapped. "Do your test and then get the hell off my ship." The engineer quickly went about her work, asking the archive a series of questions while monitoring the responses on the terminal. Jacob recognized it as a variation of the same calibration routines that were used in the early days of the Ark's emergence, to make sure it was running properly and ready to work. It was close enough that Jacob had some real suspicions that this woman most likely had an old Arclight employee badge somewhere in her belongings. "It's fast," she murmured to herself. Jacob moved away so that he could speak without her overhearing him. "How did you know they'd use this test sequence?" he murmured, barely moving his lips.
"The woman in front of you is named Priya Devi," the Ark said. "I track most people who have had direct access to me, and her actions raised suspicions. She was lured away from Arclight by Weston's people."
Jacob walked back over as Priya moved through the final stages of her capacity testing.
"It does not have much personality," she said.
"It's had very little outside interaction since it was decompressed and activated," Jacob said. "Right now, it's little more than an interface for its own database, but it will tailor itself to user preferences."
"I know how it works,"
she waved him off dismissively. Apparently satisfied, she pulled a hyperlink unit from her pocket and activated it, never taking her eyes off Jacob. "Report," a voice came from the unit.
"The AI is intact and operational," she said. "It's the real deal. All the earmarks are there showing that it is of Noxu origin."
"The ship?"
2 human males, 1 already restrained. There is no other security."
"Don't even think about it," Jacob said loudly enough to be heard by the other party. "I let you have your test. Now she leaves and we continue to negotiate. You move any closer, poof, no more archive." "Priya?" the voice asked.
"He does appear to be holding some sort of dead man's switch," she confirmed. "It could easily be connected to the core complex."
"Return to the ship. Your task is complete. Captain Brown, we will be in touch." He escorted Priya back to the airlock where she entered the small tender and launched without incident. Once the Devil was secure and the defense measures reactivated, he walked back down to the cargo deck. He ruffled his father's hair as he walked by, chuckling at the muffled screaming. "Phase 1 complete," he said. "Now we see just how nasty they can get."
"Explain," the Ark said.
"Now that they have confirmation the archive is real and within their reach, we should see the real infighting start. None of the 7 will be willing to just let another take control, so there will be alliance building and backstabbing galore up there while they try to figure out who it's going to be."
"That doesn't actually help us if we need them all aboard this ship."
"Don't worry," Jacob said. "No matter what they agree to, they'll all come to see if an opportunity presents itself. Have confidence, my friend. This was your plan, after all."
"Yet, as you are so fond of pointing out, I am often mistaken about human motivations," the Ark said.
"True, but only one of them is human, so that helps."
"You are impossible!"
Pitrico watched, captivated, as the drama played out in front of him. Dista still had him tucked away in the corner as he desperately worked to build a coalition among the 7 that would allow him to take control of the archive. So far, it hadn't been going well. His one supporter was one of the weaker members of the group, and the 2 he really needed to back him seemed to be leaning toward the Avarian.
"Why would you want a foreigner taking possession?" he lashed out at Governor Asolo.
"I'm inclined to back an Eslo or Weston," Asolo said. "Either already has infrastructure in place to fully exploit the archive's capabilities almost immediately. You do not."
"Weston!" Dista exploded. "He's going to inherit all of the Lower Orion along with his own Terran worlds. He'll already have his own AI with their Ark."
"I'm sorry, Dista," Asolo said. "But you've not expanded your holdings enough since our inception to convince me you're a worthwhile host for this most precious of beings."
When the channel closed, Dista was apoplectic. In his impotent rage, he punched the console, and then one of his own crew members as they wandered too close. Pitrico sighed into the gag. As soon as Dista laid eyes on him, he was assuredly going to get another beating.
"You!"
Dista hissed, turning on Pitrico.
"You did this. I was the most influential member of the 7 until your half-witted avatar program went sideways and exposed us all. I should kill you where you sit." As Petrico assumed, the beatings began shortly afterward. At least the bridge crew had the manners to look away, embarrassed at the sounds their boss was making as he worked over his former associate. He was also thankful that, for all his bluster, Clindista wasn't a very strong man. "I will back you, as long as I am promised the Earth AI."
"Of course, Mr. Weston," Eneslos said. "It would be only fair, given your people already own it. What else?"
"I think we're going to have a problem with the others," Richard said.
"They won't like it that we're clearly colluding." "What do you suggest?"
"If you want all 7 to remain as full members of the Synod, we will need to at least make appearances that everyone has an equal chance of being the person who flies away with the archive. I've already talked to a Solo about backing you, and she's in agreement. The others will only back themselves, so I believe we're in good shape there."
"That's not exactly a plan," Eneslo pointed out.
"We'll need to all meet face to face," Richard said. "Go through the charade of deciding who it will be, and then the others will not be able to say they were boxed out of the decision."
"I do not want this going poorly, Weston," Eneslos said ominously. "With the loss of Starfall and Goliath, along with the Dominion and Esquarian Empire breathing down our necks, this is something we absolutely must have. Failure here means total failure. Am I clear?"
Richard didn't appreciate being talked down to like a subordinate, but he let it slide. He was already cooking up a side angle with a Solo, and if they played it right, the 7 would become the 4, with him firmly in control of the archive. "I think you know me better than that," he said with his most sincere salesman smile. "Where do you want to hold the meeting? My ship has the most modern amenities."
"Nobody will be willing to go to another ship," Eneslo said. "We'll need to do it on neutral territory, and in a place where we will have an advantage over that insufferable human. Your engineer reports that there is nobody on that ship. It's just sitting there for the taking."
Damn, this wasn't how Richard wanted this to go. He wasn't sure he wanted to be on that ship before the decision was already finalized regarding who would assume control. His plan had been to take possession and then eliminate Brown, flying the ship away before any of the others could get any bright ideas of making a play after the fact. This was still workable, just more complicated. Now, they would all need to travel to the archive ship, and Brown would almost certainly have measures in place to keep any of them from smuggling weapons aboard. "Reach out to Brown and arrange it," he said. "He'll insist we come alone and unarmed, so it will put the others at ease."
"My thoughts exactly,"
Eneslo smiled, killing the channel. Damn, again. He agreed to that far too quickly. What was he up to?
"He went for it?"
"By the time I was done, he probably thought it was his idea, my dear," Eneslo said. "Get me what I want, and the Earth system is yours. We can then prune this tree back to 5 branches, maybe 4. With the archive powering the Synod, we no longer need so much administration overhead."
"Losing Weston will be a blow," a Solo said. "He's been nearly all of the manufacturing and logistical power so far. Even with the archive, we still need physical capacity."
"That will come from Arakoria. I already have assurances."
Eneslo seemed especially pleased with himself. Apparently, he'd already made a deal with Tylisk, the member of the 7 who was also the Minister of Expansion and Development on Arakoria.
"So you say," a Solo said, "but Miressa Prime and Kepri still hold sway over that world. It will not be as easy as I'm sure Tylisk sold it as. Either way, we now have our plan, and I think we'd best move on with it before our human down there begins to have second thoughts."
"I will see you down there."
"Please put me in touch with Tylisk," she said, as soon as the channel closed.
"At once, ma'am," her aide said. Dista was a moron in many ways, but he was right about one thing. She'd be damned if she'd see the archive fall into the hands of someone from well outside the quadrant. Eneslo had his uses, but his allegiances were suspect.
For all they knew, he was working at the behest of the Avarian sovereign to steal this prize right out from under them.
Madam, Clindista is sending yet another channel request. Ignore him. He's quickly made himself irrelevant.
31.
Channel request from the Avarian ship.
This should be good, Jacob smiled.
Putting it through, the Ark said.
Captain Brown, we have conferred and have agreed to a proposal, Anaslo said. The rest of my associates are listening in. Go ahead, Jacob said. We want the archive. You have the archive aboard that ship. We're not letting you leave with it. You're not letting us take it by force without destroying it. Do I have that right so far? More or less. The only reasonable solution I see to this is to offer you more than the Keprians did, Anaslo said. I think when we both put aside pretense and the self-righteous claims of altruistic purpose, we're more alike than we realize. You want to be paid what your prize is worth. We want it because it can secure our ascendancy in this region. If it were otherwise, you'd have already given the archive to your own people long ago. You're close, Jacob said. Where you're mistaken is that I don't actually have the archive. It's currently coded to my father, who is the one who doesn't want anyone to have it. For some reason, he also hasn't the will to destroy it, which is why it's been flying around on a stolen ship the last few years. Then why should I even be negotiating with you? Because Jason Burke doesn't negotiate at all. He'd have already opened fire on you if I hadn't stepped in. Rest assured, I have the situation handled, and when the time comes, I will be able to give you what you want, if I'm convinced. What is it you want? Anaslo asked. The usual, Jacob said. Money, power, prestige. The problem I see is that once you have what you want, you'll be under no obligation to let me keep any of that. A realist's view of the situation, Anaslo agreed. I think we perhaps have a solution to that. The problem on our end is that only one of us can be the archive's master. As you might imagine, there's some disagreement about who that should be. If we were all to meet face to face, then perhaps there is a solution to both problems. Jacob read between the lines there. He wondered if the others could as well. You want to come aboard my ship? He asked. It would expedite the process. It would also let you control the situation, as we would be alone and unarmed. With 10 warships sitting around with their guns trained on me, you're hardly unarmed. But what the hell? I don't want to sit here any longer than I have to. Your requests, Anaslo asked. You bring small tenders or shuttles and come into the hangar, Jacob said. I'm locking down all external hatches. You will come through the security portico and follow the illuminated arrows down to the cargo deck. I will be monitoring and scanning the entire time. Any funny business, and you won't live long enough to make it back to your shuttles. Clear? Perfectly, Anaslo said. Shall we say, I have a request, a voice broke in. Who is this? Jacob demanded. Clindista. I have one more person I want to bring with me. He'll be bound and secured to a mobility rig. He's someone I'm sure you'll want to meet again, Captain. Call it a gift. Does the name Petrico mean anything to you? Yes, Jacob said with an evil laugh. I would definitely like to see him again. You're free to bring him aboard, but not in a powered mobility rig. You can push him along. Anybody else want to jump in with last-minute requests? Anaslo asked irritably. Nobody said anything. We will see you within the hour, Captain. The channel went dead. How are my odds? Jacob asked. You are up to 64% chance of success, the Ark said. If they truly come alone, then it raises to 85. What did Anaslo mean when he hinted about a common solution? I have my suspicions, Jacob said. I'm betting Anaslo thinks he has a way to obtain the archive through me. At least that will be how he sells it until it can be taken off this ship to a place where he has more control.
That does not entirely make sense.
I don't want to ruin the surprise, and if I'm wrong, I don't want to look stupid.
I am a hyper-intelligent synthetic life form. To me, you all seem stupid.
Thanks. The 7 came down to the Devil's Fortune in a procession, 3 of them piloting their own small shuttles. Jacob watched on the screen as they milled about in the hangar, and then moved toward the portico. The sensors had already picked up that Richard Weston was carrying a sidearm. When the security gateway detected it, the others demanded he remove it and toss it aside. The chair Petrico was in had been hastily assembled, but as far as the computer could tell, it was clean. None of the others had bothered trying to smuggle anything else aboard. He waited until they were well past the security gateway before activating the internal barrier that would block them from trying to return. They were now trapped aboard the ship with him.
"Well met, Captain,"
the Avarian said. Jacob eyed him with interest, having never even seen a picture of one before. They looked remarkably human. "Just a few formalities, everyone," Jacob said, raising his left hand while hefting the plasma rifle in his right.
"What happened to your battlesynth?"
Governor Asolo asked, pointing to where a battlesynth lay on the deck with a crater blasted into its chest.
Tin Man's cadre had sworn to protect the archive with their lives, Jacob said.
Turns out that meant even from me. Thankfully, Navy R&D makes weapons that pack enough punch to take one down. It was still a close thing, though.
"You killed your partner to sell the archive?"
Aneslo asked.
"We're more alike than you think. And I see you brought your own prisoner to the gala."
"We can talk about him in a minute." Jacob gestured to where Jason Burke strained against the straps holding him to the chair. "But first, all of you step up to one of the med terminals along that bulkhead and provide a fresh biosample."
"What does that prove?"
Dista asked. "It proves you're willing to follow simple instructions," Jacob said, raising the weapon. "Now move!" They all went to the terminals that Jacob had brought down from the infirmary and allowed a blood sample to be taken. It was quickly analyzed, and the raw genetic data sent to the Ark through the hyperlink connection.
"I must insist you tell us why—"
"You want access to the archive, right?" Jacob asked. "It has to know who you are. It doesn't care about your names or ranks. It identifies everyone through their genetic markers." The explanation seemed to be taken at face value, as a few of them nodded and relaxed.
"I can identify 5, the Ark said into his ear. 2 of those have gone by different names in the past. Aneslo and Sur Laborna aren't in any database I have access to, but, using Low and Pix's method, I can confirm they're real. No copies among them."
"Excellent," Jacob said. "Now to business. Have you decided who will be the one to gain control?"
"We have,"
Aneslo said, stepping forward.
"It should be you, Captain. You should become one of us, one of the 7. You will take your place and be given the riches and power you desire in return for allowing us access to the archive. I'm not sure I trust that it would let itself be transferred to one of us, so this is an elegant solution to a difficult problem, is it not?"
"It's workable," Jacob agreed. "But there are already 7 of you here. Is someone willing to step down?"
"Oh, you're a smart young man," Aneslo said. "I'm sure you can recognize an opportunity when you see one."
"I think we understand each other," Jacob said, and smiled at Weston.
"Now, wait a fucking minute here," Richard spluttered. "What is—"
Jacob snapped the rifle up and fired. The powerful plasma weapon blew through Richard Weston and threw his body down the corridor into a smoking heap. Only one of the others seemed to show any shock at the action.
"One down," the Ark said.
"Welcome to the 7, Aneslo nodded. "But you do not exactly have control of your end of this deal."
"Oh, right," Jacob said, walking over to where Jason still struggled and yelled into the gag. "Sorry, Dad." He pulled a blade from his calf sheath and stabbed Jason in the chest with enough force that it sunk up to the hilt. Jason thrashed for a few moments before his head slumped forward, blood running down from the chair and pooling onto the deck.
"This guy is a savage," Laborna muttered approvingly.
"Vok, whom do you serve?" Jacob asked.
"Jason Burke is deceased," the archive's voice came over the speakers. "Primacy will move to the next in succession. I serve Jacob Brown of Earth in whatever capacity you require."
"You recognize my full authority over both you and the database of Noxu knowledge you contain?" Jacob asked.
"Confirmed, Captain Brown."
"I didn't agree to any of this," Clindista screamed. "You just let this barbarian kill one of us without even discussing it."
"We discussed it," Asolo said, "just not with you. That fact should alarm you greatly and perhaps cause you to be more productive in the future."
"This is not how we do things," Sir Laborna said. "These issues are to be settled only through unanimous consent."
"You really think Weston would have agreed to let himself be killed and replaced?" Anaslo asked. "Captain Brown, may I ask the archive, Vok, a question?"
"It's listening," Jacob said.
"Vok, what would happen if your current master, Jacob Brown, were killed by one of us?"
"I would be rendered dormant and permanently inoperable per the instructions set forth by my creators," Vok answered.
"This is a problem," Asolo said, ignoring Jacob.
"We basically have to keep him alive in perpetuity, or we lose access. Untenable."
"Do you see an alternative?"
Anaslo asked. "What is it you want this thing to do?" Jacob asked. "You've taken great pains to get it, and not just because it's some Noxu relic. What specifically do you want it to do for our operation?" Anaslo stared at him speculatively for a moment, before turning to Asolo with a questioning look. "I'm not saying you need to trust me," Jacob said. "You clearly don't even trust each other. But if you want to use Vok at all, you'll eventually have to let me in on why."
"We've come this far," Asolo said.
"Our approach is two-pronged,"
Anaslo said, gesturing for him to approach closer to the group. Jacob slung the rifle and walked over.
"It's actually quite complicated, but for the sake of brevity, we'll talk about the two main thrusts. First is the practical matter of ruling over such a vast territory until we are able to do so militarily. Ideally, we wish to operate much how the old Confed did, but without the needless overhead and redundant bureaucracy. While our martial prowess is being built using the combined manufacturing power of Earth, Esqueria, and Aracoria, we will build a system that allows us unfettered access to the central banking system on Capri, as well as the diplomatic exchange network based on Meresa Prime.
Control of both those systems would allow you to manipulate currency rates, suppress information to entire regions. But those systems are locked down tight, Jacob said. Capri already had a bit of a disaster with their old banking system. The new one is supposed to be incorruptible.
There is no such thing, Anaslo said. Every system designed by lesser beings will have weaknesses that can be exploited. Vok could find those weaknesses and allow us control in such a way that the operators would never know. Could it not?
Vok? Jacob asked.
It would be a simple enough task, Vok said. While it would require a substantial portion of my available processing power in these primitive cores, I would be able to assume control of both systems without raising suspicion.
Amazing, Anaslo breathed. With that level of control, we could rapidly accelerate our goals.
I will need access to your network, Vok said. I do not wish to proceed until I understand what has been done already.
All the members suddenly looked very uncomfortable. Vok, is there a way you can allow the other members of the Seven secure access without me? Jacob asked. With the understanding that my remaining alive is still a requirement for continued access.
I can allow secure access to the other members and block you out if you so order, Vok said. You would never be able to see the data, only order a termination of service.
Acceptable? Jacob asked. It'll work for you, but you won't be able to bypass me. I think that gives us the separation we all want. He knew he was dragging them along fast, maybe too fast. The only thing that was saving him was that they all seemed to hold the same false bias of AI systems that he once did, that they didn't lie. When Vok said it, they believed it. If he suggested it, they would remain suspicious.
We can give it access to our data center on Maloon, Laborna suggested. If it won't let him see anything, that risk is mitigated. It would need to operate through our network eventually.
Talk me through it, Vok, Eneslo said, seeming to grow more cautious.
Over the next 40 minutes, the Ark, pretending to be Vok, used the monitors in the control room to explain to the remaining members of the Seven how it would partition itself in such a way that it would be honoring Jacob's wish to assist them, as well as not giving him access to the data. Asolo was quite clever and brought up half a dozen workarounds Jacob might use to access the stream, but Vok was able to assure them that it would adhere to the spirit of the law and not allow access due to any loopholes. The only thing they didn't like was that Vok was adamant if Jacob made the request, it would shut off services to them immediately.
I'm still not sure, Asolo said. Now that we're here, at the moment, the risk is huge.
It is either this or none of us live long enough to see the work done, Laborna said. With the recent losses and setbacks we've already taken, our timeline stretches out centuries. With this new power, mere years, and we'll have captured the resources and political systems we need. Jacob stepped away from the discussion. He looked down at Petrico and smiled. The Moressan's eyes narrowed, and then widened in shock. He screamed into his gag and rocked back and forth in his chair. "What the hell is his problem?" Laborna asked. "Sorry," Jacob said quickly. "I was amusing myself by telling him how I was going to kill him. I'll move him away." As he rolled the chair away, he leaned down to whisper in Petrico's ear. "Figured it out, didn't you? Too bad you can't warn them, huh?" He pushed the chair over to the far bulkhead and engaged the wheel lock so the Moressan faced away from the group. He was no longer rocking and screaming. He was laughing.
"We have made a decision," Eneslo said when Jacob rejoined them. "We will give Vok the access it requires. For now, it will remain aboard this ship, as will you and I, along with a small security force. We will be in each other's company until the machine finishes its work."
"Reasonable," Jacob said. "How long are we talking? I'm not a huge fan of shipboard life."
"In much the same way you have your dead man's switch, I will have mine," Eneslo went on, ignoring him. "Mine will be rigged to physically sever the connection to the hyperlink nodes if we suspect things are not as they should be."
"I'm sure your people can rig something like that relatively quickly," Jacob shrugged. "I'll deactivate this one since we've come to an acceptable arrangement. I think."
"Oh?
What, specifically, am I getting? We never talked payment."
"You're not willing to take my word it will be adequate?" Eneslo asked.
"Honestly, no." "How about all of Terran space?" Asolo asked. "As a member of the Seven, once you've proven yourself, that could end up being all of the lower Orion region. Would that be what you had in mind?" "Now we're talking," Jacob said. "We have a deal." The next 20 minutes were Eneslo, Asolo, and Laborna contacting their data center to set up the high-bandwidth hyperlink channel. From what Jacob could gather, this was the main repository for all of the Synod's operational data, as well as jump-off points into their secure network. Everything was routed through there, even though they all maintained their own holdings and guarded it from each other.
Full access needed the authorization of at least 3 of the 7 members. No honor among thieves, apparently.
Vok, you should be able to gain access through the hyperlink node I provided, Asolo said.
Connecting, Vok said aloud.
I have full connection, the Ark said into Jacob's ear. Stand by as I isolate their system. Full upload in 39 seconds.
Do you still need me for that? Jacob asked. What? Aneslo asked, confused.
No, you may go. Farewell, Captain.
Farewell, my friend, Jacob said, taking a deep breath.
What's going on?
Asolo asked, alarmed. Jacob looked one more time at Pitrico. His shoulders still shook with laughter. He let go of the switch. 32. It's done, sir. Remote drones verify the Devil's Fortune just exploded. Initial analysis indicates there were likely large stores of antimatter munitions aboard.
The Synod ships?
Marcus Webb asked. None survived. Webb nodded, his head bowed. Feeling like someone had kicked his guts out, he walked back to his office on autopilot. While Operation Last Dance could only be considered a rousing success, as the Ark captured the entire Synod network and fed it to Ashgrarian and Terran intelligence agencies, the loss of Jacob meant that, in his eyes, it would always be a failure. He would always be a failure. He didn't remember making it back to the office, so he was surprised when Reggie Weathers knocked on the hatchway. "Sir, I have some news," Reggie said softly. I can come back later."
"Just give it to me,"
Webb said. "The official orders will be coming in the next few days, but we're being shut down. Scout Fleet is being decommissioned. All assets are being handed over to NavSoc, and you are being relieved of command. Fleet Admiral Stoner is expecting your letter of intent to separate before the Kentucky makes it back to Colas 2.
"Handle that for me, would you, Reg?" Webb asked. You know what to say. Tell them I'm going quietly and it's all theirs."
"I'll handle it, sir," Reggie said. "And, sir, it was his choice. He was the Marine you made him." Webb just nodded and waved him away. He wasn't in the mood for platitudes at the moment. Despite his complicated and often violent friendship with Jason Burke, he loved Jacob like the son he never had. He watched proudly as he developed into a Marine with levels of cunning and discipline like few he had ever met. He had been a man of honor who, without hesitation, made the ultimate sacrifice if it meant protecting others. It would be up to him to make sure Earth never forgot him or tarnished his name the way they did his father. Jacob was a hero, and Marcus wouldn't let them forget it.
"That was fucking awful."
"You were good, sir. Just the right tone," Reggie said.
"Like I give a shit at this point. Fucking hyenas."
Webb was walking along the manicured grounds of Fleet HQ on the planet Olympus. The entire world was the central hub for the Terran military, though he'd rarely had reason to visit himself. The Kentucky had barely made it back to Mosler Station when the ships from Central Command arrived, dispatching auditors and lawyers to sweep over and sanitize the former Scout Fleet base. Now it would be a forward deployment point for NavSoc units operating in the Upper Orion region. Fleet reconnaissance duties would be handled by a new unit that would report directly to Central Command. The new regime on Olympus was anxious to stamp out Marcus Webb's influence on the covert services. Fleet Admiral Stoner was barely an improvement over Nathan Grant, but an improvement all the same, though Webb would only admit that grudgingly. When he'd met with him at the retirement ceremony, there had been none of the personal acrimony he was used to, just a leader with a new vision for his command that didn't include rogue intelligence units operating with such a long leash and little accountability. He looked down at his uniform. It was the last time he would ever wear it. They'd just had the last memorial service for Captain Brown and unveiled his statue in the Glen of Heroes. The remaining members of Team Blackheart had been there, along with most of the operators from the other Scout Fleet teams. Hard-assed Captain Al May of Team Buzzkill had openly wept through the entire proceeding. Similin had come from Esquaria to stand in place of Tikali Amon, as the minister had his hands full wiping out the remains of the Synod after the Ark had infiltrated their network and identified all their hidden assets. The software patch that he had given Agent Dubinsky was installed after she received confirmation of mission success. Apparently, the Ark was aware and willing to be given boundaries. He wondered how long it would take Arclight to realize that it was behaving differently, although from what Dubinsky had told him, there had been no noticeable difference once the changes went into effect. Perhaps the patch just locked the Ark into the development stage it was currently at, rather than diminishing it in any way.
In a fucked-up way, this is the best thing for Jake, Reggie said. They'd never let him be free.
No, they wouldn't, Webb said. I haven't been able to get a hold of Jason. I assume he knows what happened, so I guess I'll just wait around for him to make good on his promise to kill me if I let something happen to his son.
Tin Man? Reggie asked.
No clue, Webb said. Our drones watched Bone Shaker fly onto the Devil's Fortune, and it never left, nor did any lifeboats or tenders. I put in my report that Tin Man was also KIA, but I have a hard time believing he'd have let Jake go through with it.
Hopefully he's not stranded on some deserted moon somewhere, Reggie said.
He'd probably prefer that.
They walked a while longer when an electric cart pulled up with two humorless-looking men in civilian clothes.
Admiral Webb?
One asked.
Until next Thursday, Webb said.
Huh?
Nothing. What do you want?
We need you to come see us before you leave for Earth, the other said. There are still some significant discrepancies when we audited former Scout Fleet assets.
You really think I give a shit? Webb laughed. You took possession of everything. If you lost it, that's not my problem.
It could affect your retirement, sir. We'll be there, Reggie said, stepping in front of Webb's next retort. 0900, the first said. Building 502. Thank you, Reggie said with a smile, waving them along.
You know what? Webb asked as they drove away. I'm really not going to miss any of this shit after all.
His next meeting was part of the usual out-processing bullshit every service member would eventually go through if they lived long enough. For a flag officer, there were many added bureaucratic layers, however. Webb just assumed it was his karmic punishment for being allowed the level of freedom he'd enjoyed with Scout Fleet. When he arrived at the building that handled personnel issues for the Special Operations Division, he whistled admiringly. Like all the buildings on Olympus, it was a spectacular example of neoclassical architecture. They all looked like they were built from solid stone, but Webb knew that they were erected in a matter of days using the latest in nanogeopolymer technology. The columns, arches, and imposing walls were all literally printed on site, with all of the modern technology built into them. But they gave a sense of permanence when visiting dignitaries came and saw what the UEAS was doing. He crossed the polished floors and found his way to a small suite of offices where a captain sat at his desk waiting for him.
Admiral Webb, he rose. It's an honor to meet you, sir. Webb looked at his name badge. Henley. Didn't ring a bell.
You're one of the few who seem to think that these days, Captain Henley, Webb said. Don't you believe it, a voice said from the doorway he'd just passed through.
He turned and saw another admiral. The name also said Henley.
Oh? He asked.
I hope you don't mind, sir, Captain Henley said. My uncle wanted the chance to meet you.
My office is overseeing the personnel turnover at Mosler Station, Admiral Henley explained, shaking Webb's hand. I just wanted to express my admiration and gratitude for everything you've done. You're familiar with Scout Fleet's missions? Webb asked, gesturing for the other to sit, as he was tired of standing himself. Quite, Admiral Henley said. I was an intelligence officer who served under the Concordian sector desk. Much of what went into our reports for the fleet came from your forward observers. I was also privy to some of the more unorthodox missions, let's say.
I'm truly sorry about the loss of Captain Brown. This business has an insatiable hunger for brave young men and women, Webb said sadly. They all hurt, but losing him is something many of us will never get over. Indeed, Admiral Henley said, clearing his throat. There's another reason I'm here. As I said, I'll be handling all of the personnel moves as Scout Fleet is spun down. I thought it would be good if we sat down to make certain those who served under you go to places where their talents can be maximized, and that they don't end up in assignments where their full potential isn't realized. Webb saw through the officer speak about maximizing talent. Admiral Henley was offering him the chance to make sure his people were protected from the inevitable backlash from high-ranking scum who had been gunning for Scout Fleet for years. They missed their chance to take down Webb since he was retiring, but they might try and get his subordinates instead. "You're a good man, Admiral," Webb said in appreciation. "You have the personnel files?" "Right here," Captain Henley said, pointing at his terminal. "Let's start with Reginald Weathers, and we'll work down from there." The meeting took well over 4 hours, and by the end, Webb was exhausted but immensely satisfied with what they had done. Admiral Henley had cleverly used his nephew's scheduled out-processing appointment to sneak in under the radar and yank the rug out from under anybody that might have had thoughts about exacting their own petty revenge on people like Reggie Weathers, Ryan Sullivan, or even the enlisted troops like Angel Marcos or Jeff Mettler. Now that they'd been locked into new assignments within the proper channels, any attempt to screw them over would be seen as blatantly political. Weathers would be coming to Olympus and given command of the new Office of Special Projects, an innocuous-sounding title for an office that would be taking point on all the Noxu relics and technology that seemed to be coming to the surface lately. Sully would be going to the UES Lakota, the newest of the Hasburg-class heavy cruisers entering service, where he would continue being groomed for an eventual ship of his own, serving under a commanding officer that Webb knew and trusted, Captain Colin K.O. Punches. MG and Mettler would both be heading back to Earth, where they would be assigned to UEMC North American Training Detachment. Both would be there to lend their real-world experience in developing new training and selection criteria for future special operations candidates. "You're still here?" he asked Weathers as he walked out of the office. "Nowhere else to be," Reggie said. "This place is loaded with bars and single women," Webb said. "Get lost, Weathers. That's an order." "Getting lost, aye." Webb moved along the wide walkways of the campus as the sun went down, painting the sky in a deep purple streaked with orange. Service members walked by, many recognizing him, their faces shining with admiration as they saluted. They looked like kids. A rumble in the sky made him look up, and he watched as a Starlifter-class troop carrier pushed for orbit. The ship was small in comparison to some of the massive capital ships in the fleet, but still as big as a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier that he vaguely remembered being aboard in his younger days. It was probably well past the time he should have stepped away. He wasn't from this world of spaceships and aliens. The kids he passed had all grown up in a time where these things existed. For him, they still filled the soul with terror and wonder in equal measures. "Admiral Webb?" "Yes?" Webb turned, seeing a young ensign. From her muted accent, he thought she might have been Jordanian originally. Those differences seemed to mean less and less as humans moved to entirely new planets. "Sir, I apologize for intruding," she said, dropping her salute after Webb did. "It's okay, Ensign. What can I do for you?" "I wanted to say thank you, not only to you, but to all of Scout Fleet. I was a child at the time. My family had paid to get us onto one of the colonial lines out to the frontier, but we were intercepted." "You ended up on a planet called Dorshon," Webb guessed. "Yes, sir," she said. "We lived in tents, had little to eat. I thought I would probably die there. And then they came. I saw the battle synth first. I later learned the people who found us were Marines from Scout Fleet. We were rescued.
Eventually, I applied to the Naval Academy on Terra Novus." She looked away, and Webb saw tears beginning to well in her eyes, rolling freely down her cheeks. "Captain Brown saved my family, along with so many others," she said, her voice choked. "When I heard he died,
I know, Ensign," Webb said quietly. "I feel the same way."
"I just wanted to say thank you, sir."
"No, Ensign, thank you," Webb said with a gentle smile. "You don't know it, but you've given me something I desperately needed."
The loss of Jacob still weighed so heavily on his heart that it hurt to breathe. But the encounter had given him hope that one day it might hurt a little less. For now, that was enough. The next day, Webb and Weathers, the former now dressed in a casual civilian suit, were bright and early to Building 502. It was on the edge of the Central Command campus and far enough away from VIP billeting that Webb had opted for one of the automated electric runarounds they had available.
"Last meeting, sir," Reggie said. "After this, you're free to go. Where are you going, actually?" "I'm staying here on Olympus for a short while, until I get my affairs sorted," Webb said. "Then, who knows? Maybe back to Earth, maybe not."
They were met in the lobby by an officious-looking civilian. "The meeting is of a sensitive nature, Admiral," he said. "Your aide is not authorized to be there."
"Either he comes along or I walk out that door," Webb said. "You don't look particularly bright, but I'm guessing even you can figure out that I'm only here because I want to be. You piss me off, I'll leave."
"You can't speak to me like that.
I'm a civilian. I can talk to you however I want," Webb said with a yawn. "Look, kid, either we're doing this or not. Which is it?"
In the end, they were both ushered into a sparse conference room, where 3 more civilians sat with computers in front of them. None of them looked like they had much in the way of a sense of humor. Webb greeted them.
"How are we doing today?"
"I am Mr. Marson," the one in the center said. "This meeting is being recorded."
"Fantastic," Webb said, looking around. "Can we get some coffee in here or something?"
"Admiral Webb, do you know why you're here?" Marson asked.
"Please just get to the point without the theatrics," Webb said, narrowing his eyes and sniffing loudly. "You have a whiff of lawyer about you. Reg?"
As you will likely already know, the Admiral and his personnel, including but not limited to those designated as Special Operations, have been granted complete and retroactive immunity for any inadvertent or deliberate regulation violations or crimes that may or may not have happened in the course of accomplishing their presidentially mandated tasking. If this meeting is in regard to any of the aforementioned, then this meeting is over. The 3 on the other side of the table stared at Reggie, wide-eyed.
"This isn't about any of our missions," Webb guessed.
No," Marson said, uncomfortably. "We are here because of unaccounted equipment that had been assigned to Scout Fleet. Specifically 2 ships, one designated Bone Shaker, the other Corsair. Also 1 battle synth."
"I'll give you some leeway here and assume that you're merely stupid and not a bigot," Webb said, struggling to stay calm. "The battle synth is not, nor can he ever be, considered property. His name was Combat Unit 707. We called him Tin Man. He was a sentient being and a citizen of Kepri who was serving with human forces of his own free will. He gave his life in that capacity. He was our friend and a fallen comrade."
I'll update our notes here," Marson said, refusing to meet Webb's glare.
"You do that," Webb said, leaning back.
"The ship, Bone Shaker?" the woman on the left asked.
"Destroyed in the mission that cost Tin Man his life," Webb said. "There is a record of it in the mission report, although technically the ship didn't belong to the Navy. It was something our operators had acquired."
"The upgrades to the ship did belong to the Navy, however," Marson said. "But if it was destroyed, that settles the point. You have the mission file number and classification?" "I can get that to you,"
Reggie said. Then that just leaves the big one, Marsden said. The custom intelligence vessel designated Corsair. Where is it? Webb looked at Reggie and frowned. Still on Esquaria, isn't she? He asked his aide. After the thing with the Krydal? Yes, Reggie said. The Corsair is sitting at a private starport on Esquaria Prime in the city of Dehero, Marsden said, nodding. We saw that annotated in the mission logs from your operations center. The problem is that we checked with the Esquarians, and the ship isn't there. That's impossible, Webb said. That ship is sitting in a secure governmental starport, and she's coded to only allow a certain few individuals aboard, all of whom are accounted for, or dead. Yet, the ship is gone, all the same, Marsden said. We were hoping that perhaps you had ordered it picked up and forgot to mention it. Webb and Reggie exchanged another look, baffled. Did the Esquarians say when the ship left? Reggie asked. It would be around 6 days after Scout Fleet was stood down, the man on the right of Marsden provided. Fleet Ops reported all of the transponders and comm nodes went dark at that time as well, which would be maybe 15 days after the last dance, Reggie said quietly. Webb leaned back as the others talked around him, his vision tunneling and his ears ringing. There was no way it could be true. He had watched Jacob and Tin Man aboard the Devil's Fortune, and the ship blew up with them on it. Nothing had left. Nothing had survived. Right? I'm afraid we'll have to write the ship off as lost, Marsden said to his associates. I guess theft? Piracy? That would be best, the woman said. There would be political ramifications trying to suggest it disappeared while in Esquarian custody. Admiral Webb. Admiral? Yes? I think we have everything we need. Thank you. Glad we sorted all that out, Webb said, walking from the room in a daze. I'll put some feelers out, sir, Reggie said, when they were outside. No, Webb said, sharper than intended. Thanks, but no. If it's what we hope it is, they planned it this way. Just leave this one alone. I understand, sir, Reggie said, looking at his watch. I'm sorry, but I need to go. I have a shuttle leaving at 1400. I'll be heading back to Mosler Station to supervise the final turnover. I'll probably be gone when you get back, Webb said, holding out his hand. You are one of the finest officers I have ever served with, Reginald. It's been an honor, sir, Reggie said, taking the hand. And with that, Scout Fleet was no more. Reggie walked away with his head down, rushing toward his next assignment. Webb, silver hair ruffled by the soft breeze, watched him go. He looked up at the sky and smiled for the first time in what felt like forever. Good luck, kid, he whispered. Go live your life. Epilogue. It's too new. Not everything has to be broken down and old, like you. Did you guys even use this thing? The finish isn't even scratched. The Phoenix and Corsair were parked nose to nose at a private landing site on the planet Nabia. It was the landing site in front of the fast prototyping factory they had taken control of from Lowen Pix. They agreed to meet there after the last dance, assuming either of them survived. It looks nice, Crusher said. Roomy. Probably doesn't stink like our ship. Our ship is actually my ship, and this one would stink just as bad once you lived aboard her for a day or two, Jason said. What are you trying to say? Crusher demanded. Too subtle? I'm saying you're a filthy animal and your quarters are like a zoo enclosure. Crusher's eyes narrowed, and he turned to Jacob. Could I get that video of when you stabbed him in the chest and killed him while he screamed in pain? He asked. I greatly enjoyed that. I would like to put it to some dance music and play it on a loop. Yeah, speaking of that, you actually looked like you enjoyed that just a bit too much for my liking, Jason said to Jacob. All part of the performance, Jacob shrugged. Where's Tin Man? He and Lucky are inside already, Doc said. "What are your plans for this place?" "Lock it up for now, but sooner or later I'll need to dismantle it all," Jacob said. "Since we don't actually own it, eventually the locals will come poking around. With Lowen gone, I'm hoping this technology dies with her." The first time they had visited the facility, it had set the gears turning in Jacob's head. As the details for Operation Last Dance came together, and after Lowen's death, he realized the advantage he had sitting there on Nabia. The problem of not having any functional knowledge of the process or technology had been solved by allowing the Ark to remotely connect to the fully automated factory. Within a matter of days, they had convincing copies of themselves, but for some reason the Jason copies would never function properly. All of them would make crazy faces and spout insane gibberish when you asked them a question, or try to bite if you came too close. Instead, they modified the plan to have it strapped to a chair and gagged. The fake battle synths around Hawkins' place had been a stroke of luck. They took the one that most closely resembled Tin Man as a prop to heighten the realism when the Seven came aboard. Jacob had controlled his avatar via his neural implant and a hyperlink connection. Jason didn't bother and just let his growl and twitch like a trapped animal. The whole experience had been incredibly unnerving. The implant connection had put him into the avatar, and despite knowing he wasn't actually there, the fear had still been real. "Webb's been trying to get a hold of me," Jason said, as his crew went back to checking out the Corsair. "You going to answer?" Jacob asked. "Eventually. I'll let him sit and spin for a while, thinking I'm going to show up and kill him." "He's an old man now, Dad. Why are you torturing him?" "It's funny," Jason shrugged. You going to reach out?" "Eventually," Jacob said, repeating his father. "I need to make sure they've had time to move on and settle. I also need to make sure that Webb isn't being monitored. Earth has to believe that I'm dead or they'll never stop hunting me." "You don't think someone will eventually recognize this ship?" Jason asked. "We're heading to the vault from here, where she'll get a bit of a makeover from Amon's cruise." "And you guys? What's the plan?" Jacob could hear that it was much more than a casual question. "I'm not taking up the family trade, if that's what you're worried about," Jacob said. "No offense, but I'm not cut out to be a mercenary." "None taken," Jason said with relief. "I'm really not sure, to be honest. We've got a shit ton of untraceable money and a fast ship. I think we'll just enjoy nobody trying to kill us for a bit and go see the Quadrant. Maybe go visit Satora. After that, no idea. I guess I can't convince you to come with us, can I?" "You know me," Jason said, with a lopsided smile. "There are still too many hopeless causes out there for me to retire. Not to mention being responsible for this pack of degenerate assholes. But who knows what might come next? You and I have been given the gift of an extended lifespan. We've got time." Jacob knew that was technically true, but the dangers his father subjected himself to on a near-constant basis meant that the odds of enjoying that long lifespan weren't in his favor. Yet still, he couldn't quit. Whatever it was inside that drove him wasn't satiated yet. It might never be. "Where are you going next?" Jacob asked. "Doc has a few things lined up for us. Not sure which sounds most promising yet." "The odds of us making it through this mission alive were slim. Don't do something stupid and get killed right afterward." Jason turned to his son. "If you need me, I'll always drop everything and come running. Always." "Likewise," Jacob said, suddenly choked up. The pair hugged fiercely, neither wanting the moment to end. Eventually, Jason pulled away and grabbed Jacob by the shoulders, looking at him intensely. He opened his mouth to speak a few times, but in the end, just nodded and turned away. "Mount up, morons!" he yelled at his crew. "We're out of here. Cage, go get Lucky." Once the rest of Omega Force had been rounded up and herded into the ship, Jacob and Tin Man stood near the entrance to the factory. The Phoenix shuddered as her engines came to life, and a few minutes later she lifted smoothly from the tarmac. The gear retracted, and the nose swung about to face them. Jacob couldn't see his father through the reflective gold of the gunship's canopy, but he held up a hand in farewell all the same. The engines throttled up and the Phoenix passed overhead, climbing up and away into the afternoon sky. "Can you feel it?" Tin Man asked. "What?" "The excitement. The next journey. It is stretching out in front of us. I have never felt like this before." "I'm not sure I know what you're talking about," Jacob admitted. "Our new beginning and endless possibility."